Hey everyone, it's Michelle.
I'm
And I'm
Michael.
Michael.
I'm Oxie.
And this is Bunebape, your weekly podcast on everything you need to know about old school RuneScape. So we have some guests this week. We have Michael and Oxie from the XP Waste podcast. Hi. They're
Hi,
doing, if you're not
everyone.
on YouTube, this is your opportunity to pull up YouTube. They're doing like gang signs. It's very cool.
Oh.
Very edgy.
Hey.
I haven't been described as edgy ever.
Well,
So
now
hell
there
yeah.
you go. Yeah. But
Adding another hip adjective to my infinity gauntlet of descriptions. So
Don't let the tattoos
as
fool you. I'm a gentle giant, so
how many tattoos do you have?
like a lot. My whole arm.
I literally
then
didn't know you had
a
any
RuneScape
tattoos, and I saw you
tattoo.
lifting up your arm, and I was like, huh? That's
Yeah.
sick.
We
Okay.
got Zora tattooed on our. Me and Oxy have matching tattoos. I have
Cute.
Zora on my arm. He has it on his leg.
Oh my god, I really like the Zora. That's so good. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. Artist did a
but
great job.
how many tattoos do you have then?
I have 4.
Oxy. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
you're
have
one
4.
of it. You're a quarter of his tattoos is to match you. That's so
Almost
cute.
two,
Well,
'cause we have-
so
I have
half
the-
of our tattoos, half of my tattoos are fraternal twins to Michael's because I got my DDS the same day he got his Dragon Scimitar.
Oh.
And you know what? I don't normally do this, but I am a
Oh.
guest. So I got
Oh.
my Zora the
Oh my
same
god,
day.
showing off the legs.
Michael got his Zora.
The piggies too.
But
Damn.
I got the
Those are out for free.
Oh, free.
I should have got the mole slippers on.
Everyone's pulling up YouTube now. They're like, oh my god.
Oh yeah, Oxy's feet. Holy shit. No, but I got the SERP phase and Michael got the melee phase for our designs. So
That's so cute. Do you guys do a lot of Zora?
No.
Michael
Well, yeah.
has recently. Michael
Recently.
has on the GIM. Michael's gotten into some Zora more than I
Okay.
have on the GIM.
Yeah. All right. Okay, I'm already losing track of what I was going to talk about. You guys also have a
Uh-oh.
podcast. Tell me
Allegedly.
allegedly with like
Just
a
kidding.
million listens too, which is
A
awesome.
million streams.
Yeah. Oh, congratulations. Did you guys get anything for that? I was listening to like the episode after that and you're like, "Are we going to get something?" You didn't?
Not yet. I mean,
Not yet. I
we
really
should-
hope we do.
We should email our guy and be like, "Hey,
Let's
like,
email
we
email
go
our
or
guy and be
something?
like,
You have
hey,
a
we get like
Spotify
a
guy.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. We have a guy. We have a it's our Spotify partner manager or whatever the hell it's called. We haven't met
Sounds
with him in like a
regal.
year, I feel like. Oh
He
yeah,
has the
well, you know,
channel.
we're pretty royal, I guess.
Yeah, no. I like the pinkies out. That was super royal of you. But what made you guys start your podcast?
Oxy, take it away.
Well, I'm only half of the story. So I met Michael in early-ish 2020, like April-ish of 2020, and then didn't start to really talk to him at all until like August-ish of 2020. We were all Twitch streamers at the time.
Oh.
During COVID, and we all just like met each other through friends of friends from like raids on Twitch and things like that, you know, like mutual friends 99 parties that we were both at, you know. And
That sounds so
eventually
like
we
COVID to be like, yeah, we met at some parties. Just
yeah, we
99
met at a streamers 99 party, I think was the first time we were ever on screen together.
Yeah.
And then we joined a community together from there, which is the same Discord that we use for our podcast right now. And then shortly after, I think it was like February of 21, like we had hung out for a while. We ran a bingo event. We had done a second bingo event that had just wrapped up. Michael was like, hey, do you want to do a podcast? And I was like, cool. The only podcast I listen to is Call Her Daddy. So
Oh.
what are you asking me here? And he kind of wanted to detail about this idea for the show, and he had all these names. XP Waste was one of the names. And yeah, then we did like a tester episode and we sent it out to our friends, who was like, I think there were like 30 active people in TNL at the time. And we're like, hey guys, we're doing a content thing. Let us know what you think. And the results were pretty positive, except for our one good buddy Scape, who said, I don't know. Ooh, Dean just got nid. He said,
Did you
I
see?
don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. We're like, it's a podcast. You listen to it. He's like, but it's on YouTube. I don't have anything to watch. So we're like, man, I guess we'll do a video version. I don't know. And then we've just kept doing video episodes alongside our audio upload. And now we do video. We just put video on YouTube and on Spotify. So,
Oh, cool. So you guys have been
yeah.
doing videos since the beginning too on YouTube?
The
Oh,
only episode that
second
doesn't
episode.
have video is episode 1. Yeah. It's just the RuneScape yellow text that says XP waste for episode 1. That's the only one that doesn't have video.
Yeah, we did start
It's
doing
kinda-
videos for like 100 episodes, so I'm like, oh my god.
It's kind of fun to go back and look at how like young we both looked,
Yeah.
and just the quality and the backgrounds that have changed over the years. Because I think we're on year 3.5, like 160,
Yeah.
What month did you guys start?
167 episodes.
Oh my god.
I think the first official release was like March of 21.
March of
So,
21. Yep.
I think that's
Yeah.
when ours was too. That's funny.
No way.
No, like it was early 2020, but we didn't. You guys had a community. We had no one to talk to, so I was just like,
Oh.
I was talking to Spari last night from OSRS and was like, yeah, I was like, we're probably the only RuneScape podcast that's ever existed because I just never even Googled it. I was just like, probably. I wasn't active anywhere in RuneScape. I just assumed that like we've started a thing.
That's funny.
Now I
So
know
I guess
better.
I can go into my side.
Yeah,
So
please.
that's the reason I started. Like I wanted to do a RuneScape podcast is because I had a job where I was driving around with buku's amount of time, and I had been listening to a bunch of podcasts, and the market was really dry for RuneScape content,
Yeah.
like high quality RuneScape content that didn't just sound like, a couple dudes in a Discord call with like,
Us right now.
like these type of headsets where they have like the little
The little
microphone
mic.
that pops
I
out.
mean,
Yeah.
we could make it authentic. I could find
I
my
have my
attachment
cat
for
ear
this
ones.
headset.
Like we could
Oh,
do
gosh.
this.
No,
Oh, damn, I need some cat ear ones, Michael.
You
I know
do.
what I'm gonna invest in next.
the little attachments.
Yeah, mine has them come attached
so-
already.
Oh gosh, that's cool. Yeah. So when I was looking at like the things that were available, it was like the highest quality show that had a ton of episodes was the Wilderness podcast. And so I'm like, and I think Tryhards was kind of getting established too. They had like maybe 20 to 30 episodes and
Yeah.
they were pretty high quality. So I was like, there's not a lot of variety in this market.
Mhm.
And it's not like it's a market. Like I'm not looking at it from a business
We
standpoint.
get
I'm
it.
like,
You have 1 million streams. Sheesh.
my
When you're talking
Real
about the bottom
business.
line here, you know.
it wasn't overly saturated, I should say.
Okay.
Still a business term, but you know.
You're like, I need to
So
email my
our-
guy after this.
Anyway, I'll see you guys later.
Yeah. Sorry, continue.
So I had done a project for work. We were like doing a new training initiative, and one of the projects was like do something creative with I think it was with an iPad. And so I was like, I'll make a little podcast episode and I'll go over everything that I learned in this training module and summarize it in a podcast.
That's cool.
And so it's been fun because I recorded my voice on the voice memos app, and then I went into like Movie Maker and added transitions, and that process was I would say like the epicenter of me unlocking this passion potential of like this is cool. I could do this. And so I
Aw.
think that was like maybe January or February. So I kind of sat on it, chewed on it a little bit, and then I was like, who would I want to talk to? And Oxie's like number one pick.
Aw.
So messaged him, and it was like the best decision I probably could have ever made as far as a co-host goes, because him and I have such polar opposite views, but we just mesh so well. We complement each other in our play styles and in our views and in our whatever we're talking about. It's usually like really deep, rich conversation that it really gets boring. So
Cool.
I will equate us, if you've never listened to the show, Michael and I are like a couple who very truly and very deeply love each other, but I've also lived together for the last 47 years. And we are, it is like sometimes we are great. We're great like co-hosts. We're great like business people when we need to be. We're really good at like reaching out for guests. You start us on like an argument about what is the best way to train agility, or like what is the point of RuneScape, or like what you should do on an Iron Man or Iron Man versus main. It's a bloodbath. It's very different opinions. So I agree with Michael. I don't think I'd want to do the show with anybody else. I'd probably drive most other people insane if that was the case.
Sleeping in separate beds helps. Like,
Yeah.
we could just have our own space at the end of the night.
No, yeah.
So
That like
When
compression
we did
time.
we did a
decompress.
meetup.
Yeah.
We did a meetup in Michigan for XP Waste North, and we got a room that literally was like a conjoining hotel room, because we're like, we are going to be on top of each other all day long, and we're gonna need some separation at the end of the night.
Yeah.
like
I remember
close the doors. We can have our own space.
I think it was the second night. He and I were both absolutely just like wiped.
Oh.
And I was just like laying in on my side of the room on TikTok, just like scrolling doing whatever. And this jackass texts me. He goes, "Can you turn the light off, please?" Basic smiley face. I'm like, I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna go in the other room and I'm gonna smother him in his sleep.
I'm
I
literally just
swear to
imagining
God.
like you guys sharing a wall and you both put your hands up at the same time.
Good night.
That's cute. And I low-key thought that was gonna be like a fanfic scenario. You're gonna be like, we're supposed to have conjoined rooms, but there was only one room and one bed. And I was gonna be like, oh my god. Just like so many
No,
fanfictions
no.
I've read before.
Not quite that yet. I can
next
say
trip.
with confidence, I think we've not had fanfic written about us, to my knowledge.
Oh,
I hope someone's inspired right now.
You know,
You know,
who
that's a
are we to
creative outlet.
snuff out your creative potential? You know,
Exactly. Very open-minded way of thinking about it. Thank you.
of course. Yeah.
Do one of you guys have like the designated hater role in the podcast? That's Robert 100%. Robert's not joining us because I forgot that I told him he never has to be on when we have guests because he doesn't like to. He doesn't have a good reason. He thinks
I was gonna ask him, like, don't you have isn't your other half the other co-host? Like,
he's right
but
there.
okay, makes sense.
He said he could hear me.
oh. Like, you got this one.
Yeah,
That's too many people.
it's fine. Yeah, it's too overwhelming for him. But yeah, is one of you guys the designated hater?
I feel like Oxie's the hater.
It really depends on what we're talking
Overly
about. It
positive.
really depends on what we're talking about.
Yeah, actually, that's true. That's true.
Really
When I
depends
get
on what we're
heated
talking
about it, when I get heated about something, I definitely get heated about it. But no, we don't have like the negative Nancy, the one that
Okay.
has to like this update sucks. No,
we really try to balance it out, because
That's
like
good.
I know Michael and I, we both don't enjoy the like hyper negativity that we see sometimes with some of the updates. Like, we actually, in the last couple episodes, we've been joking that we need like a positivity tour, because we did the sailing blog episode, which wasn't negative. It was just like, dude, it's been like 84 years. Like, please, can we have something more? And then we
Yeah.
had Jep right on as a guest, and then we had the summer summit, and Michael wasn't there for that one. So I ended up calling our other good friend TMD, and he and I did the episode, and it was just like, bruh.
I saw
This-
your disclaimer
what the hell
in
is
the
this?
beginning. I watched it. It made me laugh, and then I ended up listening to a different one. But I thought it was funny.
Well, it was like 12:30 at night when I was doing the episode, and I'm like, man, this is like the meanest we have been to the devs in just a long time. It feels like, even back when like we were around when they like nerfed the blowpipe. Like, that was
Oh,
an
yeah.
episode we talked about, and we were more positive about the blowpipe nerf than we were the summer summit. So I'm like, we need to kind of dial it back a bit. But I guess
Be
it really
chill.
does depend on the topic. Like, yeah, I don't know. We both have our our triggers, I guess you could
Yeah.
say. We both just get
You both have a little
unreasonably pissed
hater
off
energy
about
in
things.
you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Do you guys listen to other RuneScape podcasts, or do you listen to other... Like, I can't listen to other RuneScape podcasts, which is not good to be telling other RuneScape podcasters. I could listen sometimes, but I listen to, like, true crime. Like, what do you guys listen to?
I'm gonna Uno reverse you. I also don't listen. I don't listen to like any podcasts ever. The
Oh.
only one that I tend to listen to when it pops up is Guthix Rest
Mhm.
sometimes, and then sometimes also no. Like I don't really find myself listening to any podcasts, and I haven't for years. I've been doing this for
Wow.
years, and I've still not caught on to like having just like a show that I love to listen to.
Yeah.
Which is
No.
bonkers to me because you used to drive an hour one way to go to like fencing
I still do.
multiple times. You still do?
I haven't. It's an
You just
hour
like
one
raw
way.
dog it with music or something? Just like
No,
damn.
Sometimes,
silence.
yeah, dude. Sometimes
do
it's
that.
music. Sometimes it's just my own thoughts. You know, we're chilling, man.
Deep
you know?
in your thoughts for like an hour. Just the sounds of the road.
Sounds
Ugh.
awful.
I can't
hate
do that.
driving, too.
I used to listen to podcasts like 8 to 10 hours a day when I
Wow.
was doing that job where I was driving around. So
Yeah.
I would listen to D&D podcasts. I would listen to like audiobooks, headphones in the car driving all day, like no matter
Isn't it
what.
against the law?
But I don't know. I mean, I have the AirPods where it's like you have the transparency, so it plays the sounds around you.
Oh,
So
okay.
not
I didn't mean to call
any
you out
different.
either.
You
I was just like,
play. I don't know what the
this
laws are
guy.
in
This guy
Texas.
tells our viewers to watch us on YouTube in the car.
I don't.
So you know.
I don't. I say pull over.
please pull over if you're in the
That's
car
what people
right
don't
now.
hear. They don't hear that. They just hear like, "Hey, if you're watching." No,
That
but
sounds-
now I don't. I am an audiobook only really these days, audiobook listener. And it's just like, for instance, like an hour and a half ago I drove down to get Taco Bell, and that was like maybe a 10 to 15 minute drive, and I was listening to my audiobook on the way there.
Nice.
So I listen in such short spurts now that I find it really hard to get into a podcast.
Yeah.
Because generally the topics are flowing, and you know it's really hard to start and stop. So if I can't
yeah.
listen to the whole thing all at once, it's hard for me. But with audiobooks, at least I can kind of phase back in and out in short bursts, and I've been able to do that pretty consistently. And it also doesn't help that when I did have a job, I was like doing email support, and for the life of me, I cannot listen to somebody talking or singing and formulate my own thoughts.
So you start just like writing what they're saying. I work
Yeah.
at a call center, and I'll be like, "Give me one moment while I type this up," and they keep talking, and I'm like, "Well, I'm not typing. You need to stop."
Exactly. Yeah. I just need like soundtracks or instrumentals and stuff
Yeah.
to just be able to focus. So, I don't listen to podcasts. I listen to one other podcast, and that's because they pay me to listen to it, and that's the OSRS podcast.
Shout out Guthix. We've had them
Shout
on
out.
here. I also forgot you edit for them, and I was like, they pay you to listen? That's crazy.
They do. It's kind of crazy. They pay me
Guthix
to
Rest
listen in great
buys their
detail.
viewers. You heard it here
Oh my
first.
god, let's start a rumor.
They pay me in great. I listen in great detail.
Okay.
You know, so
They pay you for that, though. They're by the listeners.
yeah,
It's fine.
it's good money. So it's worth it.
Do you think that that having your own podcast makes you like listening to other podcasts less? I think I listen to them less in general.
Sometimes, maybe. I mean, I was doing the job where I was driving around for a really large chunk of having this podcast. Like it was only probably within the last year that I had to transition away from like being in the car all the time. So no. We also switch back and forth from editing, so there are times where I don't have to look at editing software for like 2 weeks, it feels like.
Okay.
I don't have to because I don't even listen to my own show. I used to be like, hey, I didn't edit this week, I'm gonna go ahead and listen to the show back. That stopped a while
If I
ago.
really like the topic, I'll go back and listen to it if I don't edit the show. But like I did not. I'm not gonna listen to anything I edit.
I used to do
Yeah,
that
I don't
just to
think
be
it's.
like, yeah, I'll support myself. And I'm like, I know what I said. That's fine.
Listen, you only need like 60 seconds of a play for it to count as a view. So I get that 60 seconds in. I'm like, I'm
I
doing
don't
my
even do
part.
that.
If I
I'm
do
doing
pull it
my
up, if
part.
I pull it up, because like I pull it up every Thursday to post the link in our
Yeah.
Discord. So like I'll play the first 60 seconds just to say I did.
I should
And we're
do
done.
that. I just like get the link and close the tab immediately. I'm like, ugh, I don't want to look at this.
You're actually hurting your analytics because
I'm not
then
surprised.
YouTube thinks that you don't like your podcast.
I'm gonna start leaving that tab open. Thank you.
Just a little bit. Just count. Just get your view count and then leave.
Yeah. Tell me more.
My
Oh, continue.
I was
Sorry.
gonna say my YouTube feed is such that like I never even like see my own podcast. I will
I
edit
don't
it,
either.
post it, get the thumbnail ready to go, post it on YouTube, and then I will have to like scroll on my YouTube homepage the day the episode releases for my own show to pop up on my feed. Because it's
Are you
just not the
subscribed
kind
to
of content
you?
that I consume. I am, yes.
Okay.
I'm subscribed to the XP Waste
Okay.
YouTube channel on like my own personal one. It's just I don't listen to any podcast because I have the
Yeah.
same problem. I can't like I have to write client notes to like symphonic music or like
Mhm.
old school RuneScape music. You know
The
what you guys
lo-fi.
know about what you guys
This is
know
a
about the RS3 Inferno track. That shit carried me through my internship, dude.
Okay.
Like
actually
jam
this is a safe space.
Yeah.
You can
to
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 talk about
do.
you can like RuneScape music. You don't have
It's
to like
okay.
shy away from
RuneScape is lame.
It's stupid.
RuneScape
I hate
sucks.
RuneScape.
RuneScape
What is
bad.
RuneScape?
I was at Best
Sounds
Buy
dumb.
a couple days ago. I was at Best Buy on Friday. I needed to buy a new mouse because my middle mouse, the click button broke. The scroll still worked. My click button broke, so I couldn't rotate my camera. And I'm like, I ain't doing herbivore with the fucking arrow keys. So I went to Best Buy. I'm talking to the associate who I'm asking between these two different mice or whatever. And he's like, I got this one and I really like it. I play all these games. I'm like, well, what do you play? He's like, mostly MMOs. And I gave him a little side eye. I'm like, what MMOs? He's like, Final Fantasy and RuneScape. And I'm like, dude. And I held out my arm. So I was wearing a short sleeve shirt. And he's like, oh, no way. He's a duo GIM.
What?
And he's the corrupted gauntlet guy. He and another buddy he knows, like in real life, are doing a duo GIM.
That's so cool.
Yeah, and I think he's also going to Max's main at the same time. I'm like, yeah, that's me, man. I've been having a lot of like IRL RuneScape interactions.
That's cute. And the tattoos
It's
help.
yeah,
For
it's
sure.
been weird. That's I have a coach that I do fencing with, and she told me to get on guard, and I took a step back, and she's like, "Is that a dragon dagger?" I'm like, "Huh?
Nuh-uh.
Yeah."
Oh,
And she's like, "Oh my god, do you play RuneScape?" I'm like, "Yeah, I do. I play it a lot, too much actually."
like, I actually have a podcast. Maybe you've heard of us.
I didn't do that. I don't. Michael can tell you, I'm not one to self promote very much.
He hates it.
I'm shameless.
I'm not. I used to be a lot worse.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've just gotten used to it over the years. But
Mhm.
like, yike! I've never enjoyed being super like, go listen to my podcast, you guys.
That's
am I
me just because
just-
I'm an overshare. Like, I need to tell you everything. What were you gonna say? That
Am I not approachable? Because I've never met anyone in real life that has recognized my tattoos. For
Maybe
RuneScape, that is.
You just like give off like that business air about you, like rich guy walking around, probably has a million views on Spotify. You're like intimidating. They could just like feel the vibes, and they're like, "Oh my god, oh my god."
This guy edits a podcast. Wow. Should
Yeah.
talk to him.
He edits multiple podcasts, I've heard.
Yeah, it's multiple in the same week.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Are you doing
stuff.
Gothic Express this week too?
No. But I did
just say,
for
damn.
the Jet Ride episode. I did Monday through Tuesday, and then Wednesday, Thursday, I did Gothic Express last week.
How long have you been editing their podcast as well?
3 episodes. Three
Oh,
episodes now. So, and they're every other week. So it's like been a month.
Oh, okay, that's not too bad then.
It's pretty recent. Yeah, it's a new thing. We'll see where it goes.
Whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah. All right, so
I
what
could have lied
other...
and said like 5 years, but
You could have. That was your chance, but you embarrassed yourself. I'm just kidding. Sorry, that was the... I get sassy sometimes when we have people
Average.
on.
I could take it. I could
It's
take
okay.
it. Oxy's my
Okay.
co-host, so it's okay.
Yeah.
He's put up with Hanani multiple times.
Oh, I did
he'll be
Hanani
all right.
solo.
He'll
so
be all right.
You
it's
can handle
fine.
it. You're strong.
Yep.
Love her.
What was I gonna ask? Oh yeah, about your RuneScape accounts. Tell me about your RuneScape accounts.
Mr.
Uh,
Iron Man.
I don't
Give
usually
it-
have
give
two
it to
people
us.
on, so I'm just like looking
Damn.
at both of
Okay.
you waiting.
I'll go first.
So let's just default. Tell us about your RuneScape account instead. Boom.
Let's hear it.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I have a main, and I am trying to get the Scurry's pet currently. I am rank 16, 13,500 KC, and I still don't have the
God,
pet.
what? God,
I didn't know we were talking
damn.
to a celebrity. Holy cow.
Yeah, it's like I give off that air to strangers too. They're like, this girl looks like she knows how to kill a rat. You
Rat?
know,
What?
like
What
people are
is your
intimidated.
in-game name? What?
It's
Isn't it
very
Bunebape?
cringe. It's TTV Bunebape. Bunebape's taken. I don't know who's taken by. The
What?
TTV is so cringe.
At least you're not Bunebape OSRS.
I mean, the TTV is a self promo. It's exactly what
Holy
Oxie
shit,
despises
dude.
in a person.
You gotta be a sellout.
is-
Listen, like no one's
Someone
gonna
gave me
sell you
5
but
subs
you.
to do it. They were like, "I'll give you 5 subs," and I was like, "Okay."
See?
Yeah, everything else with Bunebape is
There you go.
taken. And it's taken by
Gotta
someone
know
who
what the
doesn't
loot.
log in.
What's the loot tab of 13,504 scurries?
It's like
What's the loot
140
tab?
mil. It's not
Holy
much.
That's so bad.
shit.
I've spent hundreds of mil because like 7,000 of those I was AFK blood barraging. Well, just in Virtus robes. I would buy the max cash stack of blood and death runes multiple times a day.
Holy cow.
I didn't think it would be this long of a grind when I was doing this. And now it's just a meme. I got Tingler
That's the point of no return.
Yeah.
Point of no
That-
return. Damn.
I'll get it soon.
Rank 1 or
Surely.
bust
Yeah.
though, right?
No, that's 27,000. People
Halfway
keep
there.
saying that.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're halfway
people
there.
keep saying that to me, and I'm like, that's disgusting. But yeah,
Who has killed Furious 27,000 times? Get some help.
I think they're like SG or something. I'm not convinced that they did it all solo. All mine are solo. I'm just saying. Not trying to brag.
Oh, like you thinking they're in a mass? That'd be kind
They
of cool.
could be, because I noticed that someone was rank 1 with 11,000 like the first week it was out, and I was like, there's no way someone did that solo. I might have been the same person. I don't know.
So hear me out. You get the pet on 13,505, right?
Yeah.
You do another 13,505 in masses, goes way quicker. You know, because then it's not about getting the pet; it's about sending a message.
They're still going. They've gotten kills since last week. They're not done.
Well,
my
They're
God.
whatever goals you had for your account, gone.
This is the only goal. This is
rank
it.
1 scurrious.
What
I have
a
a question.
sad brag. Yeah.
Is there like when you hit top page, do you get added to like a special group chat of all the top ranked individuals where you guys can collaborate and like help
I
each other? Like
wasn't.
is it a secret group?
Not that I've heard of, but maybe
Okay.
they're just like super sexist and hate me or something. I don't know.
Damn.
I think that's,
That's
only a thing for
unfortunate.
skillers.
probably it. Yeah.
I think that's a thing for skillers, because Witch Eileen, she's one of my friends. She's like first page hardcore for like most skills. She's got like 200 mil and like a lot of skills. And I think that she's
Damn.
in Discords for it, but I haven't heard of any because people get pushed off it all the time.
All right,
Everyone's
so
the
we want to
rat.
get Alkin on the show, and so you talk to your friend, he'll talk to Alkin, and he'll be on our show.
Alkin, like, what is their account like?
He's ranked 3 hardcore Iron Man. Rank 1,
Oh.
200 mil Slayer.
Oh
Yeah,
my god.
big deal.
I think
Okay.
I
Doesn't
heard
log
him
out.
I'll
mention
find
it
the
in a
secret
daily video
Discord.
Once. I don't know.
I'll find them. It's fine. I got this. Easy. But yeah, when I'm not killing a rat, I just like to do raids, and that's it. Now I'm working. I've started working like 3 months ago, so I don't know Life RuneScape as much, which is sad. But I like make money.
I've seen less unhinged Bunebape clips on my Twitter feed now that you have a job.
Yeah. Sometimes I'd go to sleep at 2 a.m. and I would just think something like heinous, and I'd be like, this is it. And then I just like tweet it, and I'm like, time to go to sleep. And then I just leave it. But less of that because now I go to sleep at 10.
And you still stream every night at like 8 p.m., right?
I
only
get them
stream 4 days a week
notifications.
now. Yeah.
I get them notifications. It seems like every single day, promptly at 11 p.m.
Yeah.
my time. What felt like forever. It's like, oh, there it is. Get death taxes
this
and
bitch
Bunebape is
again.
live. Let's go.
It's like a reminder that I need to go to bed. It's like it's 10 o'clock. Bunebape's live.
Yeah,
Time
damn,
to go to
Bunebape.
bed.
I gotta go to bed, dude.
She's live. Damn, I've been up way too late.
It's 11 p.m. I gotta go to sleep.
You're very consistent, which is good.
Yeah, people have complimented me on them in the past. And they're like, "How do you stay consistent?" I'm like, "I'm just like I stream at 8, so I stream at 8, and that's my logic. I just do it. It's good. That's the only thing I'm consistent with." But tell me about your accounts
curious.
because you guys have cooler stuff. And shut up, because you guys all have cooler stuff than I do.
All right, I'll go first because I'm actually maxed. I have a max main. I've been
Humble.
playing since 2016,
Okay.
off and on. I started again like 2018, and then I started again, and I haven't stopped in 2020.
Okay.
So like from 2016 to 2018 was very off and on, and then 2018 or sorry 2020. So 2016 to 2020 really actually was very off and on because like back then, and it was because I got a gaming PC, but before that all I had was a MacBook Pro I think,
Yeah.
and RuneScape, especially like with like OS Buddy and RuneLite, they did not
Trackpad forecast.
they did not run well on a Mac. So
Yeah.
gaming on a Mac was not for me. But as soon as I got a gaming PC, I've stayed consistent.
Okay.
So I maxed. When did I max? 2022. It was 2022.
Yeah, UMax November 22.
November
You maxed
2022.
really quick.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't quick. It was like 6,000 hours. So
I've been playing since
over
2018
6,000.
and I'm not max, so I'm like, that's really quick.
I'm a diehard skiller though.
Okay.
Like I had a kid. I didn't have the kid. My wife had a kid.
Jeezy.
We had a kid in 2021, and so I got 4 months of parental leave, and I used almost all of that when I wasn't helping and watching and
gonna
being a
say.
parent. When I wasn't being a parent,
The entire time.
I was rune crafting. So
Oh, that's
so
cool.
rune crafting and mining is what I did. So like once I got those two out of the way, and I had like just finished agility too.
Mhm.
Once I got the big three, it was smooth sailing.
What
Yeah,
was
because
your...
our good buddy Scape. When I remember when Michael was about to have his kid, he's like, dude, I'm gonna have to try to leave. Like, I don't know if I can get these skills done, man. Like, I'm gonna have to be watching the baby. And Scape was like, have you ever been around a baby? They don't do anything.
They just sit there and exist.
Like, you
Yeah.
can just like sit with them. They don't do anything. And sure enough, they don't really do anything. So Michael was just absolutely gaming for that paternity leave period.
Love that for you.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, I would not have maxed if it wasn't for mobile coming out.
Mhm.
Played like 10 hours a day. My wife and I just like the baby was sleeping. We were watching Survivor,
Love
and I was
Survivor.
rune crafting on my iPad. So it
Oh
was
my gosh.
good times. Good times. I did it the very slow way, so I probably could have maxed a lot quicker.
Mhm.
But I did Zaya from like 80 something all the way to 99, and then I did Motherload mine for mining almost
To
the whole time.
99?
Yeah, 90 to 99 I did Motherload mine.
Oh, this was pre-shooting stars.
Yeah,
Pre
this is
good
Yeah,
shooting
I did my shooting
stars.
stars. It was great.
Like before good shooting stars. This is back when like because shooting stars came out pretty early into
Mhm.
us doing the show, or at least they were pitched early in the show. But it was like you would show up, you would mine for a second, the star miner CC would get there, and then in 4 minutes it would be gone.
No, I would
Like-
take notes. I had the plugin, and I wrote a list of every
Yeah, that's how I
every
did it.
area that I liked with the worlds, and I would go and scout them out, and I would leave the CC so no one knew what world I was in.
Yep, I did that too. So I
Yeah.
wanted to get the gold prospectors because
Mm-hmm.
it looked really good with the smithing cape. And so I scouted like 2,200 total worlds and areas where people had to have quests and stuff, and like really obscure places. And I found a couple tier 9s that I had all to myself, and
my
it was
gosh.
great. It was great. Good times. But I love the way the stars are now, so I would never go back. It was
Though
too
it
stressful
was
and
satisfying
not
to
fun.
find your own, though. It was.
It really
when we
was.
found a big one. It was such a good feeling.
Yeah.
It still kind of is. When
It
you're
is
the,
until like I don't
even
wanna
when
tell
it's
people
not
still.
relevant, like
Yeah. It
you
just
know,
looks
it's
cool.
just still kind of fun. Yeah.
Especially if you click it and they're like, you're the first one, and I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool. I
You
guess.
get 100 extra Stardust.
get
I'm
a
on my way to
bonus.
kill Nightmare, but like, cool.
Why
Whatever.
not? I have a plugin that if I run past the star, it sends it to like the Star Miners Discord. So I can't help but blast it.
That's a
Yeah.
cool
But-
plugin. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
On the flip side, when you go to the OSRS tools, like OSRS portal, and you go to the star tool, Michael's name sometimes popped up as who
Yeah.
discovered the star.
Really?
It's really neat. Yep.
That's
I
cool.
thought it was cool. I'm famous. It's okay, guys.
I know.
For a
Just
couple
keep
of
reminding
minutes,
us.
This for this guy, am I right? Oh my god.
Anyway, max in 2022, and then I played for about 6 months on that account, and then stopped. And then I've been on my GIM pretty much ever since. And now my main is just an alt. Yeah, yeah. I don't log in on the main except to do like alt stuff. Like today, I was killing Kraken with a super secret method where you tag all of the tentacles on an alt, and then you run out of the room, and then you can just like have a one-on-one with Kraken, and it doesn't damage you very much.
Whoa.
it's pretty cool.
Interesting.
So we just exposed that
You
that
heard it here
method live on the
first.
pod. So it's really chill method. I mean, you need 2 accounts, but literally I just roll in with the Bofa, get all the tentacles, and dip, and then I can stay there for a long time, and I bring like 6 food. It's very,
Oh.
very, very chill.
Okay, nice.
It takes forever though. Holy cow. And I don't want to hear it, Oxy. Yes, I was using Fire Surge or Fire Wave or whatever it was, but I have an Onyx now, and I don't need to conserve my Death Runes and my Chaos Runes. Because I got a Zenite, and so I needed to save up my Chaos Runes to buy Toggle to get the Onyx, and now I have the Onyx and the Zenite, and I can just go back to using Trident. He was giving me crap for it yesterday, so that's why I'm calling him out.
As you should. I don't play an iron
Right.
either, so you're saying all this, and I'm like, huh? Like,
I
just
tried to
wait.
tell
I'm
him.
alone. I really do
said-
stand alone here. Okay.
I said, brother, there's gonna be a day where we have a Sang Staff or we have a Scythe, and you're gonna go, man, I wish I wouldn't have cut through 20, 30, 40,000 blood runes at Kraken of
I
all
feel like-
places.
Kraken's like
feel like
the
if
hardest
I-
boss in the game.
If I miss those 2,000 blood runes
I'm
that I use,
serious, yeah.
Yeah.
we have bigger problems. Okay. If I'm really crying over 2,000 blood runes, we have bigger problems.
You want to know what the big problem is going to be?
Mm.
One hit splat on P3 Versic. The day will come. The day will come, Michael, and you'll go, damn, I need more blood runes. The
Have
day will
you-
come.
Have you been doing TOBs?
No,
Hell no, not on the
Chambers-
GIM. Oh God.
only. Chambers only.
Okay,
Michael
Chambers-
has
I have,
caught
like,
Michael
not-
has caught a bug. There has been an awakening. Have you felt it? Like Michael, all those years of him being a major skiller, it's totally died off. He's raid crazy now.
That's how it is whenever you start raiding. Like, did you not raid
Yeah.
on your old account?
No.
When you
so
start, you're addicted.
the great thing about having a co-host who is a therapist, you unlock a lot of like truths about yourself. And there was an event in my RuneScape life that happened that kind of like changed the trajectory of how I played the game. Like, I had an account in 2013 that I let my friend play on. He almost got it maxed. It's like 2211. But he
Reported for
started
account
botting
sharing,
on it.
But that's cool.
He took it over, so I wasn't playing anymore for because I had gone to college and I didn't have a
We
computer. I could
already
play on.
reported him. Nothing.
No,
came
yeah,
of it.
So he did the worst thing possible, and he bought it on that account, and he got banned.
Oh
in,
no.
like 2015, 2016.
Yeah.
The sucky part about that was my childhood account from when my very first account on RuneScape ever. It's tied, like, it doesn't have an email. It's tied to my original username, but I recovered it. So after a while, Jackix is like, they just washed your sins away, and you're like,
Oh.
I once was a botter, now I'm free. They'll let you have your account back after a certain amount of time if you appeal it. And I had all of the details of like, hey, I know the zip code from when I first got membership, and like, ask me anything. I know my first password.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if I fudge it. I'm like, hey, my account got hacked and they bought it on it. Can I have it back? I don't remember if I did that or not, but it probably is true.
Yeah.
But anyway, I got that account back, and it had 1.2 billion GP on it.
They didn't like remove the gold?
No, they just banned the account. He was botting mining, so like
Oh, okay.
he wasn't gold farming.
Yeah.
So I had 1.2 billion GP to my name, whereas before I had like a 200 mil bank. Like that was it.
Yeah.
So I just like I inherited a lot of money, and it freed me. Not freed me. It alleviated the need to do content, the normal progression, like the normal progression of content, where you start as a noob, and then you do content that makes money, and you get good at that content to where you start to build your own wealth. I just got handed 1.2 bill, and I didn't need to do that, and so I didn't like I would nearly maxed, and I had like 30 raids KC total. So
God.
this account that I have now, which is my GIM, is kind of like my second my second try at the mid game, because I don't know, like I've just been doing everything. It's my first try at the mid game.
Yeah.
I should say.
He did Dragon Slayer 2 for the first time, and Galvac only took him like 3 tries.
You didn't even do like Quest Cape on the other account?
I have a Quest Cape on my other account.
Okay.
But it's because the friend who bought it on the account logged into my account and did my quest for me. It's a long history. It's a long it's a long story. But did Dragon Slayer 2 for the first time in 2024. So it's great.
That was this year.
But now I have
It was like 2 months ago. It was like a Patreon stream.
It was
we did.
recent.
This was last night.
Pretty recent.
It's recent.
Was Vorkath hard for you?
No, not too hard. I mean, I have decent gear. Like I have a rune crossbow, so we can kill most things. But my goal for this account now, my GIM, is to have 2K total by the end of the year, and I'm at 1928 total now.
Oh my god.
But with this raids bug, I don't know what will happen. Like I don't know if Skill or Michael will come back out.
I said in my max last year, and then I started like topping and doing more TOA, and I've gone like 30 levels since then. It's hard.
It do be like that.
What's the total at now?
I think I'm at like 2240 or something like that. I just got 99 Hunter the other week.
Liar, 2232. I had you pulled up from Scurry.
I was testing you.
I had you pulled up from Scurrius already, and I was like, "Oh, what's your total of?" I'm like, "I suppose I could just look." So...
It's more funny that you just called me out and you're like, actually, that's not true.
Like I said, insufferable for any other podcast host besides Michael.
But
You're not too far off. I mean,
I've
rune
been around
crafting is
that for a long
probably your
time.
hardest grind. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Rune crafting and agility sucks. So like,
yeah, agility.
if it wasn't for just the drive to want to be done and do it, I probably would still not be maxed.
Yeah, I can't stay like motivated. The idea of just grinding stuff only to max is not enough. Like sometimes I'll do skills off stream. Like I've been doing a lot of Mahogany Homes this weekend, but I have no drive to max. I want to someday. I'd like to before Sailing is released, but not enough to grind.
You want my advice?
Yes.
You want my advice? Have somebody make you a maxing tracker.
Maxing tracker?
Yep.
You can take it away.
Go check our group chat.
Okay.
Have one of your friends make you a tracker that tracks days until the end of the year, daily XP needed to max, ticks until the end of the year, and end of the year XP per ticks needed to max.
I feared that would just make me sad. It's like counting down the day till I die. It's like...
that is what it feels like. But it can motivate you. You got to fight back against the XP per day. So
you're trying to
could do something like that. I am, unfortunately. Yeah, that's where I'm at right now.
How's that grind going for you?
It's like 1 to 98. That's what you got to do XP wise. You're like a 12 million XP to max. It's crazy.
I'm close.
God.
I'm close. I think
12 million overall.
I'm like 42 hours to max right now. 40 of those hours are rune crafting, and it's so I'm smithing right now. I'm the guy that smiths adamant plate bodies and priv.
I've been doing gold bars
for
and
at least a level.
It's
Gold
AFK.
bars and priv. Okay.
Gold bars and priv.
It's AFK. I could just wear gloves. I do what
Oh, damn. Okay, you
I get
probably
like
could.
15K an hour because I forget them there for 5 minutes. I'm like, oh yeah, and then I get another inventory.
Plate bodies
smith
are
darts.
kind
I
of
should
cracked.
play
They're also plate bodies are profitable right now, which is
Yeah.
pretty sweet. So that's what I'm doing. That's probably what I'm gonna keep doing, especially when I'm at work. But yeah, that's me. I'm Skiller Man now. I turned down raids because I have to do like this last week it was like hunter contracts, and this week it's gonna be smithing, and next week it's gonna be thieving, and then for the whole month of October, it's gonna be like that's crazy. Tob, but have you heard of Guardians of the Rift?
I love Guardians of the
Consider it.
Rift, so
I don't like Guardians of the Rift only because I have a really hard time when someone says, "All right, you're going to sit here for 10 minutes and you can't take a break." And then
That's
if you
fair.
want to take a break between games, tough have to wait another 10 minutes. So you
They
either
changed
have
that,
like
yeah?
30 seconds to recover.
Not yet.
I haven't been back. I don't know.
They haven't changed it.
They were
I don't know
talking
what they're
about
sitting
something.
on. I literally don't know what they're sitting on. Like they proposed these QOL changes for
It was at the
Guardians of
minigame
the Rift
one.
and
Yeah.
in Wintertod like months ago. It
Yeah,
felt
the
like
Winter John
it's
too.
been like 18 months ago at this point.
Yeah. They have other things to think about, like the private servers.
You want to
Community
talk about
server.
something that'll divide the boys right here.
Oh.
These damn private servers.
Okay, thoughts,
Ugh.
please.
No, Oxy, stop. You have to talk about your account.
Okay, your account first. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, thank
you.
I'm maxing my account. I currently have 95 smithing. I'm 177k away to 96, depending on how much we yap, which forewarning for you could be a while. I don't know how long these episodes normally are. So if you're like, "Oh my god, it's been an hour." Shut the hell up.
No,
Bye
it's
everyone. Like let us know. We can
We're certified
stop
yappers.
yapping.
Oh yeah, no. Unless
but
it's
we
10
we
p.m.
are-
here, in which case I will go to sleep. So you have 3 hours. I am supposed to stream tonight, but I already was like, I'm probably gonna be late, and by that I meant I might not stream tonight. Like we'll see.
Just do like We Skill Now did when we had him on our show, and just hit the go live button while
Just
we
went
recorded.
live.
Oh my god, I'll get so distracted. I could not.
we were a couple minutes in, and he's like, "You guys mind if I'm streaming this?" By the way, we're like, "Oh shit, are you okay?" Cool. Because like I really enjoyed his content from the other leagues. So in our Discord, we actually have a recording booth chat where it's kind of like, have you ever been on Gothic's Rest?
Yes.
Where they have their broadcasting chat.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that, only ours is a paid feature because we're dirty capitalists. It's a
Nice.
Patreon perk for us.
That's a
So
cool
we have
perk.
people like live chatting to us like it is a Twitch stream while we record. And we have a good sect of like dedicated recording booth folks who come out every Sunday morning and
Oh, that's cool.
have their morning coffee or their early afternoon coffee at this point, because I feel like our recording times just keep getting pushed back later and later. Like as Michael's child gets older and older, it's like, damn, the kid's awake. We gotta like do now. Like, how does 1:30 Eastern time sound? I'm like, damn, okay,
That's
that works, I
morning.
guess. Not for me. But
Yeah, I've been instinctually looking at Discord, expecting people to pipe up, but no one's here. It's just us.
No, I can't handle that because the thing is, people will type and I will just zone out listening to you guys. Like, I always like will pull up RuneScape whenever I have guests on, and I won't even play RuneScape because I'm like, I can't focus.
I'm the opposite. I can't focus. I wouldn't be able to do this podcast if I wasn't playing RuneScape at this point.
Really?
Like it's
I
been
have-
3.5 years of doing this. Like I'm cooking and it keeps me on track. It keeps me focused.
So what I have actually found, because I also do therapy sometimes at this setup, right? I need something to fidget with. Recently, for some reason, it's been this tape measure that's been at my desk.
I was fidgeting with this the whole time.
So if I'm like, obviously I'm not playing RuneScape in my therapy sessions, right? Because like you guys are watching my eyes. They're not on the camera 24/7. Like I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, that's cool. Have you tried like not being depressed? Anyways, make all. I'm not doing that.
Solid
But like
advice,
I
though.
can sit here and like look at the camera and be very, very demure, very mindful, very like empathetic
Cutesy.
and listening to people the entire time, just like doing this, with like whatever I can find. I have a piece of a massage gun. I understand. Yeah, it's a. All right, I need.
It's,
I don't
like,
have it in
pronged.
front of me, so
I have a
No,
clip
works
at
out
work that I
just-
use on my headset, and I clip whenever I'm making calls, and sometimes it's too loud, and I'm like, ah, and I'm afraid they're gonna hear and like call me out.
Oh, I can see it on the floor right now. I had a Jurassic Park Jeep that clients would talk to me, and I would just like drive it around my desk like a tech deck while they were talking to me because like the mic doesn't pick it up.
Yeah.
So like I'm like, sometimes when we have these anxious thoughts, and I'm like pretending to crash this Jeep into my keyboard and do like rolls and like
The
You're
dark
like,
side of
intrusive
therapy.
thoughts? Let's get into it. Just crashing it over and over.
But yeah, so I'm the same way as Michael, where like if we do this kind of recording and I'm not playing RuneScape, I'm gonna get distracted by something else.
Yeah.
So it helps to stay on track pretty well when I don't have to type. That's what I've found. If I have to type something like a client note or like a newsletter or an announcement for Discord or something, it's like I can't be doing this,
Yeah.
RuneScape helps me edit. I play like the entire time I'm editing, and it helps me to like I can zone out sometimes, which is really bad because I was editing today and I was killing Kraken, and somebody started talking in the CC, and I started responding, and I let 45 seconds of my voice or Oxy's voice just go, and I'm like, I have to back that up. Somebody probably cussed or an was missed, so I backed it up, and that's why it takes me 6 hours to edit.
I've given up on the ums. Now I listen to it on 2x speed, and I'm like, unless it's the F word, like this is staying in. So I just like I'll play RuneScape while I edit and just listen for like really bad words. And I'm like, okay, pause.
Do you censor your around here, or should we just not just cut them out entirely?
You could say whatever.
So do we.
Okay. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah,
I don't know what words need to be censored before it's marked as explicit. Because sometimes I'll let stay in, sometimes I won't. I don't know how that works.
We just censor the F word, and whenever Hannah Annie's on the podcast, we censor a lot more.
Every other word. Yeah.
She's Australian, right? That feels very Australian.
Yeah. There's a particular word that they say that isn't good in America.
Yeah. We say that sometimes as well too, and we're just like, all right, I'll bleep that. That's fine.
need to. I use a special bleep. The one time I've edited an episode with Hannah, I used like a RuneScape goblin or something.
Cute.
I just pulled like a bunch of RuneScape sound fonts, so it wasn't our classic censor beep. But
I like that. I think Gluten Girl does that for her videos. I think it's Gluten. Like whenever she would swear, she'd put like the noise whenever you hit something, and it's like, and then that's just like her bleep noise. I like it.
That's awesome. I did human fart sounds last time Annie was on. Just to keep it interesting. Like it's gonna be beep 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 because there was a stretch, I kid you not, in a single sentence, I think she cussed like 15 times just to make me do work because she's like, this is gonna get demonetized. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'm not cutting this out. It's comedy. So just beep 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 intermixed with like fart sounds.
They got me on the show for some reason, and because I wasn't supposed to be there, but Michael recorded like the day before I left for vacation, so I joined on like my AirPods or whatever, and I just like out of nowhere I just like kept swearing, and Hannah was like, "Yeah, you just did a bit that you don't even know about," and I'm like, "All right, cool."
Thank you for the extra work for me as well by just repeating that.
Of course, we have to keep you.
Beep.
We have to keep you on your toes.
Thank you.
When you're editing.
I've heard that I miss a lot. Like we had Nella on, and someone did message me, and they're like, "You left like a lot of F in there," and I was like, "I'm not gonna take it down."
That's why I don't do the 2x speed because like if you miss some, then people start to question why you do it at all, and it's like you would rather not have the beeps because it can be intrusive. So it's like, I need to be religious about getting every one of them, or it doesn't matter.
Yeah, with guests, I'm better at editing. For me, I know that I'll try to hold myself back. I'll start saying frick whenever it's just me and Robert. And
that's a good one.
I'm like,
I've done the same thing when I'm like, I gotta train agility, dude. I don't want to do anything. I'll make sure I don't swear for the episode.
Literally. I'll do the same.
I think you were good in this last one. There's like only 3. Normally, the Jebrite video there was a lot in there. And Annie's the worst offender, but it's whatever.
Yeah,
like
TMD also has a
TMD. Oh gosh,
TMD has a sailor mouth, dude. That man swears every other sentence.
Really?
But
it's an adjective for him.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like the
I'm glad you guys
third
aren't too
head
bad then.
of our Hydra over at our clan. But I know you mentioned earlier you're curious about the council.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me about your guys' clan and your council. It sounds really creepy.
It's a lot less. It's so much worse. It's so much nerdier.
Oh.
It's like imagine like, oh yeah, we're the Dark Brotherhood of badasses, and
Oh
it's just
God.
like 6 super average white dudes like watching football on a couch. Like it's not anything serious. It's RuneScape.
It sounds very
So,
serious.
So Oxy and I have been mods in our TNL server. TNL stands for Team No Life, and it was like where we met and hung out before the podcast started. And then it was like 6 to 8 months into the podcast, and we're like, we're growing at a rate now where like it would be cool to have a community. And at that point, we had just been sending people to TNL
Yeah.
because it was like it's been cool to watch this Discord grow. And so we had a very long conversation like, do we make a XQS Discord, or do we keep sending people to TNL? And it was in, I think, like August of 2021, shortly after we made the podcast, we're like, we're just going to do TNL. We don't want to leave.
we
TNL
kinda
it
like,
is.
yeah, it's like TNL is where I hang out, and like I don't want it to be one of those like I post about my show in the XP Waste Discord and then spend no time in there because like all my friends are over here. So we just sort of like integrated the two together and just like made a little XP Waste category that's
Oh, cool.
still there today. So
Yeah.
Do you guys still
So now we're up
to
to-
this today? You still just go in that one?
To
oh
this
yeah,
day.
100. There are people.
We're
There's
2,500
people like
people.
rating in it right now. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Discord does this cool thing where once you hit 2,500 members,
It's 1,000.
they stop sending mobile like push notifications, even if you have the channel set to like all messages.
That is not true because I get mobile push
100%
notifications for our Discord
Listen,
all the time.
It's only true because I purged and I kicked out like 100 people, so we would still be under 2,500. We're like
Was that
24.
a council decision or was that a you decision?
That was a council decision.
Okay.
We have going back to the start. Oxy and I have been TNL mod, like we've been mods in TNL since 2020. We have TMD, which is short for Too Much Dad. That's his name. So like he has a nickname for his nickname, TMD. Anyway, and then there was Scape Caution, who was the original founder, and so it was us four, and then we had two other people who we neglected, and there was a big whole thing. Like we had a falling out with two of our former, like I would call them admins. They weren't up to the rank of mod.
Yeah.
But we treated them as such, and that was a terrible thing to do. And we had a falling out, and now, I mean, we're still friends, but like,
Oh, okay.
they left the server. It's a bunch of drama, but
Ooh.
that sparked a whole restructure conversation to where now we have actual like chat moderators. We have people who are so we have lead boss tutors, we have clan admissions council, and we have event planners.
That's
And
so
there's
cool.
like 36 or 38 people who applied to be in like TNL leadership. And so when we say the council, it's the clan admissions council of just like, I think there's 9 of us who review applications for people who want to join the clan, and we make sure that they're active and they're guesting and they're chatting. And then at the end of the month, we accept them, and they're the people who get who add the people to the clan.
Okay.
So that's the council.
Which has also come from years of like, because back in the day we didn't give a shit. We just added everybody. So
yeah.
you like the show and you wanted to join the clan, sure, come on. We were at capacity like 500 people for like a year straight. It was terrible because we would purge accounts. We're like, we have no idea who this is. We'd purge them, add 15 more people, and then a week later, people would be like, "What? I picked from the clan." I'm like,
Oh
shit.
God.
Okay, well, so then we
We're at
had to
capacity
implement
again.
like, well, like, do we implement some sort of total level? And then it was like, does a total level go against the idea of TNL? Because TNL has always been for everybody, and if you can't join the clan because you don't have a level, like our show caters to that more mid-game audience. Like we are, a bulk of the people in our Discord are in that like 12 to probably 1,800 total level range,
It's like the XP waste.
or at least exactly. That's
Yeah.
exactly. We waste XP. That's what we do. And it felt kind of bad at first, but it actually, like, that gatekeeping really helped keep the numbers down. And then we started doing the whole, like, wise old man tracking sheets, and, like, that fell off because it was, like, not always super accurate. It, like, wasn't logging people properly. And then it was like, damn, okay, we got to vote on people every month now because we'll go, like, off of a vibe thing. But that also wasn't super effective because our original system was, like, the more people that voted, the more detrimental it was, because it was like you needed a certain percentage of yes votes, and that percentage just got, like, higher the more people we added, and it was just a mess. And after we had, like, the split, because, like, half our admin team stayed, and the other half kind of went off and, like, formed their own thing. Which, again, no, like, bad blood to them. You know, it had been like, you can like someone and just not work with them well at all after a while. That's kind of what happened. And they've gone off and formed, like, a much smaller group that, like, we are not a part of. And it's like, there's no, like, fandom or anything like that. You know, no one's writing fanfic about them like there are, like, Michael and I.
Yeah, all the time.
And it's just more like a group of friends who play RuneScape together now, which was how TNL kind of started. And I know some of those folks just kind of wanted to get back to that. So, yeah, I mean, after that, we kind of forced ourselves to, like, all right, clearly something, and by something we mean a lot of things, aren't working. So let's take the summer and figure out how to make it right. And then, like, some things are going pretty well. Other things are, like, dragging ass. We're supposed to have a boss tutor program up and running, but the guy who's helping the lead boss tutors do that is dragging his ass because he's just, like, not doing any of the work for it right now. Like, we've been getting good ideas, but he's just, like, not executing on any of them, kind of because he's a
You guys are so businessy.
lazy piece of
It's Oxie. It's him.
I'm the guy who's in charge of the lead boss tutor thing.
That's why he can talk because
I know.
I can talk
like,
a lot of.
That's intense. I hope they don't listen. Jesus.
They're listening.
They're
they
listening
know
right now.
They know.
They know. The four guys who we have as lead boss tutors are some of the best that we have that applied. We have, like, a couple of GMs who hang out with us.
Oh yeah.
But they're like, yeah, we don't want to do any of that. So it's kind of like our lead boss tutors are talented at all aspects of every bit of PVM in the game. They're super nice. They're super, like, they'll never turn down a learner. There's no stupid questions. They can hang with everything from, like, here's how you gear for Barrows to, like, here's what helped me get Blorva type deal.
Yeah.
And then we also have, like we said, our GMs who are, like, you know, nobody tells the chief to do anything. He does what he wants. Like, you're not going to tell the guy with the Zuck helm that he's wrong when he tells you how to, like, set the head or whatever, you know, and he just casually steps up and helps. So
Think too.
yeah. That's why I'm a melee handy girl, dude. But yeah. So we have a lot of structure in our clan right now, which
I was expecting that much stuff. It's kind of intense.
It's for better and for worse.
You have to.
I feel like all the good clans have, like, structure. I could not handle that. Like,
I think at some point, like, we didn't want it to be that structured. Like,
Yeah,
I just want to hop into VC and, like, play RuneScape with my friends. And, like, we can still do that. But as the public faces of a several thousand person community at this point, it's like, all right, we kind of, like, have to do something more than what we have. So the way we have it now so far is going fantastic. And I think the first true stress test is going to be bingo.
Yeah.
Of how 100%. Well it, like, holds up.
When are you having bingo?
November 2nd to November 9th. Join our Discord and do it.
You should
Wait,
play.
can anyone do it?
Anyone.
Oh yeah.
I'm doing.
I will say
there is a
caveat. There is a caveat
okay.
that we are hard cap. This is gonna sound stupid as hell to you. Okay. We are hard capping this bingo at 500 players.
That's a lot.
So once we get, it's 500 players or anything. I think it's like, what's the number, Michael? It's like 25 captains with 20 players apiece.
Yeah, it's
like
it's
if we only get 10 captains, we can only field 200 people. Like that's kind of where we're at with it. So, like, it sounds like I just did a bingo with like 30 people. That's dumber than 500 people capped. I think Springo had like
I think it sounds
418 signups.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
they're a ton of fun.
400
This
and
one's gonna be great. But
we
like,
topped 450 last time.
oh yeah. So sign up to be a captain of the TNL bingo, and we can.
I will
You know.
be on just a regular team. I could not handle being captain. Ain't no way. But send me that link
It's
because I want to
easier.
join.
Easier than you think.
We
Yeah.
got you.
Yeah.
We absolutely got
I
you.
love
But,
bingos.
yeah, well, you're gonna have a blast with this one. But yeah, our community is big, which in a lot of ways is great. I think in most ways, it's everything we wanted it to be. But it takes a lot to keep the machine up and running, which is more
Yeah.
than we initially expected. I think when we started this years ago, like we made a podcast in a group of like 25 people.
Yeah.
Who played just to like do chambers together and like take a really long time to get your first Hob KC. Like, and now it's just this like behemoth of a community. So I understand it's not like the biggest RuneScape community out there, but like, damn.
I thought you said it is. I
feels
was like,
large.
huh?
No, it absolutely is not. Like we are very small in the sea of like big RuneScape creators.
I feel like
So like I said, with the self-promotion bit, it feels well, like that's the other piece where like self-promoting feels weird sometimes because we hit 1 million views. We hit 1 million streams on our Spotify platform over 3.5 years, right? This is Spotify, Apple Music, and then whatever else Spotify distributes our show to.
Yeah.
Right? Not including YouTube views, but podcasts aren't a really popular thing to listen to on YouTube. Like YouTube is just not a good platform for long form audio content. So our YouTube views maybe make up like 50,000 views.
I looked it up.
Oh my
actually.
god!
I think we're at like 250K on YouTube total.
That I'm actually shocked. That I'm
like it's like
actually
100.
Well, it's like a lot of our videos don't get more than like maybe 400 or 500 views per episode. Right?
And the reason I pulled up your YouTube and one had 900, the first one I saw.
Still though,
what do you have to say about that?
When compared to other big creators.
Yeah, that's
right.
Fair.
when talking about the scope of XP waste in the scope of RuneScape content creation, right? We're not like, some idiot who released a really bad 20-minute mole guide, right? Who just wanted to do it for fun. We're not, this idiot who wanted to do an Iron Man from scratch series when he already had 99 fire making, right? From scratch my ass, right? Like those are both things Michael and I did in our early YouTube careers. But
from scratch with the 99 fire making, love that.
I said the same thing, man.
Episode 1.
How do you go from
99
scratch
fire making.
opening up with a 99? How is that the title of the episode?
The first episode, was it the grind to 99, or was it just like I'm already 99 by the way?
He already had the 99s. The first episode
it was the
Who wants to start a new
bro.
account? Who wants to start a new account? If
the
you already have
grind.
it, you're like, I'm just gonna keep playing.
See, the secret was it was a hardcore that died at the Toad.
Oh,
that's
rip.
true.
Yeah.
I can't be asked to do hardcores. That's not. I can't do that.
He took two
Iron
of our
is-
group's lives back
2 out
when
of
we
5.
first started. We made him do a hardcore. He's like, guys, I really don't think we should do a hardcore. And everyone else is like, no, it'll be fun. One of our group members who we literally haven't talked to in like 2 or 3 years, she lost 2 of our lives in the first hour trying to do Waterfall Quest. She got one banged back to back by fire giants. Literally in like
love the
first
second attempt. She's like, I actually got this.
hours. Just got absolutely clobbered by
That
these
is
poor
so
fire
funny.
giants. And then one of our like TMD, who's also a member of our group, he had super low HP, and he died to the bridge getting to the Nature Spirit Temple. The Swampletics Agility Bridge.
Yeah.
He fell off of that and died. 'Cause he was getting on by snails. He hopped the bridge to save himself, and he failed and he died.
That is such a good death. How
So
did you die?
I was fighting for my life with a tornado warning.
Fighting for
and
your
I
life.
died No, I was doing Winter Todd and I got distracted because my phone started going off and it said tornado warning in your area. So I was like, what's going on? And so I wasn't paying attention to my iPad and I died at Winter Todd. That was the first one.
Oh
And then
no.
the second one, I was doing Monkey Madness and I died to one of those like hella OP scorpions in the grass, like the hidden NPC. They don't even have a little white dot on the map. They're just
Yeah.
like they'll smack you for a 25, and yeah, I died. That was
Oh.
was that the final life? I think
That was the final
Blue
life. I
Helm-
was
Blue Helm
at
transition.
my internship, and we texted in the group iron chat. It's like, well, boys, it was a good run. We're finally blue helms, and I was like, say psych right now. You say psych right now. What do you mean we're blue helms? And I logged in at the bank, and I think I was like, I'm like, can you excuse me for a moment? I gotta go take a phone call really quick. It was like, Joe, what happened?
Oh.
And this is coming from the guy
in the grass.
This is coming from the guy who doesn't play the account. Like
I was playing that
no
account,
skin in the
like,
game.
Is this not the
like,
account that you've been playing right
crazy
now?
when it first came out.
He's in the group.
No, I'm on
but
my
like
main. I'm in the
he
group.
doesn't-
Much to Michael's chagrin, I am in the group.
he does
still.
not main iron.
Oh.
I
Not
main the
main
iron just because
I
it's
did
fun.
get 70 prayer the other day, so I finally have piety. It's only
Congrats.
been
Applause.
3 years since I did that quest, but
Oh my god.
yeah. Prayer on an Iron Man is hard, dog. I ain't gonna sit there and kill dragons. I ain't got time for that.
Is that what you ended up doing though?
No, I did the bones in Varlamore.
Bone shard mining.
Oh,
Calcified mining.
yeah. Oh, that's supposed to be really
It's
good.
pretty nice. It's
Yeah.
pretty nice. I kind of wish that was a thing when I was going for 99 mining. I think I got 99 mining the day after Varlamore came out. So I was like
Oh.
30K away. And people were like, dude, you got to try these bones. I'm like, I ain't going to try them for long. And I was there for a little bit. I'm like, all right, this is pretty cool. This would have been a really nice update to do
yeah.
for it.
I heard it was really good for prayer too, and it was like a couple months after I got 99 prayer, and I was like, I'm sorry, I'm not even gonna try it.
It's not really good for prayer,
Okay.
but it's like macro efficient enough that like if you're gonna be doing mining, it's about the same XP per hour. It's a little bit less than Motherload Mine, and if you're
It's not
if you
Motherload
don't really,
Mine.
it's not Motherload Mine.
That's what I'm saying, right?
It's like it. I did calcified deposits from 92 to 99
Okay.
mining, and it got me from 70 to 85 prayer, basically for free.
Oh, that's not.
So,
Okay, that's not too bad.
I would say it's really good. Like it's good. The ratio of XP, it's pretty decent. Like I think I did. I mean I don't want to guess, but like I think it's 60-40. Like 60. Like if you got, yeah, I'm bad at math, so just take that.
You see me trying to follow? I'm like,
Like 40 had
I love
the
math.
hold of 3. Oh, we hate math. We
Yeah,
got
same.
inflamed so many times for just having bad napkin math. Like recently, I was on a high on my main account because I thought like there is this untapped market of making divine super combats, and like it's hella profitable. I was calculating like 20 mil an hour in profit, but I just did the math wrong.
How much was it an hour?
It's like a little
Like
over
a
a mil.
negative 3 mil.
No, it's a little over a
That's
mil GP per hour.
You said
Not
20
what
mil,
I
and I
thought
was
it was
like,
gonna
that
be.
just doesn't sound right.
It felt too good to be true, and I was just kind of
it
riding
was-
the high until I did the math again because like I'm like, this can't be this good. Why is nobody talking about how good this is? There's nothing on the wiki about this. I'm like, I have to do, and it just turns out that like when you take the price per crystal dust, you have to times it by 4 because it uses 4 dust per divine or 4 dust
Per pot.
per pot. Yes, words. And so I was only doing the math where I was adding 1 dust for a 4 dose potion. So I was missing like 600 GP per potion, and I was calculating the profit to be like way too much.
You're like, I'm the
So.
richest person in the game. No one's
I'm
ever
like, I'm
tried
gonna make-
this.
I was seriously like, I had told somebody in VC, I'm like, guys, I could do this for 40 hours and make 1.5 bill. I'm gonna have a shadow, and so confident,
The fact that
so
you told people
confidently
that and they're
wrong,
like, sure.
so
It
confidently
was
wrong.
it was brought about. It's kind of my fault because I was looking at herblore training methods, and when I don't have 99 herblore yet because I'm saving it for something special and stupid. But when I was looking at herblore, I was like, I want to see if I can get like, because there's a way that you can one tick extended super anti-fires or extended anti-fires or something
Okay.
for like 800k herblore XP an hour. And I was like, I want to see if I can one tick these for that much XP. And I was looking at the overhead costs and things like that, and I noticed that creating extended super anti-fires was like a 7k profit. And I'm like, no way. Ain't no way. Because the price of crushed dragon bones was only like 13k. So
I was actually looking this up on the wiki. I think I was gonna do those. But I'm
well, I
waiting
was
for
like,
the minigame.
all right. I was like, hold on. You mean to tell me herblore is not only profitable, but like really profitable? Like I could sell a piece of Virtus and get like a ton of money back? This is kind of crazy. So I did the research and I was talking with TMD. He's like, that doesn't seem real, dude. And we did the research, and it costs more money to buy a crushed dragon bone than it does to buy a regular superior dragon bone. So the wiki just does not have the price of crushed superior dragon bones correct.
That's
at all.
devastating to hear.
It has
If
them
someone's gonna
like
do that.
7 or 8k less than what they are. I was gonna do the exact same thing. I'm like, dude, we are gonna go gangbusters. We're gonna make so much goddamn money. And then I told Michael about that, and he's like, you know what I could do? I could do divine super combat potions. And that's how he fell down.
And I'll make a build
So
by
we
tomorrow.
both got we both got bamboozled by herblore training on the wiki because we're
It's
idiots
just-
and bad at math.
It's bad napkin math, man.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I don't know. How does the wiki not have up to date like GE prices? But
Well,
like you
until
can go
right now, I
to GE
thought that they
Tracker and it
did.
does. No, I think they're using the same data that the GE has, where the GE would be like, this item is 7 mil, but you go and you actually try and buy it and it's worth like 100k.
Yeah.
I think that they're pulling the wrong data. But like, how does GE Tracker have the right information? How do certain websites have it and others don't? I don't understand that.
I don't. That's a good question. I mean,
You know what? That's just
listening?
another example of the wiki just not doing good enough. You know.
do you not like the wiki?
It's only the single greatest
Love the wiki.
resource.
I absolutely love the wiki.
I was gonna get like slowly tattooed across my chest. Like I love the wiki.
No, that was full sarcasm because I don't think any of us would be able to play this game. I think the sun and moon, the yin and yang of this game in 2024 are the wiki and Runelight. And without either one of those things, if one dies, the community will die along with it.
Do you think that people would stop playing if like wiki was removed?
I think you wouldn't get a lot of new players. We wouldn't retain people who don't already know way too much. Like the three of us, we're in too deep.
I'm committed.
We have collectively 4 RuneScape tattoos and 14,000 Scurious KC. We ain't fucking going anywhere.
I have 3 RuneScape tattoos as well.
We got 7 collective RuneScape tattoos.
We ain't going
anywhere.
What are
your
you guys were
tattoos?
showing off yours. I didn't want to one up you. Okay, I have
one up us.
She's got a whole back tattoo of Warcraft.
It's actually just Scurious on my back. Just a full one.
If you get in the top 10, you should get Scurious.
I was saying maybe when I get the pet, I could get the rat bone thing because someone said that was a joke, and I was like, should I? And they're like, no, and I was like, no, but like I might now. Like I kind of want to do that.
I'm an adult with adult money. I'm gonna do what I want.
Exactly. I have a Chambers chest. It looks like a mimic, but it's supposed to be a purple Chambers chest. And
that's sick.
Let my chat choose that. We voted on what I was gonna get a tattoo of, and that's what they voted. And that was this random tattoo artist interpretation. I have the other 2 are my ankle-ish almost. I'm wearing socks, no free toes here. Oh.
I was gonna say we can't get 2 free pairs of toes on this show. Okay,
that's just crazy.
One at a time. This is my feet show from now on. Okay, back off.
Okay, the first one is from the Cold War quest. It's the sheep costume with penguins under it. I don't know how well you're able to
Nice.
see, but
Oh hell yeah!
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I love that. I love that.
and then
I would get
another
that tattooed.
You should. And then I also have a stray dog that I got with Nella during TwitchCon last year. Which is there.
Nice.
Look at that.
Yeah. He has little flies on him. It got infected. The tattoo artist kept touching his phone and I felt too uncomfortable to say anything.
Well, it's fitting. You know, the dog's not doing well.
Is it
So,
not? It was like greenish. I was shining my light and I was like, oh, it's green.
I mean,
there's just little
isn't the dog like fully and like cut up and infected and like
Yeah, so
not doing well? So
No, like he probably did it on purpose. He was like, lore-wise, this like makes more sense. I'm gonna touch my
Lore-wise?
phone.
this checks out. Gross. Why would you touch your phone?
And I felt too uncomfortable
Ugh.
to say anything, and Nella didn't notice. She probably didn't love that I didn't tell her.
You need to stand up for yourself.
That's what Robert said
Like,
too.
that's
He's
your
like, why would
body.
you not say anything?
Oh no.
I would 100% just like let someone tattoo something dumb because I'm like, I don't want to say anything. I'll just get it covered up later.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
It's an
fine.
inconvenience, but it's okay.
I'm gonna
It's okay.
tattoo Michael. I'm gonna tattoo Michael's face on you at RuneFest. How's that sound?
Where are you gonna get tattooed?
Where do you
He's
want
tattooing it on
tattooed?
you.
I'm
on
tattooing
me?
you. You'll let anyone.
Oh.
Yeah, I was like
Do it on my arm. I have a lot of
Alright,
empty
that's fair.
space on this arm. I don't know
That
what
can
I'm gonna
work,
do with
yeah.
it. So why not like start a sleeve? Each your face first. There we go.
I want a wise old man tattoo.
The thing is, I can't
I
draw,
do.
so it'll like absolute.
That's even better.
This arm, I've got the space right here, right next to my Zolra. This
Mhm.
arm, I think I'm gonna put the wise old man right here, because like our original plan for what we were going to get as a tattoo is it was gonna be like an American traditional style. It's gonna have a banner and it's gonna say "Always remember to XP waste."
That's cute.
And so it's supposed to have like the banner at the top and some flowers. And then I was going to put the wise old man in the middle. And then Oxie was going to put an infernal cape in the middle.
Sick.
We ended up just getting that as a t-shirt. So
Okay.
back when we first started our Patreon, we're like, hey, the first whatever number of people, like the first 50 people to sign up, you at whatever tier,
I think
you
it
get
was
a
like the
free
first
t-shirt.
100. Like we did. We
Was it
gave
the
a
first
lot
100?
of people shirts, dude.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the
God,
first 100.
the shirt debacle.
Oh, I hated that.
I don't
want to relive that.
I don't. Bleh.
Oh.
Never
So-
do shirts again.
Oh, I can actually send you a link of what it looks like.
I
but
do want to see. I was gonna ask you after.
you can the first whatever how many people to sign up got a shirt, and we ended up using that design on the shirt rather than trying to get it tattooed. But I think I still will.
Yeah, you still
I think
could.
I'll still try and do something like that.
Also, I'm joining your Discord. I just saw that link too.
Oh hell yeah.
Did you send me the shirt?
I'm going to.
Okay. Are you gonna get any more RuneScape tattoos, Oxy?
I've kind of always wanted to get a nature rune, like right here,
Cool.
because years ago during COVID, when we talked about like, oh, dude, one day when RuneFest comes back, like we all got to get like group tattoos, like we're all gonna get different runes.
Oh.
And I think the only person who I'm gonna go to RuneFest with who's gonna get is Michael at this point.
Yeah.
Everyone else has either faded into obscurity or they're part of the schism, and it's like, you know what? I'm probably still just gonna get a nature rune like right here. As far as RuneScape tattoos go, and I don't know if I have any more in mind for RuneScape specifically.
Mhm.
I'm not super opposed in the future if something comes up, but at the moment I don't have any plans. I have plans for like other tattoos, but not RuneScape right now. But
How
You're
many
not committed,
tattoos
but
do you have?
free to the idea. Open to the idea.
Yeah.
I absolutely am open to the idea. We almost got 2 tattoos in the same weekend. We went down to Texas. So in Texas, we got our dragon weapons
Yeah.
on a whim one night because we tried to find an artist to do the design that Michael sent you, the Always Remember to XP Waste
Yeah.
design.
It also looks really good. I looked at it on my phone. It looks really sick.
Well, so that's a super cool story because we went down to Texas and we tried to find people to do this design for us. We found a guy to do the tattoo. He said, "Don't worry, I got you guys." I land in Texas. Michael picks me up and he looks at his phone. He goes, "Dude, what the hell? Our tattoo artist just backed out." I'm like,
Oh.
what do you mean?
That's so annoying.
He's like, yeah, I guess it's raining and he's in Austin. He's not coming to do our tattoo. So Michael was pissed the rest of the day, trying to get his like discount back and all that.
Oh, the guy stole our deposit and just ghosted us.
You didn't get your deposit
Yeah.
back?
No, I think it's a scam. I literally think this
Yeah.
guy was not a tattoo artist, and he like poses as an artist and takes people's deposit and then just blocks them.
Oh,
And-
no. The tattoo artists I follow are always posting, like, don't trust this account. Don't send them
Yeah,
money.
I think that's a thing. I literally think
That
that's a thing.
sucks. I'm sorry.
Then it's absolutely wild. So we went around and like tried to find other American trad tattoo artists who could do this in such a short time frame, and like nobody really could. The people. So we went to this one shop by a college town nearby where Michael used to live,
Mhm.
and we went to this beautiful American traditional shop, and they looked at the design that we wanted, and they're like, it's 7:00 on like a Friday. There's absolutely no way we're gonna do this for you
It's not
tonight.
walk-in friendly.
And we like they
Like a
really
4-hour
weren't
tattoo,
walking
they're like-
friendly. It was like 2 4-hour tattoos, and they're
Oh my
like, yeah,
God.
absolutely not. We're not doing that. But we're like, could we get something small? They're like, what do you have in mind? And we showed them the reference images, and they're like, $120, sure. So we're like,
Easy.
okay, a little bit more expensive than we would have wanted to pay, but all right. And we both got our tattoos, and another friend who was with us, because we met up with some other RuneScape friends for the big XPWay South meetup. She got a blood scythe on her arm,
So
the
sick.
Sanguine Kit scythe.
It's really
Oh.
good.
God.
It was so cool on her arm.
I want more
and-
tattoos now. Why did we start talking about this? I'm just thinking about
Nice.
different things. I also want a DDS too, so every time you show yours, I'm like, yeah.
This is one of my favorite tattoos. I have a lot of like, I love this one. I love the one on my leg. I have a Halo one on my back that was just my first one. That's like okay, but I love my little DDS.
It's so cute.
So the whole weekend after we got our weapons, we're still thinking like maybe we could still try to get this tattoo. We find this artist that is like willing to take us last minute and do this design. We go to this tattoo shop at like 9:00 at night, and this guy says, "Don't worry, dog, I'll make something up for you." This man, he went on like clip art and found and put it together. He took like clip art banners of American traditional flowers, and then just like put a PNG of the wise old man's chat head, and then a PNG of the infernal cape in it. And he's like, "Let me know what you guys think." And Michael and I'm like, "We're gonna talk about it for a second and see." And Michael's like, "I don't know about this one, man." I said,
I
"Dog,
asked the guy."
I said, "It's permanent. Do you want this? If it's permanent," he's like, "Ugh."
I
I'm like,
asked the guy,
"Yeah."
I'm like, is this like a concept, or is this what you're doing? He's like, this is what I'm doing.
It's a good thing you asked. I would have
Dog,
assumed it was a
that's
concept and
clip
done
art,
it.
bro.
That's
So
clip
yeah,
art.
we left that one feeling pretty defeated. But when we came up for XP Waste North, Michael came to Michigan for that one. That's where I live. And we're like, we're getting our good tattoo. Damn it, we're doing it. And we found
We
like
deserve
a
it.
reputable tattoo shop where we were going, and American traditional, great designers. We linked up with an artist. We sent him our reference images, and I had said like, I'm not really like, I'm not like, not that I'm not a fan, but like I don't really care about a particular tattoo style. So I was looking at American traditional tattoos and their meanings, and like, how could we do something for RuneScape in that art style? Because I think
Yeah.
if you want to do a RuneScape tattoo, you could just get the PNG right on your arm. That's super cool. There's nothing wrong with that. I literally have straight from the wiki tattooed on my arm, But if you want to think outside the box, what elements of an art style can you do that you could adapt to the game? And I liked the idea of the American traditional snake with like that dagger through its head.
Yeah.
And I thought, dude, what if it was like Zalra's head, but instead of a dagger, it's like a Tanzanite fang? Like that'd be super cool. So we sent, Michael, your idea was like a skull with the Osmumpton's fang in it originally or something.
That also would have been
Yeah.
really cool.
Yeah.
And we sent the concept to this guy, I emailed him all the reference images, what we were looking at. Like, obviously, he's an American trad artist. He knows the basic design, but like,
Yeah.
here's the RuneScape wiki links, like all the stuff that we want incorporated. He's like, all right, cool. We show up and we have it like on footage because we filmed like bits for XP North. It's like a little live vlog.
Oh.
And he's like, this is what I have for the Zulrah tattoo. And I went, holy that is
it blew my mind.
incredible.
They're really, whenever you guys showed me, I was like, oh, those are like way cooler than I thought when you guys were saying Zulrah.
No,
I
he did
just sent you the
such a
link.
good job.
We ended up making it merch. I just sent you the link. You can get a higher res image of what we were talking about. Yeah, it blew my mind so much that I'm like, Oxie, would you care if we had matching tattoos? Because he showed me the skull with the fang in it. I'm like, that's cool. But have you seen the
really
Zulrah?
good? But the Zulrah was so good. We liked
you
it
seen
so much
Zulrah?
that we like
I love
we
it.
commissioned him after the fact. We're like, here's the deal. If you make us this exact design, but add this blue color scheme so we can have all 3 phases of Zulrah, we will buy the licensing rights for the image.
So
He's like,
cool.
sold. So we
He
gave
got
him
double
extra
paid.
money. He basically got like a tattoo rate, and then like what would have equated to like a 3rd tattoo rate
That's so sick.
for
It looks
the
really
commission of the
good.
design. He did
I
so
love that
good.
design.
Oh man, his name is Nick Melody on Instagram. Go follow
Shout
him.
out. I
His
don't
shit is
follow.
so good on Instagram. I absolutely love that design. And then Michael posted his on the RuneScape Reddit
Mhm.
that day. And then I think I posted mine like 3 hours later. I was like, saw that guy with the 6 Zulrah tattoo and figured I needed to go get one myself.
Stupid.
And like actually got down votes. I was like,
He did.
you copied his design.
It was funny. It's good. You have the sheep with the penguins.
Yeah.
That's also a piece of merch that we have. I sent you the link to that
I
one
just
too.
saw that, yeah.
Yeah, it's so fun.
That's
This
so
episode's
cute.
slowly turning into like us plugging our merch store. and
Wait,
all
don't
that's-
No,
plug
you-
the actual shop.
this-
You guys should actually. I'll link it at the end. Yeah.
If this is
Dude,
your
that
first
was
time
really good.
listening to Michael and I talk on the Bunebape podcast, don't buy our merch.
Buy
What?
their merch
Get
and
the-
listen to this.
Dog, I mean, listen to the show. That part is free. That's not going to cost you any money beyond like your monthly data cost or like your monthly Wi-Fi cost.
and
or just
subscribe
go
to
to
their
a library and
Patreon
do
so
it
you
for
could
free.
listen live.
You can
Yeah.
follow our Patreon for free if you'd like.
But if
You don't even have to
for
pay
it,
to be a part
you're
of it.
reported. So.
You're
I'm trying to
reported
get you
by
money here.
Michelle.
Just go with it.
But I'm not good at that, okay?
Surely
man?
it's gonna
I
work.
didn't think-
No, this is working. Like it's people are subscribing right now. I just
Do
know
you
it.
have a Patreon? Because I'll
No.
pull the Uno reverse real quick.
I don't know what I'd do with it. Like I've thought about it and I've wrote out ideas what we could do, and I'm like, I don't want to do extra work.
Fine.
I
Go to
was lazy.
twitch.tv/Bunebape and subscribe at tier 3. How about that?
I'll take it. Thank you. You know what? You're right. You guys should do that.
We can double
That's-
dip. Hey, go to
that's
our
the
Twitch.
promotion we need.
Yeah.
Go to our
No,
Twitch.
no,
and
no, no,
subscribe
no,
at
no,
tier
no,
3.
no.
Go to-
We're
go to
not. We're
Scroll
not
These.
the streamers here. We're not the
You guys
streamers
stream
here.
sometimes, don't you? You didn't you raid me?
Yeah.
Once in
Uh,
my
I
life.
rated
Yeah,
you.
a couple times. A couple times. Yeah, I think we rated you the day Varlamore came out. That was a good day.
Oh yeah.
That was a fun day. A bunch of people tuned in to watch me get all over in the Coliseum.
Have
I
you
did
gone to
not know
Quiver?
what to expect. No, I have not.
That's post-max activity.
Oh,
It should be
sorry.
post max, and then part of me is like, I don't want to do it pre max.
Actually, you have more than one Inferno Cape. Like you
I
bought
don't
your
have
first
time,
one,
dude.
and then you
Shut
did it
the
legitimately. So
Shut
like,
up! I didn't buy my first Infernal Cape. You can't promote that on this show, dude. You can't do that.
Everyone go
It's
subscribe on
funny on our
Patreon
show,
and then just
but-
like message them how Oxie bought his Inferno case.
how else am I gonna get a?
You would
an
not
Inferno
even be the
Cape?
first. There
Unless
was
we
a
use Patreon money.
period of time where people would at me every single week for months at a time. Hey Oxy, how's the Inferno going? It's to the point where like people still do it. They'll find the show, go back to episode 1. They'll find episode 140 when it comes out. They'll be like, "Oh, this seems super cool. I should go back to the beginning." They'll go through the entire catalog. They'll get to like episode 85 it'll be like, "Hey Oxy, how's the Inferno going?" And I'm like, I just respond with the SpongeBob PTSD image
Yeah.
every time without fail, because I'm like, I can't with this question anymore. I can't.
Enough is enough.
But it's gonna keep it's kind of funny when it comes in, because the running joke in our community is like, yep, definitely bought it. There might be a video of me crying when I got it, but I definitely bought it.
You're screen sharing or whatever. Someone else was doing it while you're just crying.
Yeah, I'm actually such a good actor that the
Yeah.
tick I killed Zuck, I just didn't even have any. The response I thought I was going to have was not the response that came out of my mouth.
What were you expecting and what happened?
I was expecting a lot of like victorious cheering.
Yeah.
Like, let's go! We did it! And it ended up being like,
Did you actually cry?
Dude, go watch the video. The run is on YouTube.
I'm gonna go watch this later.
It's the cold opener for one of our episodes, and it is the entire run from single Jad to like a couple of minutes post Cape is on our YouTube channel. And it is the most like visceral reaction to anything in a video game I think I have ever had in my entire life.
That's so
Like,
funny.
games have given me chills. Games have made me tear up. No game has ever given me that much of like a physically intense response than the moment I got that cape. That was absurd. And that emote Michael just posted, it's our crybaby emote in our server, which is actually a snippet of me from it's a screen cap from me during the clip when I got the cape. Yeah, it's that face of like, what the is. Yeah, no, it was a distraught moment. It was the most like.
How long were you grinding it?
Too long.
How long were you grinding that for the
Man, so on and off. See, what had happened
This is one of those therapy sessions.
In 2021, I was doing the regular gauntlet because in I think it was it early 2021? I think it was. We like just started the podcast. I got a 1kc Hunlift pet on my first ever corrupted gauntlet. So I'm like, I can never do the corrupted gauntlet again. I should have stuck with that. I cannot stand the corrupted gauntlet. I'm so bad at that content. But I was just doing regular gauntlet to like do it because I thought it was fun. And in the span of 1kc corrupted and like 91kc regular, I green logged gauntlet. I got my enhanced on like 78kc a couple of months after the BOFA had come out. So I was like, okay, like I had said I want to go for the Infernal Cape this year, but now it's real.
Yeah.
Like, because this new bow of Faradhanen is out, I don't need to make 4 bill for a T-bow. Like, this can happen now. This is pretty cool. The problem with that was I was so grossly unprepared to go into the Inferno that it was like my first time in, I made it to wave like 45 and was like, oh baby, like this is gonna happen this year.
You
this
made it 45?
On like my first real attempt, yeah, the boys helped me and got me to wave 4. I used all my supplies, but I got to wave 45, and I was like, oh my god, this is crazy. It took me 112 attempts over the course of 14 months. There was a whole ass league in between from when I started the grind to when I finished the grind. When I started the grind, Armadillo was still best in slot. I got to Zuck the day before Tombs of a Masket came out. I got to Zuck the day before TOA came out for like the 3rd or 4th time. And I told one of my buddies, I said, dude, if I get the Infernal Cape tonight, you have to tell your friends, because he was friends with Arcane. Like, you have to tell Arcane that this is a legitimate cape, because I will get banned. Because it will look like I bought my cape the day before TOA comes out.
Yeah.
I did not get it. So I went into TOA with a fire cape and was like, I just like unreasonably defeated. Mm-hmm. And then it was like, is Oxie gonna get the cape before Michael gets his max cape? And it wasn't. That didn't happen. And I think I just ended up resigning myself to like, you know what? It doesn't matter. I'll get there when I get there. And I got home from work one day, like a relatively long Monday or whatever it was. And was just like, I don't give a shit, dude. I guess we'll hop in the prison. And I got knocked to like 9 HP on like wave 6. And my buddy's like, are you going to use the Falador shield? I'm like, it's not going to matter. I'm going to die. Who cares? I'm like, I'll just save the shield for another attempt. Who gives a shit? And then I got to like wave 50 and I hadn't used the shield right before the daily reset. I'm like, oh shit. This is turning into like a real attempt. Uh-oh. And that was the night that I got my cape. And that was, oh god, it was quite the experience. It was finally over. It was a very good time. We say it on our show all the time because we do a little achievement of the week section, but like there's nothing, at least in my opinion, there's nothing in this game that will apply more pressure to you than the Inferno. Maxing the quiver, Blorva, nothing will compare to the sheer amount of like soul crushing defeat that the Inferno will put on you. But if you push through that, it is the time, and the Inferno is this really cool thing, right? You will get to like, you'll PB at like wave 68. You'll get to triples for the first time. You'll kill triples. You'll get to Zuck. You'll have no brews left. Your first set will be really bad, but like you made it to Zuck. Oh my God, that's crazy. And then you'll plank 41, 42, 46, 42, 41, 38 for the next like week. You won't get anywhere close. And every single one of those attempts is at least an hour. Ugh. Because you're not on task and you probably are using a Bofa with like Crystal and a Justy helm, and it's like, oh my god, and you can't use a ton of bastions because you need those for Jad and Zuck. So it's like, oh my god, it was so crusty. The
can't
game
wait for you to do Awakened Leviathan.
You know,
try and get Blorva.
So the thing about that, I think Awakened Leviathan and the Blorva grind is mechanically a lot more difficult. Like Awakened Leviathan looks like something out of my nightmare. I don't want anything to do. I don't want something to do with regular Leviathan, let alone Awakened Leviathan. Right? Like that's not my jam. So I understand that that's going to be a lot more difficult in terms of like movement and flicking and game ticks and all that shit. But like Awakened Leviathan is what, like a 5 or 6 minute kill? Let's check the scoreboard in TNL. The people who have done Awakened Leviathan, if we go to our scoreboard page, Awakened Leviathan, if I scroll up a little bit, the score is about 5 to 7 minutes for Awakened Leviathan.
It's a lot less than 2 hours for First Inferno.
My first cape was 2.5 hours long.
Ugh. I don't have my cape. That's why every time you say anything, I frown.
But the first cape, it just takes a long time and it sucks. But like, if you have enough GP to throw it Awakened Leviathan with full max gear, you can get it done.
Well, what about Scurious? Like, how am I gonna afford my scythe charges for my rat? Like it's like you're not thinking about that.
So remember, okay, I lied. The Inferno is actually the second most pressure that you'll have in old school RuneScape. The first being how you're gonna fund your scythe for the Scurious
Makes but Divine Super Combats. You got it. It's easy.
Like that's I heard that's like 200 mil an hour. So
you make a bill in a week.
I heard if you do that for a couple of hours, you'll have a shadow. Like pretty quick.
I heard that too. No, like I'm gonna do that after this.
Trust me, I did
totally legitimate money making method.
Yeah,
with Bunebape and XP waste.
But I feel the same way as you do, where like the Awaken doesn't sound as bad, even though technically it's worse, because it's just short. I feel like the mental pressure of having to do Inferno over and over again for like an hour sounds like the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, and like Zuck, not that hard.
It's just the rest.
Like if I bet you, because having looked at your account, you got 500 odd chambers KC, you got 300 Theater of Blood KC. If I dropped you in Zuck, you could get it within 5 or 6 attempts.
Dang,
you could figure out how it works, and you could get Zuck down. Every wave individually, you could figure out with enough attempts.
Yeah.
Right? The problem is when you don't know how to do wave 63 and you've been in there for an hour and a half and you get just a dog spawn. And it's like, well, my options are one tick alternate or slam my head against the concrete wall because I just wasted an hour and a half of my life. And then it ends up being the latter, right? That's where the Inferno builds and becomes really. With the Colosseum, people have learned to alternate and flick and move and stack and off tick with a lot less pressure because the first quiver is like a 40-minute run, right?
God,
and when you get
so
good,
nice.
it gets to like a 25-minute-ish escapade.
That's how it should be.
But and that's really that is how it should be. We've had people in our Discord, plenty of folks who are like, "Yep, quiver took me 312 attempts. I got my infernal cape in 15 tries." You know, because you learn all of the skills to do well in the Inferno, and somewhere that isn't the same level of soul crushing pressure. So if you're like, do I get my quiver or my Inferno? Get your quiver first, 100,000,000%. If you get your, not just you, anyone listening, you get your quiver first, and then you go for your Infernal cape, you're gonna go, what was that dude with the curly hair? This is way easier than what he made it out to be, and that's good.
Yeah,
you have done it right. If I'm gassing up the Inferno and you get there after you got a quiver or 2 or 5 because it's easy, it's fun, it's repeatable, it makes you a little bit of money. You make soul your and do all the combat achievements, the Inferno is going to be nothing to you.
I want to do quiver. That sounds fun. I only made to like wave 7. For Inferno, I think I made to 56. I'm not good at like
56 also sucks though. 56 I think is right before the meleeers come out.
Yeah, it's weird.
I think 56 might be a double blob wave.
The blobs make me wish I was dead. I don't.
They can make it more than a wish if you really wanted to. They can make it more than a wish if you don't flick properly.
Yeah, no, I can't handle them. They piss me off. I don't know how to handle them, and I'm not good at prayer flicking, so I feel a little like angry almost just thinking about them. I haven't been there in months.
Metronome plugin, dog. I know you're a filthy inventory tagger. Use the metronome plugin. You got nothing to lose at this point. Which, by the way, the merch that I have seen from you guys, shut the up about my inventory tags, is like the funniest sweater I think I've ever seen in my life.
Shout out to Megan Eve. She like told me about that, and I just designed it for her. I was like, "You're the only one who's gonna buy this, so I'll just do whatever you want," and I love it.
I absolutely love that. I'm not the only thing I inventory tag is my Guthans. So I make sure I have all pieces of the dad bod armor on. But that's it. I'm not an inventory tagger, but damn, I like audibly laughed out loud.
Thank you.
When I saw that for the first time.
I still haven't bought that. Now that I'm working, I'm like, okay, I'll buy that once it starts to get cold. I'll get the long sleeve. I don't even own my own merch. It's fine.
Half my wardrobe is our merch.
Yeah, that's good.
It's really bad.
That's
really
good,
bad.
Though. You guys have good merch. The stuff that you just sent me is like crazy. I like it.
It's like a couple hours on Canva. Just
Did you
like
make
creative juices flowing. Yeah, I've made all our merch.
Even the penguin wolf thing, the sheep.
Yeah, so it's like it's assets you can get for free on Canva. I just arranged it in the way that it looks cool.
Yeah, you're creative. So, that's cool.
Thanks.
I'm jealous.
I have 2 things to say about what you guys have been talking about because I've mostly tuned out. I'm not gonna ever have an Infernal Cape. I'll be forever max Fire Cape with no shame. But there is a new generation of Infernal Cape getters, and it's the people who just like nonstop sim. They're in the simulator. Like they're Zuck sim for 3 to 5 hours straight, and then they just get their cape.
Oh my god!
So, and it's the same thing.
Soul has one too.
Them too.
The Soul Heritage one's also pretty crazy.
I haven't tried them. I guess
They're nuts. It's nuts. Like when Oxie was getting his cape, it was like little pixels on a screen where you could kind of get the movement down, but like the simulators they have now, you feel like you're playing RuneScape.
That's so cool.
They've coded it in such a way that like You can set up your inventory. You can like interact with potions and prayers, and you can have tile markers. Like it is basically RuneScape in a little simulator, and you can just over and over and over practice Zuck and practice Soul without having to go through the slog of the waves.
Yeah. I
So
didn't
when
know that it
you
was
get
like
there,
that cool.
yeah, I think they have a
No,
triple
it's
Jad
crazy.
simulator too. So highly recommend it.
I'm gonna try those.
Triple Jad is just Jad but fast. You can do anyone can do triple Jads. If you can do single Jad, you can do triple Jads.
I feel like the pressure.
I don't think so. I mean, yes, you can do it, but like you have to get to what's the triple Jad's wave?
68.
So you have to do 67 waves of the Inferno, potentially over an hour, to just like
Not
practice
2 hours for
potentially.
and
me,
play.
yeah.
Not potentially. Unless you're going for the GM time, it is absolutely over an hour.
Okay,
at that point.
over an hour to just like, oh, I'm gonna practice triple Jads. You can do it, but you'll probably die, and it's several hours of your life. Otherwise, just like go and practice triple Jads in a simulator.
I'm
I only
definitely gonna
I only
go.
planked at triples one time. I got to 68
Brag.
8 times. I got
You're
to
built
Zuck
different,
7
okay?
times. No, I got the dog beat out of me by the healers. It was like a 17 simulator. It's like I couldn't catch a break. These things was like dying like crazy. I didn't even
Throwing
miss a thing on
hands.
chat. Just died.
Damn.
But you are so locked in at triple Jad.
Yeah.
Like you have to hit log out before the last Jad is dead. You log out. You're like, I'm gonna get up and go to the bathroom, and you are just like vibrating.
That was me
After
whenever I
triples?
was trying to get my first fire cape. I was like shaking and I misclicked and I didn't get my first fire cape because I
Oh.
was literally shaking.
Oh no,
Okay,
Jad
my
hands is
first
so
fire kick
real.
Also
Yeah.
took me 7 attempts. It was so
It took me.
bad.
I got on my 8th.
Oh, it was so bad. I
Hey.
did
So
it to Jad
upsetting. It took me
6
8.
times. I
guys
ran
remember-
out of darts on my first
That happened
attempt
to
on
Robert
wave
too.
61.
Yeah, he
You
ran
guys
out of
remember that
darts.
friend that did my quest for me?
Yes.
He did my fire cape for me too.
I just want to report you so bad, but I'm gonna hold off till we're all done recording.
Bro, he got
I have a
his
fire
first,
cape.
he got his first fire cape on his GIM. This is essentially Michael's first account. Like
And
it's
was this
not
also like 2 months ago?
No, I got my fire cape
4 months ago.
in like 2022, 2023.
That was
Probably
last year
2022.
potentially.
End of 2022. No, like I have. Let me look it up. I have quite a few Jads under my belt now on my main, but
I have saying a 5k
my first one, I only have. So I have 14 Jads on my main. I got the pet at like 4kc, and I was going for 99 Slayer, so I just kept sending the Slayer tasks.
That's one of my favorite.
And on my,
pets.
it's a good one. It's a good one. I have not been as spooned on my iron. So I have how many on my iron? I have 6kc on my iron.
Which one of your
So
accounts
we're
is
almost
the
there.
Bloodhound one?
That's my main. That's my max main.
Do you want to tell people why it's called Bloodhound?
Oh yeah. So in 2018, I think it was like April, mid beginning of April, whatever. I was doing a master clue and I got the Bloodhound on the first KC. First ever master clue. And
Which
I have
would have
not
been like
done,
right after the Master Clue expansion came out.
yeah, I
Was
have
it
not
not
done a
even a
master
thing
clue
before
since.
then?
No, they
Let's
went
see.
up to Elite Clues, and then I want to say with the release of like around the time Konar came out, they released Master
Oh my
Clues.
God.
Let's see when master clues came out. July 2016. So it was 2 years after.
Oh damn!
Oh.
I didn't know they were that early, but
We know the timeline. It's fine.
Okay. Yeah, when did the Bloodhound pet come into the game though?
The day you got it, you're the first one.
Oh, I got it. Yeah. July 6th. Yeah, July 6th, 2016. So it had been in the game for 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's still one of the rarer pets, like Penance Queen and
Oh,
then
yeah.
Bloodhound probably.
Penance Queen is
But-
definitely the rarest.
Yeah, I've only ever done one master clue on any account.
Oh
Like,
my
ever.
gosh.
One master clue. I did master clues in leagues,
Mhm.
but that doesn't count because
It's league.
literally I had like 2 regions that like it was like a, always the minimum steps. It was
I loved
always
league's clues.
always in Mauritania.
oh, they were
So
so nice because there was only like 4 Master Steps you could get.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was
they're
trying
all-
to get
it's
the
the same
Bloodhound in
place.
leagues.
I didn't
would've-
unlock Kandarin, so I didn't have to do the
The Sherlock.
Goddamn.
The
Ugh.
Sherlock.
I didn't
was
do
the
Sherlock, but
worst.
we all had Karamja, so we all had to do. But no, we didn't have access to the legend. We didn't have Legends Quest done, so we didn't have to do the damn dungeon.
I just kept going to Old Man
The
Route for the
LD
puzzle
caves?
like 3 times in a
Yep.
row. It was
Yep.
great. I was like, hell yeah, I'm just gonna spam click this.
Yes, I haven't done. I've not done a lot of master clues.
That's so
I don't need to.
bizarre
Like
that you could
people
have the
tell me,
pet.
like, get your screenshot, get it over with, do master clues. I'm like, I don't like. There's nothing I need.
Yeah.
I have all the money I could ever want. I don't clog, so I have the only clog that matters. Like I'm not getting
You got
third
it
age.
one. That's so crazy.
The first one, it's done. And people still like if I'm bank standing, they'll see the name and then they'll see the pet and they're like, I wonder why. And then they look me up and they're like, bro, you got that at 1KC? Like to this day, 6 years, 7 years later.
Oh my god. I thought
just
your
worth
name
it.
was just Bloodhound because you liked the pet, and then you're like, yeah, I got it one, and I was like, what the f? Did you just say?
It's really sad because like I have not played on that account for a year and a half now,
Oh,
like regularly. So kind of miss having the Bloodhound.
you banned
but
your dog.
I
It's kinda
did.
messed up. What's the driest you've ever gone on a pet? Both of you. And the most, well, I don't need to ask the most
Like
smooth
that
for
I'm
you.
actively going for?
For any.
It's not dry, but like
Okay.
I'm at like 23 million farming XP. Actively trying, or I was at least on my main. I was actively trying to go for it.
Did you see what
I don't-
XP I just got it at?
Was it like ridiculously spooned, or did you grind?
I got it at 105.1 mil XP last week.
105.
Yeah.
Okay, shout out. I'm gonna take this opportunity to one up you.
Okay.
A guy in our clan.
200.
His name is Left GF4XP. He got 200 million XP like a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, I think. He's been consistently still doing like tree runs, all the crazy stuff, and he just got the Tango route yesterday.
He's
Oh.
been doing it this entire. Okay, I think you should
He's
get pets at 200
post-
mil. I don't
Post
think.
200 mil.
I think
He
you should
didn't
get it.
get it until like 2 weeks later.
I think
think so
that's
too.
So lame.
Yeah, I
Because
think so
everyone's
too.
like, no, it's boosted, and I'm like, but what if you're that one person like this guy who is still weirdly going like
but
super
like it ain't
lucky?
it ain't boosted by like that much. It goes
It's
from
15
like
times the
15.
rate.
okay,
you've already got
yeah,
200
but when the
mil.
rate is like, but if the rate is 1 in 131,000 to get a pet from an action, like
Yeah,
that's
That's
still
still
not a very
wild.
good rate increase. Like
Yeah.
for the tree
I-
runs he was doing, it was still like 1 in 6,000, which is so much.
Jesus.
with 6 fruit tree patches, that's just a ton. That's
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah, I
It's
thought
like
I was
several
gonna go 200
years
mil.
to go
That's
on rate.
rough. Ugh. Yeah, you should get pets at 200 mil. I've always thought this. Like,
Well,
you
what's the-
can't keep
what's the-
track.
What's the skillers get it good? What's the PVM equivalent? Like, did you get them at drop rate if
Like
you're not
pay
if you're
drops.
a PVM?
Nope.
No, but after maybe like you go like freaking 10 times the rate on something maybe, or what something like
Well, yeah,
absurd.
you
It
have
has
the
to be
perfect-
absurd.
You have the perfect scenario. Like, what at what KC Scurious should they just like pity drop give it to you?
I think it should be
What's
like
the rate? It's like 1 in 3. What's the
1 in
rate for
3,000, some
Scurious?
4 times. I think it should be at least 10 times to be honest.
So you're saying
Yeah.
you would willingly go to 1 in 30K, or like you would go to 30,000 Scurious to have the guaranteed. Like if you
I
had
would
if you didn't
go
have it
to
at like
the ends of this earth to get
Oh my
Scurious at this point. I hope I
That's
don't
hilarious.
have to. But like I didn't think
It's
I was
written
gonna
in
hit
the stars now.
13K.
you're getting 30,000 KC, you're gonna get the pet. It's
Someone
written in
already
the
told me
stars.
I'm gonna get 27,000, and I was like, "Why would you put this bad luck on me right now? I don't want that."
That's
but
bad
the-
juju.
I know the person who's gone the driest. I think she went like 14,500. So I'm still not even close.
You
to the
could
driest.
you could surpass that for
I don't
sure.
want to. I know No Monkey rated me last night, and he was like, "Oh, that would kind of suck if you didn't pass her." And I'm like, I'd be happy to not pass her. I don't know. I would just get the pet and leave. That'd be fine with me. I've wasted so much money here, so much time. I'm good leaving.
It's not a waste. It's an investment. You're investing.
It's not even my favorite
I
pet.
think
I
in
just
the
wanted
business
to-
we call that the
Oh,
sunk
no.
cost fallacy. So,
Oh, you guys
know.
know all about the business. We get it. The bottom line here. I don't know any more business
Color
talk. I
pie.
can't play along
That's
anymore.
all. That's all, Michael. I know I him for going capitalist brain more often than I think
And I
either
hate
one of us would
capitalism.
like.
And I hate
We would-
capitalism, so
we
that's
would
very
You just
ironic.
know a lot about
definitely-
it.
Went too deep.
You hate what you know. What do you?
We don't take a paycheck. Like, we don't take a paycheck from the show. 3.5 years later, million streams, successful podcast. You know, one of the 2 most handsome hosts in the entire world. Like, we don't take
Like,
one
so
of the
humble
two.
too.
One of the 2 implying the other one is on a different show.
No, I'm saying we're 2 of the most handsome. Two
What
of
You're
the
like
most
one of
handsome.
them. The other
We're
most
not gonna
handsome is on
tell
a
you
different
which one.
podcast.
You guys
It's
seen
Robert.
Sparry lately?
Yeah.
No, actually, I haven't. I've never seen.
I've never seen Sparry. Just heard his voice. Anyway,
I actually haven't seen any of them either.
we don't get paid.
Have
We
you
don't
not
even,
made any?
Not even okay. So like we do fun things with the money. Like we got our tattoos.
On ourselves tech.
We get things for the show. Like I bought a gaming laptop with cool stuff. Like my computer is overkill. I have 64 gigs of RAM.
I'm not a computer.
I should not
person.
have that
What's
much.
Normal? What's normal?
Normal's like 16, maybe 8.
Why do you have 64?
Because I want it.
This is where your money's
go
going to
fast.
these greedy people here.
Yeah.
But also
Exactly.
go
Like-
subscribe to their Patreon too while you're at it.
Like it
And it's more money.
It's-
Yeah.
it's nice because like we don't I don't ask ever to people to support. Like I'll talk about the show. We do have a Patreon. We make some money on ads. Like we are partnered with Spotify, so like we don't
That's
make
cool.
nothing on ad revenue.
Oh, I thought if you're
we
part of that
don't-
means you make
I
money.
think we actually spend more on ads now.
At this point,
Spend
yeah.
money on
It's-
ads?
Yeah, you got to have the Google ads going.
That's all.
I'll ask you guys for
That's all
tips on
business
how to
brain.
get. I'll
That's
ask
all
tips
CEO
later.
Michael over here. I don't do any of that. I
Chief
just-
marketing officer, chief
He says-
revenue officer.
He says,
chief
"Hey, what if
editing
we?"
officer.
And then I zone out, and I'm like, "I love that plan. That's great." So
Actually, he's just a pretty face.
Yeah.
that's what I'm here for. You know, I'm the good looks and the weird opinions.
Nice.
But yeah, we've been really fortunate with our community who just like want to give us money because like at some point there's the benefits run out. You know, like
Yeah.
I could look at my own Patreon and be like, the first tier is a nothing tier. The second tier, you get 1 extra stream a month. The third tier, you get 3 days early access and very rarely some stuff that doesn't make it into the show. And the fourth tier, you get no extra benefit. You just get your name read out loud. And I'm like, I could look at our own Patreon and be like, is it worth it? And a lot, like a shocking amount of people have been like, hey, shut the hell up. Take my money.
People do it
over the
just to be
years.
nice too. Like people have like just donate me money and they're just like, yeah, I just want to support you, and I'm like, okay, I'll take this.
Exactly. And it's great
They're
to
just
have.
nice.
But we've agreed that like we don't take paychecks from it. We
Mhm.
do use it for things. Like
Okay.
the biggest
Ruin
thing we spend our
Fest.
money on is plane tickets. About once a year to see each other, to go to
Mhm.
Texas, to go to Michigan. More recently, to buy plane tickets to London Heathrow that we
For a-
then had to jump through hoops and hoops and hoops
Get
to
rescheduled.
transfer to a different
Oh.
time.
It's the
Oh
same
my
tickets you guys
God.
got rescheduled.
Yeah, we bought ours January of this year.
Oh,
Whenever they
no.
announced RuneFest, we're like,
We were dumber than we didn't know that RuneFest was a ticketed event because in our time playing, they'd not held one,
Yeah.
right? Or in our time doing content creation. So we're like, oh, dude, RuneFest, we're gonna go. We're gonna be there. We're gonna go. And then we bought our tickets. We got an Airbnb, and people were like, oh, when do RuneFest tickets go on sale? We're like, when do what? And we had no idea. So I got to work the day the tickets went on sale. It was like the most stressful morning I've had in a long time. I got to work like 25 minutes early. I love going to concerts, and I have known from years of trying to buy tickets for people I love to go see. Them go quick.
Yeah.
So I got on the website. I went on Twitter. I was frantically looking. Where are the tickets? Where are they open up? I found the website. I bought a ticket for Michael and myself. Panic bought them. Blacked out. Blinders. That's all I did. And like, I got them 8:01. Tickets were confirmed. Michael took, I'm not kidding, what felt like 40 years to give me the PayPal code. Like the tickets were in the cart. I'm like, Michael, what's the code? I sat there from like 8 a.m. to what felt like 4 p.m. It was like 20 seconds, but it felt like the longest 20 seconds of my life. I confirmed, I got the tickets, and I'm like, oh, okay. Who else is going? Everyone on Twitter is like, what the RuneFest is already sold out. I'm like,
No one's going but you guys.
yeah, apparently it was just Michael and I going, and I was so anxious about that morning. Michael is like, he texted me at 8:15. He's like, oh, you got the tickets. Nice, dude. I kind of overslept and forgot. Glad you got it. I'm like,
No,
it was a very stressful
seriously-
experience getting the tickets.
Oh gosh,
I didn't
seriously
think they were gonna
appreciative
sell
of you.
out. I forgot that the tickets were going on sale, and then someone was like, "Oh, and they're gone," and I was like, "Oh, it must have been like all day. They finally sold out." And they're like, "It was like 2 minutes," and I was like, "What?" I didn't know
It's
they were gonna have
ridiculous.
such few amount of tickets. That was absurd. That was weird.
Yeah. So yeah, we fully committed to flying somewhere without even knowing or like having tickets in hand to the event. We would have just flown to London, waved at all the people walking into the convention center.
That's literally
Yeah,
I was
our-
trying to do that. I was like, whatever. I have friends going. I'll go say hi to them and just hang out.
Yeah, our backup plan was going to be like, we're going to do like a more informal XP Waste England meetup
Yeah.
and just like either go to Birmingham and have other like content creators that we kind of know there, or we'll just like do it in London where it's a little more accessible to people.
Yeah.
So that's what we were thinking. We're still probably going to do something like that. It's like meet up at a pub the night before RuneFest. It's like all jet lagged and because
That'll be
Michael's going to get to witness traveling Oxie here in a couple of months. Where
How are you travel?
He's gonna like grab my
gotta-
wrist and pull me
we
through the
got a
airport.
schedule.
We gotta go.
We got a schedule, baby. We got things to see.
Okay,
All right.
okay.
You ain't never left the country, Michael. So we got things to do, and I think you and I are gonna have some fun in London before we go off to wherever. But that said, I don't care that you're tired off the plane. We touched down at London Heathrow at about 5:40 in the morning. So here's what you're gonna do.
Oh, you have a
You're
whole
gonna shut the
day.
hell. You're gonna shut the hell up. You're gonna push through the jet lag, and we're gonna have a lovely day being tourists in London. I'll get you some fish and chips. We'll go to the Natural
Aw.
History Museum. We'll see Big Ben. It'll be a
Spoil
good
me.
time. And then we'll either hop on a train, or we will find someone who lives in the area who wants to drive us out to Birmingham. And then we're gonna go there, and then we're gonna put our in the Airbnb. I'll give you about 20 minutes to take a nap,
It's very considerate.
and then we're gonna go get drunk.
Hell yeah.
So,
I'm
but
so
and Michael
excited for
also
RuneFest.
is going to get to experience me at an airport because I don't have any children and I am only 28 years old. I feel like I'm
I'm
a
28.
1,000 years old, and he's going to witness Dad at the airport.
Actually,
Okay.
question for you. Question. This may or may not end the podcast right here and right now. So, are you one of those people, as soon as the seatbelt sign goes off, are you one of those people who stands up
What do they
in the
do?
aisle,
They just stand
getting
there.
you just
They just stand
standing
like,
there.
menacingly.
like you're in the middle seat. Sit down.
Yeah. I don't
Are you one of
understand
those
that.
people? Okay,
No.
I don't
No.
believe you. The way you said that, it was like kind of weird.
good. You got fear in your
Look.
eyes right now.
I know.
Look, I don't have a very good experience flying on planes because regardless of what plane I go on, I get stuck behind the worst person to sit next to. There's a running joke on the show that I'm like 4'11", but I'm a big dude.
I'm like
Right.
5 foot.
He's 4
4'12".
foot 12. He's 4'12.
I'm built like Danny DeVito. But I'll get in front of like my legs are already a little crammed in the seat. My big ass is having a hard time fitting between these seats. Ain't designed for a guy my size. So like I'm already a little squidged. And then the person in front of me will be like, "Well, It's a 9-hour flight to Paris. It's a 9-hour flight to Berlin. I think I'm going to pop a couple Z-Quil and just not exist for a little while. But before I do that, here, and they get as far back as possible.
I've never done that, and I don't understand. Like, you wouldn't want
So
someone to do that to you.
inconsiderate.
Dude, having to like eat the in-flight meal on an overnight transatlantic flight when you have about as much space from like here to the microphone, you're like,
Ugh.
the chicken's lovely. This is It's horrible. And then the last time I flew transatlantic from the U.S. to, I think we like flew into Copenhagen or something.
Nope.
I was next to my sister, and I thought no one was going to take the end seat. So I was going to say, all right, sister, go take the end seat. Leave me alone. Somebody showed up at the last second. And because it's my sister, she didn't give a personal space. Like, she's the kind of person who, like, you know, is comfortable enough with me and doesn't care. Like, we'll just share an armrest. I'm like, get away from me. So, like, I have my sister encroaching on my space and the window here, and the lady in front of me absolutely zooted, leaned all the way back. I'm over there like this on the way to Copenhagen for 9
like
straight
panic
hours.
Attack. Oh my god.
Yeah, damn near. So I'm not going to be the one to get up because that's why. So when Michael and I booked our tickets, I said, Michael, we're paying extra to get the tickets in the front row.
Yeah.
Or like we're paying extra to get the wing seats. He's like, does it matter? I'm like, it does. It absolutely does matter.
And you guys are going to be responsible now if you're evacuating the plane, correct? You're like the ones in charge. Isn't that
Are you a flight attendant? I don't need that.
They do that
As
stuff.
long-
They're like, if
what are you,
you're
the cops?
Yeah, they're like, you're in charge now. This is your rodeo. They do like that.
Are you willing and able-bodied in an emergency to operate the exit door? I need a verbal yes. Look me in the eyes. I'm like, yes. Thank you. I just flew. I flew to the New England area from Texas, and talk about like armrest hogs. I had this old dude who zonked out, but was like full spread eagle with his legs and both arms just right. He had like probably a good 6 inches of his arm into my seat.
I don't understand.
Zonked out.
Why?
Like, bro, I'm sitting here too.
I haven't had any bad experiences like that. Whenever we flew to the Netherlands a few years ago, there was a baby that was crying for a couple hours, but like, I'm delusional. And I was like, oh my god, that's comforting because there's no way we could crash and die if there's a baby on board. Like, that would be so messed up. So I'm like, we're safe. Nothing bad's ever happened to a child. So that was my logic. It actually comforted me.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a good way to look at it.
I'm a lot more understanding as a parent now when like children are involved. I'm like, you do you, boo-boo. I've been there, done that. I'm not going to say a thing. It's like, I totally understand. My child is a demon child.
How old is your
He's
child?
a great kid. 3 and some change.
Cute.
So he has a...
Cutest.
Oh, okay, yeah. They're cute. He has a personality. I don't know. 3 is when they start to gain consciousness, and no is their favorite word. So like even for things that they want to do, no is the knee-jerk reaction, and you have to be... I'm not going to be a deadbeat dad who just yells and spanks. Like, I'm going to be someone who is training emotional maturity, frontal lobe development. Like, we're going to do this together. But that involves me regulating my emotions for him. So it's hard. Parenting
So you have to control yourself in order to, like, influence him, kind of.
On this next episode of Michael Goes to Therapy, we talk about that. I don't know.
I used to live with my sister and like her 3 kids, and like I would like watch them and babysit them all the time. And I've gotten better at it now. I'm a lot more patient, but I was like a teenager basically when I moved in. And there was one time I was watching my youngest niece. She was a baby, and my sister was in the other room getting a massage, and she was like crying because she was so tired. And babies do this cool thing where like they cry because they're tired, and then they don't go to sleep because they're crying because they're tired. and it's awful. And she was doing that. And I started crying because I didn't know what to do. My sister came out and we just turned and we're both just like crying, look at her, and she's like, oh, okay.
Parenting will do that to you, man. Like
Yeah.
over the week, I don't know if you've ever looked at somebody in their face and just started bawling because you love them so much.
Mm-hmm. I've done
Multiple
that with
times that
Robert.
happened to me.
Not like
Yeah,
bawling, but I'll be like, oh.
Uncontrollable sobs. He's like, "Why is your face wet?" I'm like, "Papa was crying." He's like, "Oh,
'Cause I love you."
you okay?
Oh,
Just love you
that's
so much.
cute.
I want you to grow up." I can't think about it. I'll cry again.
Oh my gosh, should we get him
It's
to cry right now?
bad. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry right
Oh
now.
my god, that's crazy.
It's crazy. Oh my god.
Hey, I think we had some questions, right? I'm not.
I was just
dodging
about
the
to say
subject.
we have like edged your viewers for a good
No.
2 hours at this point.
I'm gonna have to have you
I
guys on
apologize.
again. We didn't even talk about RuneScape because there's other stuff.
What is RuneScape? I've never heard
We
of this
talked about
game.
RuneScape, but I sent them a docket that was like 3 items. We did 1.5. That's good enough. We take that.
Yeah, we take
Listen,
those.
we
Yeah,
got
it's
time.
close enough.
First question.
It's close
Oxie,
enough.
Why?
Okay,
No, I'm just
hold
kidding.
on. I was gonna say, hold on. We can just everybody. Oh,
Huh.
there's the break for the pause.
We can-
Anyways, we're back. It's the next day.
Shut up. The
I ate a
best part is
cookie.
I'm
We're
recording with
talking
Robert tomorrow, so now there's gonna be 2 of those. It's the next day.
Wait, are we the guest segment of your show?
Yeah, but I realized after I did the intro that I did the intro with you guys, so I'm gonna have Robert in the guest
Hell yeah.
section now. You guys are gonna be the beginning, and he's gonna join.
Aw.
Because I
I'm gonna
didn't.
talk
I
to
like.
Robert.
I know. I'm so sorry. He doesn't like being on with guests.
Doesn't like us.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
like
no, it's you
being on with
specifically.
me either. I'm not gonna lie.
Us specifically, yeah.
No,
We're
he
too
gets-
handsome.
He gets overwhelmed now. He's just like, I want to play Maple Story, and I'm like, I can't fault you with that.
Dude, I can relate to that so hard, man. I don't want to play RuneScape all the time. I want to play Stardew Valley. I've
Stardew
never
Valley's so
played
good.
Maple Story, but I want to get back to Stardew. I want to get back to Ark, dude. I need to max. It
I want
needs
to
to
play
happen.
BJ3, but since I'm working, I'm like, I don't want to get addicted.
Oh!
Do you like BG3?
Do
Baldur's
do
Gate 3.
do 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 do.
For some
Oh my
reason,
God, so
my
good.
oldest cat, B, my calico, if I whistle down by the river, sometimes she will show up to that.
Oh my god.
So I'm not gonna do that because it's not gonna pick up on OBS or on
Doesn't
Discord,
make, like,
and it's
you're
just gonna
summoning
be
her with
me.
nothing.
Yeah, it's just gonna be like a moment of silence on the show, like whistle and try to attract my cat. But it's the strangest thing. I started whistling again when I came to the city I live in now because
Mhm.
the city I used to live in was on native land, and you don't whistle on native land in Michigan.
Really?
Um,
Oh.
and I don't know if the stories are true, but if there's one thing I've learned from living on tribal land for 4 years, you don't around and find out. Just believe what the native people tell you.
That's
and
where it goes.
If
We're
it's
like, I don't know if I
wrong,
believe it,
then
but
you're done.
yeah.
I don't wanna
Better to
find
be
out.
careful than like dead.
Like like with some of the tales, like, you know, oh, if you whistle at night, you'll attract the monsters, kind of a deal. As with most of the stories that, you know, originate from like American folklore, it's just like people told their kids to get them to stop doing annoying things.
Yeah. There's like, please shut up.
Like, hey, if you whistle at night, a monster is gonna come eat you. And it was just to get the kid to like shut the hell up because they learned how to whistle, right? But like
Yeah.
then it turned into like, you know, generations later, the kid whistled, and then they told their kids, who told their kids, and then like this evil spirit is coming for them. Like some of it originates as things like that, but like,
yeah.
you know, I've learned not to question other cultures' spiritual things
Yeah.
because I don't want to find out. If I'm being entirely real with you, I don't want to find out what kind of monsters
I
may
feel
or may
that.
not live out there. But no, my cat comes to the Baldur's Gate 3 theme sometimes.
That's really cute.
So
I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little
I knew you were
stitious.
gonna say the thing.
that's how we know he's over 30 right there. God.
Did I just get millennial shamed by 2 Gen Zs?
That's okay. I'm technically
Yeah.
millennial. No, if we're born in '96, we're millennials.
We're millennial only in name.
You're barely.
We watched the rise of
I'm
the
in the
internet.
middle.
We saw the iPod go from this to the phone version. We saw
And
the
you brought the
square
Nano.
iPod. We saw the Nano. We saw the damn. We were there
You
when
probably had a
Vine was
BlackBerry.
born. We were there when Vine died. You know, we
R.I.P.
are born in the 90s, but we don't have we are not 90s kids.
Oh, I don't
Right?
remember
We
the
are
90s at all.
exactly. We are millennial only in name. We are the elders of the Zoomer generation.
Am I
Don't you dare
Zoomer?
cite the deep magic to me, which we were there when it was written. Right?
Jesus.
These damn
That sounded
millennials
like a
and their
millennial thing to
avocado
say.
toast and you know.
It's so millennial of you, Oxie.
That was actually the most millennial thing you could have done. Is just go
I
on a tirade
could
about
make
you're
it
not a
worse.
millennial.
I could make it worse if you want me to.
No.
I'd have
Please
to
don't.
think of ways, but I'm sure I
Please
could.
don't. Please don't.
We'll move on to our Q&A. I have a question for you guys that you were not prepared for. Because now I'm just curious. Do you guys believe in ghosts?
Oh yeah, 100
Really?
million%. Yeah, ever since I was a kid, I
Okay.
did not. I do not with that.
Yeah.
I love Halloween. My sister was born on Halloween. It was always
Oh,
my
so
favorite
sad.
holiday growing up. But like when it comes to like actually scary stuff, no thanks. I don't do haunted houses. I have to like hide behind my best friend. She's like 5'1" when we watch Ghost Adventures together, and I can only make it through the show by making fun of the stupid that Zach Bagans says. Because if I
Yeah.
actually pay attention, I'll be too afraid to walk home. Like I very much believe in ghosts, and I want no part of it. It's
Okay.
like respectfully leave me the hell alone. I'll leave you alone. I just want to be left alone as well. You know.
You're not like you believe in your paranormal investigating. You're just like, that's none of my
Hell
business.
no. I believe and want to keep my business. I
Yeah.
believe in ghosts the same way I believe in tigers. Like they are very real, and I don't want to get close to one.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay. That's fair.
Yeah. I mean, like we can't see the wind, but we know it's there and it's very real. I think there are planes of existence that we can't see with our human eyes, but they're there. And obviously, like, can't prove that they're not.
Yeah.
But how could we deny their existence? You know?
That's true. You said it much
I
more
was, like-
insightfully than I.
Yeah. I was spiritual growing up. I'm not now very much, and I do think that like I used to think like, oh, ghosts are just demons, like demonic presence, but like
Yeah.
I don't know, it's maybe it's a different plane of existence, the fourth dimension, the eighth dimension. I don't know. Life is not like a straight line. Time's relative. It's Monday. What?
I was gonna quote Doctor Who and be like, what does he say? Like time is a wibbly wobbly or something. I don't know.
It's wibbly wobbly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think anything's possible. I think
Okay.
that unfortunately, like spooky ghost, it's been commercialized and it's been, damn it, capitalism. Like
Mhm.
those shows, they go to great lengths to like trick people into thinking that they're being haunted or like they're contacting their mother, or like you can't just look at somebody and be like, your mother said she loves you. Like
She said,
you're
"Good morning."
you're
Yeah,
You're
I was gonna say, have you
swindling.
never been in a modern warfare lobby? What do you mean?
No,
you can
like-
talk about
like,
people's moms as much as you want.
What I mean to say is like psychics. I don't know. I feel like a lot of that originates from like just people being taken advantage of.
Mhm.
But I don't, who spoke to you? I can't say, But unfortunately, I think a lot of things have been commercialized to say, you really believe in ghosts, so we're gonna make this whole TV show where we fake it in the edit, and that kind of stuff kind of ruins it for me. But I did watch Ghost Hunters pretty religiously,
Yeah.
and I don't know, it got me thinking.
Have you ever
You
had?
know what else really spooks
I-
me? Oh,
what
go
was
ahead.
that? Oh, I was gonna ask if you ever had any ghost experiences. Either of you?
I sure hope not.
No, I don't think so.
Not that I,
I did.
know of.
Okay, I'm kind of convinced. I ran across an alien one time.
Huh? Elaborate.
Oh, I was okay. So let me set the scene for you. It's late
Okay.
at night. and I was with one of my longest best friends I've ever had. And Ellen and I were sitting in our hometown, right by the river, because I live. My hometown's on a river, right? So we're
Okay.
sitting by the river, and we're just talking, having those like late night best friend conversations, just like, damn, we really wish our dads went to therapy type, right?
Real.
And this car pulls up next to us. We don't think anything of it. We're just sitting there talking. And he's just like staring at us.
Mm-mm.
Just like hard staring the whole time. And we're like, big dog, we're not doing anything. Like, what do you want from us? We just keep talking, whatever. Doesn't move. Keep staring. And I think it was because we had just driven back from Columbus that day. We just had this horrible, eerie feeling.
Ugh.
Like an uncanny valley kind of experience with this man. Like he was like blinking sideways and
Huh?
and we're
Sure
like
you weren't like high.
we were
It's like a
absolutely we were absolutely not high, but like I think we very much had the uncanny valley experience, which is very, very spooky to have. And I was driving at the time. No, Ellen was actually driving, and we were like,
DeGeneres?
hey, this is sure. Like, this is uncomfortable. We're gonna back out and leave. We leave on cue. Backs out, he leaves, he follows us. We go down
No.
weird side streets that
Stop
don't
it.
make any sense.
Stop it.
We lived there for like 10, 15 years at that point. It doesn't make sense, the route that we're going. He's following us every step of the way.
Stop
So
it.
we're like, we gotta go fast. We gotta go somewhere, and we gotta go fast. So we get to like the nearest highway, and I said, Ellen, you gotta put the pedal to the fucking metal. And we just start going like the highway's 55. We're going like 80 because we're like, we need to get the police's attention.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy is still following us until we get to an area where there are people. And I swear to God, this guy vanishes.
Ew.
Because we found a police officer parked at a gas station. We pulled into that like we were playing Grand Theft Auto. We just like hit the LB button, drifted into the gas station, almost slammed into some shit. And we're both like, what's up, dude? I know you're on lunch break. Fuck you. There's a guy following us right now. And he's like, well, what kind of car is he driving? We're like, we don't know. What does he look like? We don't know. Dude, he's not human. We don't know. And he's like,
sure.
He blinked
okay.
sideways.
He's like, literally, that's what I was like. He was blinking sideways, dog. And he's like, where do you guys live? We're like, a town over. And we're like, okay. It's like 2:00 in the morning at this point. We drive back to my house, and we're sitting in her car in front of my childhood home. Lights are off in the car, continuing the conversation.
Don't say it.
And a car just creeps up behind us
Don't say it.
really slowly. It
Don't
creeps.
say it.
And then it just gets slower and slower and slower. And we're like, oh my God, it's happening. Holy it's back. Whatever it is back. And then it pulls up next to us. It was our hometown's police department car.
Oh.
And they're like, hey, are you the kids that saw the weird guy? And we're like, we recorded the whole thing. We were on this was, God, you figure it would have been like 2016, 2017, because we were both still in college. And we were on like a vlogging kick that week. And we're like, yeah, we'll just record it and see what happens. And we were like talking about our experiences on the video. We're like, dude, whatever this thing is not human that is following us. And we don't like it at all. So that leads into my wonderful point that cryptozoology also scares the shit out of me sometimes. You know?
That's scary. You saying that story, I like almost had chills. I heard something outside and I was like, but I'm like, oh, it's like 9 p.m. and there's a lot of people who
No,
live here.
it is the most supernatural experience I've ever had. So while thankfully I can't sit down and say like I have ever actively been haunted, I do believe I may have been actively hunted by something that was not human for a period of time.
Do you guys
I
ever,
don't know what it was, but
do you guys ever just sit and ponder why evolutionary, like what are the evolutionary reasons why humans developed the ability to notice the uncanny valley?
No.
I know why. Do you know why?
It's probably because ancient civilizations of humans encountered something that wasn't human, but was acting
They
like a
did.
human.
You want to know what it
No, I
was? It
regret
was the
bringing up this topic. You guys are creeping
No,
me
it
out.
was. I swear to God. So, like the Homo erectus ancestor, right,
Yeah.
lived alongside Neanderthal, and Neanderthal was not quite cannibalistic, but they're like chimpanzees.
Mhm.
Like they would just eat people. They would eat the Homo erectus, and Neanderthals had a different enough, or whatever other like ancient primitive peoples that were different enough from Homo erectus that it was like that uncanny valley feeling comes from like you look human but you are a threat.
Mm.
Ooh.
And because it was actually a big problem to be hunted by something that looked human but was not thousands of years ago. So it's your old, really ancient monkey brain that is
That's
telling
so
you
weird.
this looks like us, but it is not us, and it is possibly going to kill us.
It's like Wendigo
That's where that comes
vibes.
from.
I want to go read some ghost stories or something.
Girl,
but I also
that's
don't
how
wanna.
I know you never lived in my part of Michigan. You don't ever say the goddamn W word out loud.
I'm
You
in
don't ever say that shit
California.
but some say you can say the cursed W word out loud because that is not the native tongue in which the creature speaks.
All the stories
Therefore,
do take place
it
over
is
there, though. I
possible.
swear to God, all the stories.
I don't live. Look, I don't live in like Appalachia or anything like that.
Yeah.
Like it's
Well,
funny.
that
You go
creeps
hiking,
the hell
you
out of
go
me,
hiking
dude.
in the Appalachian Mountains, and you feel like you're being followed. It's probably because you are. Just like quietly walk out of the woods. Don't make a scene. Quietly walk out of the woods. Don't say anything. If someone is calling your name, no, they're not. Ignore them.
Stop
Leave.
it!
You do
Why
not.
would you say that?
You do not recognize the bodies in the water. Just leave in the calmest way possible. Right? Like I said, living
Make me want to
in the part of
cry.
Michigan that I lived in for a while, you learn about these
Oh man.
these peoples and their cultures and the things that are great and the things that are scary for
Yeah.
one reason or another. And it's like, you know what? It could be fake. I'm not gonna find out myself. I'll
we-
just okay, whatever. Like either I look like an idiot telling people, "Hey, we don't go into the woods at night because and the park we like to fish at, that's tribal land, and we're not there past dark." What do you mean? We just don't go there after dark. We leave. We're not supposed to be there. We leave. So either I look like a dumbass or I'm right. Either way, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
So
We had an experience once where we were gonna go stay at this hotel. We like drove up all the way to the top of Washington in 2020. We're like hiking all the national parks and stuff. And we had a long day of hiking and we were going to our random hotel that we booked. And I Googled them and saw that once you type their name, the next suggestion is haunted. And we already had it booked. And I Googled it and I was like, And it was like, we don't know if we believe in ghosts. We don't not believe in ghosts. But Robert decided we're not going to say it because all the reviews were like, yeah, it's not that bad, but in particular, there's a figure that likes to stand over male guests in the middle of the night and stare at them. And he was like, we called. I think I got a refund, but I called and I was like, yeah, we're not going to be able to make it. We're going to go stay somewhere else. And I was like, even if I have to pay like $100 or whatever, I'll take the L. Like, we had a long trip hiking. I'm not trying to be like, oh, there's a figure staring at you in the middle of the night.
I think I would literally have a heart attack. I would just cease to exist if I woke up and there was a physical representation of a human being, but that wasn't. I would just die. I'd like kill me now. Stop. I'm not doing that.
You want a scary answer about what you might do?
Mm-hmm.
You might just freeze because in all of the reports I have in my clinical career of people seeing shadow figures at night, there is just this like it can't see you if you don't move kind of vibe where like you don't get up and run from it. You're just like, holy I hope this
I
thing
think my
goes
heart would
away.
stop.
Like
I think
It's not like it's not like SpongeBob when he loses his name tag going.
Yeah.
It's like a very truly
Frozen in fear.
It is spooky. And whenever I hear that from people, I'm like,
stop it.
Which isn't often, but it's happened enough in the last several years that I'm like, all right, well, again, either I'm going to look stupid or I'm going to be right.
Yeah.
So,
I have a very
whatever.
active imagination, and without even happening to me, I can put myself in that situation, and it makes me uncomfortable.
You know, I feel like I can chill. We turned into a paranormal podcast.
Thanks for asking that question. I'll never come on your show again.
I actually used to co-host another podcast called Spooky, and we'd switch between true crime and ghost stories. So I'm interested in this. We stopped doing that. It got kind of dark.
I like this kind of fear because I think it's the sense of the unknown that's like probably not true.
Yeah.
But maybe.
If it is.
Could be.
You know.
What if it is? What if it isn't?
What if?
Ew.
You know, I think that's why I really like cryptozoology, because there's not necessarily a way to prove that it's not true. There's probably ways to support like probably not true. Like the Loch Ness Monster, for example. How would a plesiosaur survive for thousands of years in an inland lake? Probably not possible. But because like we would have found evidence of it. We would have found teeth. We would have found, skin sheds. We would have found something. B, there is not the biodiversity in Loch Ness to support a predator that size. Same reason why we know Megalodon is extinct, right?
Ugh.
Because we don't have... Well, like, if Megalodon were real, we would find whale carcasses with fishing boat-size bites taken out of it.
Was Megalodon
and
ever
we've never
real,
found
or is
that before.
Mythical?
Yes, Megalodon was a prehistoric shark. It was the largest. It's like a giant great white, like 40, 50 feet long, huge.
Jesus.
But like, Megalodon still exists. No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Like people like, well, we didn't know the colossal squid existed. Yes, we did. We just never got it on video. That's why people didn't think the colossal squid existed. But we found sperm whales with giant squid markings on them for decades, but they live super deep in the water.
Yeah.
Right? We would have found that kind of evidence for these, super active cryptids that kind of supports the fact that they probably don't exist. But if you want to support the fact that they might exist, go look up Wildlife 404 missing stories. There are a couple of trends that you'll find in them that are, especially in the continental United States, horrifyingly similar. You'll be 50 feet in front of someone, you'll turn around, they'll be gone. Their shoes and their wallet will be left behind, but they'll have disappeared, right? A common trend is exploring parties will go out if a child goes missing. Exploring parties will go out, search places where no child could ever get to on their own, like the top of a mountain. Kid won't be there. The next day they'll sweep again, the kid will be there, almost entirely untouched.
Yeah, I've heard of stuff like that where like the child went like 5 times the amount that they think he physically would have been able to go in like a couple days, and they're like, that's not right.
Because children, when they end up in those kinds of situations, whatever takes them almost never harms them. Sometimes you'll get like a scratch on their neck, and some people believe in the folklore that it's so they can get their voice or their appearance, so they can get other people. Because, you, Michael, for example, you're a dad. If you heard a small kid calling for help in the woods, what would you do?
Don't talk about my kid like that.
Not your kid, any kid. If you heard a small kid yelling for help in the woods, you would probably go.
I would run
after
them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Of course you would. Listen to me. If
I'm gonna
you
tune you out
see
now.
that, no, you didn't.
Oxie says,
It is
those kids ain't kids.
Them kids, you did not see anything. I have many a time come across people in the woods that I'm like, I thought I came across a fae one time. That was spooky at first.
What?
I was walking around the local woods in the town I used to live in, and again, like there's a lot of like Native American folklore that like I was probably like, oh God, it actually is real. I came across, it was towards the end of my time in graduate school, I came across this other student in the woods who she had like just moved to town in like the middle of spring for graduate school. And we are just like chatting about whatever. And then she just like went about her day. And it was weird for a lot of reasons. We were in the woods by ourselves, and you've never seen me in person. I'm not a very approachable man. Like, if you did not know who I was, your first thought would not be, I'm going to have a conversation with that guy in the woods alone by myself with him. And she did not care. And having lived a life looking like I do, that's uncharacteristic for people, specifically young women, to do.
Yeah.
And she just had a vibe about her. I'm like, I think this is a fae. So I'm not 100%. Probably not. She's probably just an eclectic graduate student.
Yeah.
But she's
More
another one who
interesting to think
sticks out
she's
as
a fae.
like maybe you're a dryad, just trying, like you've seen me around for a while and you're just trying to make sure I'm good. I'm good. I just like to walk around and play Pokemon Go because there's Pokestops out there. But like, I appreciate it. You're not nearly as scary as the thing that hunted us years ago. Yeah, man. I know I sound like a crack job, but like this,
It's
seriously,
interesting.
wildlife. I think it's wildlife 411 is what you want to look up.
Not gonna do
If
that.
you want a good,
I'm
if you want a
going
good,
to look it up for Reminder Feature Me when I'm editing. Go look it up. I'm
Ooh.
curious.
Ooh.
I'm gonna file that one away. It's something I never want to do. Because I
it's
am
already-
morbidly curious about things I should not be curious about, and I will dig myself into a panic attack.
Yeah. That
Speaking of
reminds me
being
like,
morbidly curious to
No,
be traumatized,
stop it.
when I was a kid in
what else
like
did you run
middle
into in the
school-
woods?
Well, no, it was elementary school, middle school. I don't know how it came up on YouTube, but it was like videos of ghostly apparitions. I was like, oh, that'll be cool. I made it like 30 seconds into that video and was like actively horrified. I'm like, holy they caught the ghosts on video. I hate it here because, wow. I'm either stupid or I'm right. And as a kid, I was like, this is real, and I hate it.
Yep.
So
I tell you, I have an active imagination. As a child, I could not watch anything like remotely scary, much less like thriller. So like, I mistakenly watched the movie Signs,
I think
and
I've seen that.
Signs is like an alien invasion movie. It's not meant to be
Ooh.
scary. It's a thriller.
Yeah.
But I, as a young child, I lived like my bedroom is in the basement, and I had a window. You know how like a basement, you have that floor, like the ground level window. My bed was here, and the ground level window is there, and I would imagine if I was staring up at the window, and I would just imagine like alien legs walking across
Ew.
the window, like the silhouette, and I would I had nightmares for weeks.
Oh no.
I could not sleep as a child because I watched Signs, and like
Oh
that
my
one
God.
shot, they're like filming in Mexico, and the alien walks by and makes eye contact with the camera, and it's like the newsreel shot. Oh,
It ruined your life.
it's terrible. It ruined my life. I had nightmares about The Day After Tomorrow, the movie about the world ending.
I hated
I
world
had
ending movies.
nightmares
They scared
because
me.
like a storm happened. I'm like, I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
I'm gonna die. Like the world's ending.
I like scary
It's
movies,
terrible.
but at the same time, like, I don't like them, and I'm like, ha, this is so stupid. I like them, and I'm actively scared of all of them.
Yeah.
I don't like
I-
them. I will thoroughly admit to being the bitch of the group and just like,
Same.
who can I
can't
hide
do
behind?
it.
Because I'm much more comical at a haunted house or like a haunted corn maze.
I'm scared of
'Cause,
those
like-
because what
Because
if
it's
someone
cheesy,
really scary
right?
got hired to work there? That's what I always think. They hired a
I
murderer.
I like to play it actually stupid, and then I try to see if I can scare the scare actors.
Stupid.
We went to Cedar Point one time, which I don't know if you know the area at all. It's a big amusement park in Ohio.
Megan
And we went during
my friend Megan.
we went during Halloween, and I saw a scare actor kind of like creep out of the woods because he saw some, girls coming or whatever, but he didn't see us walking behind him. So he just kind of like stood there all menacingly with his little like, like prop knife in the fog. And as these girls were getting closer, they're like, who the is that? And I creeped up behind the scare actor like this. I went, ah! And he went, Jesus Christ! And he actually got frightened. He's like, holy shit, no one's ever scared me here before. I'm like, yeah. So like
That's so funny.
when it's like a Halloween thing in person, I think it's a lot more fun.
Mm-hmm.
When it's like, oh, people go missing here all the time. Nope.
I want to go to a haunted house, but Robert's like scared I'll bring something back. I don't know what I would bring back, but I want to. But I don't want to have an experience. I just want to go somewhere that
like
other
a
people.
spirit,
I
or
guess. He doesn't know. He's just like, I just don't.
Go back
want
to
you
somebody
to.
else's house.
That's what he has said, and I'm like, I live here. I can't.
I wear a bracelet to ward off the ojo. It's like Mexican
Don't
lore.
say the damn thing's name out loud, Michael.
It's fine.
I already said Wendigo.
It's fine. No, I didn't say indigo. I said the ojo.
GL to you guys, man. GL.
I don't know much about it except for
I don't want none of that shit.
To just ward it off.
You have a bracelet, so it can't even get you. You're fine.
Can't get me.
Yeah.
Yeah, the equivalent of the sea bear circle.
You're fine.
Okay.
Next.
I'm fine.
Should I do the
Next question, please.
Yeah, I was gonna say we've gotten
creeped
so
out.
off
It's like dark too, and Robert went to bed, and I'm like, oh my god.
I'm gonna go to bed and like not be able to sleep. Thanks.
It's fine. We have
Ooh.
questions first. Okay, let's see.
Can we talk about RuneScape, please?
Okay. Question from the OSRS podcast. They have 2 questions for us.
Shout out.
First one, when are we forming the alliance of small OSRS podcasts to take down Seder and base Twitch once and for all? And I thought that was interesting because I'm like, that's so awkward that OSRS doesn't realize that you guys had 1 million streams and therefore you're famous now.
So you want to know why they do know that? Sparry is in our clan.
Yeah.
Sparry is, I'm pretty sure, on the clan admissions council. He is
really?
very aware.
On the
He's on the council.
They're very aware that, like, but again, it's this, like, Michael and I have had this conversation too. It's like, we want to be nominated for Golden Gnomes, right? Yeah. We want a podcast Golden Gnome. We'd love to get nominated. We know we're going to lose to say Bayer Based.
Yeah.
Because
but to be nominated too is cool.
To be nominated would be great, but we're not partnered streamers.
Mm-hmm.
We don't do this full time. When you take 6 partnered streamers and combine them with someone who interviews J-mods on a regular basis because he's made that kind of a name for himself in Twitch and podcasting, it's like we have a great and wonderful community, but we don't have the numbers to beat that.
Yeah.
But we have the community who loves us.
Which,
I think we have a shot to get votes, but like he has the numbers to be like, hey guys, just like.
But that's the thing.
Whatever,
we don't have enough because like there are, I'm sure, people who listen to Bunebape and OSRS and XP Waste who would vote for the Sebe cast.
Yeah.
Because they just
Traitors.
like that show better.
Yeah.
Traitors, exactly, bastards. I don't think it's a matter of ever like taking down those shows. I think it's a matter of like, because we don't have a Twitch or a Kick deal. Well, we don't. You might someday. At the rate you're going on Twitch. You might be a Twitch partner at the pace you're going with the amount of streams, the amount of viewers, and the amount of clips and highlights and it's
the working has made it less.
Jobs do be a bitch, don't they?
They do. That's okay.
But I think it's more like, for me, I think about it as like we need the awareness to be recognized. I think like if we all got nominated for a Golden Gnome and then lost to people with like 100,000 subscribers, you can't be mad about that.
It's like expected.
You can't be mad about getting outplayed like that. But I feel like people have been calling for this kind of a, award sort of recognition thing. Cause like, we're not disparaged by any means, but podcasts are not a particularly popular medium.
Yeah.
to sort of promote, because they're a big
But
time
cosplay
commitment.
is.
But
I'm
like,
sorry, I'm salty. I'm salty.
so cosplay is fun because cosplay can
It's
be
fun.
hundreds of hours
Golden
of
Gnome?
work. But it can be hundreds of hours of work for something that you, as the viewer and the voter, don't need to invest a lot of time in, right?
I guess.
You
true.
can see,
Look at a
you can
picture.
see like New Nell's Elysian, or you can see Radish
love
Boy's
New.
Dragon Hunter Lance, and you can go, "Holy shit, that is crazy cool."
Yeah.
You know, you
Click
can see
vote.
those things and be like, "Absolutely, I'm voting yes for that," because these things are sick as.
They're
You
easy to
have to listen
process.
through. They're easy to process. You have like 400 hours of content from XP Waste to get through to
Here's
determine if we are better than somebody you already know from Twitch.
Yeah.
You have to
But here's my
base.
counterpoint. They have categories in the Golden Gnomes like best new streamer, best new YouTuber. Like they already have those categories that like lend dedication. Like they lend people to be dedicated to this person to know who they are. If you have a list of 5 people who just started streaming, it's the same as if you had 5 podcasts. Like I don't see a difference. I get it what you're saying with the pictures and like the cosplay, but
I think there's
I
a
don't really
there's a
see a
big
difference.
there's a big piece of virality that podcasts don't usually have, right? Like like Michelle, you never post podcast highlights. You post Twitch highlights.
I've thought about how I should, but then I don't want to scroll through 2 hours of video to find them.
Exactly. We don't even do that. Right?
Yeah.
Like
We
do
used
that
to.
very
It's a lot of
briefly.
work.
We do that
Yeah.
very briefly. It's a lot of work when we did it on TikTok. But it's much easier to like make a little note on a Twitch stream of like at like, hey, I got a fang. I'm gonna make a
I write
clip
them
out
down
of
in my
that.
planner
No.
right here. Whenever that happens.
Exactly. Like that's so much easier to do,
Yup.
and that's so much easier again for the viewer to be like, oh, that's the girl that dresses up as all the weird fucking RuneScape cosplays and like use the inventory tags. She's funny. That's OSRS's best new streamer right there,
Yeah.
right? Because of that like simple recognition, you know. And I think between that and like short form YouTube videos, like Jimmy's construction video, that the one that kind of like skyrocketed him into where he's at right now, one of his first like big hits video wise. It's only like 14 or 15 minutes long if I remember correctly.
Really?
It's not a big, yeah, it's not a very long video, but it's well made and it's funnier than so that's just how I see it with why podcasting is harder to do. But damn, guys, we need a little something. Do we just nominate us? You know, that's all I'm looking for.
It wasn't a category before, right?
Nope,
It's never
still
been a
not.
category.
I think it's going to be this year, to be honest. I have no reason
Fingers
to
crossed.
think
They never
that. I'm just delusional.
They
and I'm-
never even mentioned Golden Gnomes though.
They're waiting
for
till
RuneFest.
RuneFest. I think that they were waiting and they were going to announce it before and it got canceled. So now they're probably just going to wait till March is my guess.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
think
I
they're
hope
waiting.
so. They'll
'Cause it's always
probably
around this time.
they'll probably have to tell us in like January, I think.
Because I want to submit like a bunch of my cosplays and be like, please, I just think it'd be cool. I don't think I'll win, but I think it'd be cool.
My hot take is that Based is not a RuneScape podcast. It's RuneScapers who do a podcast. So like if they won the Gnome for best RuneScape podcast, I would be so pissed.
Do they not really? I don't listen to other podcasts.
I was gonna say, do you listen to the show to know that they talk about RuneScape or not?
I don't. But
Okay, so you have
someone
no
who's
idea.
never listened to the podcast.
have you, Oxie?
I've listened to their solo mission episode before we.
Dude,
had
I mean,
none
they
of us have
interview
listened.
RuneScapers, but like, are they doing like tips for the mid game or like reading the news posts? Like that to me is what a RuneScape podcast is.
They are doing that. You want to know where they're doing that? On their
In their
YouTube channels.
Twitch,
On their
Yeah.
Twitch streams.
but their
Because they are-
podcast Based After Dark is not a RuneScape podcast.
It's just like
So we
friends
did
that
it-
play
They're
RuneScape.
RuneScapers who have a pod. It's like
Yeah.
I
you
challenge
took-
you to
if you
listen,
took, like,
listen to the show. Actually,
6
I
guys who
challenge you
play
to
hockey.
actually
They're
listen
just
to the
shit
show.
talking. It's not a hockey podcast.
Okay,
It's just
two
hockey
things.
players who play hockey who are shit talking.
Two
It's not a
things.
hockey podcast.
Two things. Number
Okay.
one, go
Number
listen
one.
to the show. See if it's
I don't want
actually. See,
What's number two?
Okay, that's That's child behavior. Go listen to an episode.
I'm dying on this
show
hill.
and see if it's a RuneScape podcast or not. Number two, sometimes when people create podcasts, we did it because it's a fun, creative medium and we could build a community out of it. Other people do it. Like, did you know LeBron James has a podcast?
Everyone and their
Is
mother
he known
has
as a podcaster?
Yeah.
Is it because we really like his podcast, or is it because we like him and we want more of him?
Mm-hmm.
When you're a good streamer, it doesn't matter what you play because people show up for you. People like, Queso, Markiplier, people like that could play literally anything and people will watch them because they're such a good personality, right? The people in the RuneScape community who have created the base podcast became popular enough that people were like, play Minecraft, play Rust, play RuneScape. We don't care. Like, you are fun enough and entertaining enough that we will watch you do whatever. You come together, you make a podcast, and people are going to tune in and listen. Mm-hmm. Because not only do they think you're entertaining, but they also respect your opinion on the game because you've established yourself as someone who knows the game very well. We've established ourselves from knowing the game from 500 hours of doing podcasts and collectively 20,000 hours of accounts that we have between us.
The number just keeps getting bigger artificially.
So,
it's hilarious.
I mean,
5 million hours.
I'm at 301 days on just my main account.
I'm over a year.
That's not counting leagues or Deadman or like anything like that. You got a maxed main and you got a 2K total Iron Man. Like, you and I got a lot of time in this game and a lot of content to have built up their receipts, right? With the podcast. They just did it in a different order. Whereas we're now getting back into streaming because Michael and I both used to stream many moons ago. We're trying to get back into the Twitch domain. And they just had a flipped path. So I don't listen to the show enough to know that, like, if they ever talk about RuneScape or not. But again, LeBron James could get on the show and talk about old cars for every single episode of his podcast, and it would still be considered a basketball podcast.
We talked about Ghosts for
because
like 30
LeBron
minutes.
James is the host.
I don't think it would. I really don't.
I think
I think it would just be LeBron's podcast.
Show. Yeah. Like,
just because his profession is basketball. Sorry to interrupt you. What'd you?
No, it's fine.
Sorry.
Go for it. Keep going.
Just because his profession is basketball doesn't make it a basketball podcast. And I think you literally proved my point in saying these people are so well known that people are just there for them. They could play Minecraft or whatever, but I don't think you were trying to prove my point. But that's how I
wasn't trying to prove your point because three people who have been doing this for a really long time just had a 30-minute conversation about ghosts and cryptozoology on a RuneScape podcast. We talked about flights and travel. We talked about what we do for work. We talked about ghosts. We talked about parenthood. We talked about giving each other hugs with our legs. We talked about a bunch of other shit.
Cutting that out.
I think that was
not
in the
that was yesterday when we recorded.
That was yesterday.
I
think overall,
that stuff is not related to the show. But if you get on there, and you criticize Bunebape because they don't talk about RuneScape 24/7, we open our show by saying we tangent, dog. Like,
yes.
I just think it's kind of harsh to
I think it depends how much of it's tangent and how much is RuneScape. Like,
here's what I'll do.
Still RuneScape based.
I'll listen to it, and I'll come back to you with an opinion.
Get
how
like
about that?
3 episodes.
Because you are a based stan, and I don't understand.
But that's the thing. I don't listen to podcasts. I'm not a based stan. I just don't think it's fair to say they're not a RuneScape podcast.
I told you it was a hot take.
I have a based tattoo on my ass, actually. It's Tasty's face. It's great.
This is a long-running conversation between Oxie and I just decided to bring it up here for the drama. And I knew he would take the bait. He took the bait. He really did.
He falls.
Oh yeah, you want to take the bait? I'm going to say the word "no monkey," and Michael's going to activate like the Winter Soldier and get all pissed off again.
Why?
Twitching?
What's wrong with no monkey?
Actually twitching? I don't want to talk about it.
He raided me last night.
I know he
doesn't.
did.
Michael doesn't like. Michael doesn't
you?
like PVMers.
I don't like
PVMers make Michael upset.
I'm a PVMer.
No, elitist.
Duh.
Make me upset.
Okay.
Elitism.
You look upset. We can move on to the next question. So, second question from OSRS. I'll ask you more about that once we're all done recording, too, because I'm curious now. But, question...
Off the record.
Off the record. After doing your respective podcasts for so long, how do you keep doing episodes without it feeling stale?
I'll take this one. It's hard.
Okay.
It is so hard for us. Yesterday we recorded, and I'm just like, we're gonna yap. Oxie, like we're yappers. Let's just yap. Like that's what it's come down to.
But people
I don't know.
listening
Like
to yap.
people like us for us, and they would listen to the show even if we didn't talk about RuneScape.
You guys aren't a RuneScape podcast, but I think that's cool that you still.
Here's the thing. I think it comes down to my own pride in calling myself a RuneScape podcast, because I actively, and I know Oxie actively tries to make the show about old school RuneScape. And so that's where it becomes very hard in coming up with like week to week different content, because one, we don't want to be repetitive.
Yeah.
And two, we don't just want to read the news post. It's not a bad thing to just read the news post, but like,
I know, like that would kind of hurt my feelings, but it's fine. I'll move on. We read the news post.
You guys read the news post, and it's great. But like
I don't actually care. It's fine.
We actively try and not do that, because like there's great podcasts out there already. Like if people want to listen to the news, listen to Bunebape. That's we send them elsewhere because we're not the news podcast. So it's hard, but we manage it. And if we can't, like, here's the peek behind the curtain. If it's really hard and we can't come up with something, we just take the week off. We just say we're not posting this week. Sorry, guys.
We need to start doing
Which
that
has
more.
been very helpful sometimes to like, we're going to take a week off and actually
reset?
plan ahead in some of our episodes. Cause like, you know, my logic with the news posts has always been like, I read them the day they come out, and I have for years. You know, I'm not a podcast listener to begin with, but I would not want to listen to myself regurgitate the same thing for 2 hours that I read in 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like
at that point, it's more about your opinions.
But again, I'm just trying to picture what do I find entertaining from myself, which is a little bit different than like, you know, other folks or whatever. But like, I don't know. I think for me, what's kept it, you know, other than having such a wonderful co-host, we share a bed sometimes. Other than, you know, Michael, I think the fact that the game is not stagnant makes it so easy to talk about.
Oh, true.
There's always a billion things to talk about.
Like the Summer Summit gives us like 3 episodes worth of content. The Winter Summit gives us 3 episodes worth of content.
We talk about
any like leagues gives us weeks. Any like major updates like Varlamore or, you know, Tombs of a Masket. Any controversies that happen like the 117 debacle.
Ugh.
Or the blowpipe nerf, or God, what else?
Nerf.
Like, you know,
Project Rebalance.
the Fang nerf. Like all these things give us like weeks of content to touch on, and whether or not we are reading the news post directly or we're just talking about like things we've experienced. Like when Varlamore came out, we interviewed Mod Rice. It was such a good episode. It was so fun. You know, and it's things like that, because the game is always changing. That like, there's always something to talk about, because even at the very worst, if there ain't shit happening in this game, which is not super uncommon to have weeks of like the dead man modes changed. Yeah, it's like LMS worlds rotated. Have fun. Like that's it. Like those are great weeks to like, all right, let's flex a little bit of that game knowledge that we, you know, tout that we have so much. Let's, you know, we have a very mid-game based community. What are you going to do with your first 100 mil? What are you going to do? What are your best buyable upgrades to get? What are your best untradables to get? If you had to put the diary cape perks in a tier list, what would those look like? How would we redesign the skill cape perks if we could? It's like there's so many pieces of this game, because it's such a horizontal progression it's horizontal and then deep that we can just pick any topic, a lot of which we haven't explored. Like we have plans for post Max episodes, which is like, I don't know,
After you get
our
Max.
favorite skilling methods
Yeah.
for each of the skills. Like that's gonna be an episode that has nothing to do with the new content that's coming out.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know. I feel like there's some weeks we do text each other at 8 o'clock in the morning, go, what are we talking about? I don't know. All right, sick. And we have to like free ball it like we did last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot
Yeah.
of times it's very, I don't know. It feels like it flows
Here's a
pretty good.
Here's a pro tip. Don't ever try and design a quest using the randomizer feature on the wiki. That's not a great idea.
Michael design a
How
quest.
do you even
I don't
design a
know.
quest? What does this even
All
mean?
right, do yourself
I
do
think I
yourself
just
a
blacked out when you
disservice.
said that. What?
Do yourself a disservice. Do yourself a disservice and go find our quest episode. Where we design our own quest. It's the worst episode in our catalog.
Oh.
But Guthix also asked both of us, how do you keep your podcast from feeling stale? Because you have more episodes than we do, I'm pretty sure.
We don't take
We're
breaks.
on like one.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we just dropped like one. Because today's
167.
Monday. On Thursday, it'll be 167. You guys are up in like the what, 180s, 200s
Yeah, I
at
think
this
this
point?
is gonna be 183 with 183 or 184 with you guys this week. But
Damn.
we don't take breaks except for like if very, very rarely, like whenever we went to the Netherlands and whenever I had COVID for a couple weeks. And that's all I could
Ooh,
think
here's a-
about.
Yeah. We do this cool thing during like between between Thanksgiving and New Year's.
Mhm.
We go every other week because it's like the
Oh.
holidays are just so busy for us. So the last
Yeah.
3 years from November to like January 1st, we switched to an every other week schedule and it works out so beautifully. That's why
Which is
we're
great, because then we have
kind of
3
behind.
weeks off of editing in between.
yeah.
I should maybe do something like that because it was fine before, but now that I'm working full time, like it's exhausting sometimes. Like I
Yeah.
was very scared coming home to record with you guys, but now I think we've been recording too long because I'm having fun, but that's okay. But
We're sorry. We tend to not shut the hell up.
Oh,
So
it's okay.
Certified
Yeah.
yappers.
I'm also a
Yeah,
yapper. I
I-
enjoy this. But yeah, we just read whatever's going on for the week and talk about it, and I'm just like, oh my god, everything sounds so good, and Robert's like, nothing sounds good, and we
Aw.
just go back and forth, and we'll like look at like stuff that's going on in the community, or if I know there's not gonna be updates, I'll try to do a lot of stuff in games so I could talk about what I was doing. But lately I've just been killing rats, so it's making it hard. But now I'm like, I used to feel a lot of pressure to have like longer episodes, like over an hour. But now that I'm working, like the weeks that don't have a lot of updates, I'm like, if this episode is 45 minutes long, that's the way God intended this episode to be. And that's how long it will be.
exactly.
Amen. And then I just post that.
You posted.
Yeah, a lot less pressure that way.
That's great. We've kind of locked ourselves into longer episodes.
Yeah.
Not because
People go
we-
feral for the longer episodes.
They do.
I don't
They literally,
understand.
I
And
don't understand.
we are
either.
we're people's
love our
lifeline at
community.
work. I think.
love our community so much. I do not understand how these people will, and I mean this in the most loving way possible, unironically push for 5-hour episodes. There was, we had the fabled 2-hour episode because our original content was like 30, 45 minutes. And then it got to an hour and a half. Like 2 hours is too much. The fabled 2-hour episode hit. And it's like,
Yeah.
all right, well, then the fabled 3-hour episode, what are we going to do about that? And then sure enough, the fabled 3-hour episode hit. And then it was like, well, shit. And then, what are we going to do about the 4-hour episode? And when Desert Treasure 2 came out, Michael and I tried so hard to get that to a 4-hour episode. And we made it to like 3 hours and 56 minutes. And then what was the next week? Like our weapons tier list or something?
It was one of the tier lists.
It was something stupid. And then we broke 4 hours the next week after that. So like as of last summer, we have an episode that is over 4 hours long. And the people are like, hey, GZ, 5-hour episode when? Like they
Ew.
just want it to
No.
keep. That's what I said. I'm like, you want to edit a 5-hour episode?
Yeah,
They're like, no, I want you to, so
and
I
the
can listen
upload
to
time
it.
on
It is.
YouTube is like 36 hours. It feels like for every hour of the
Yeah.
video.
Oh, it's gonna be terrible. But like, in the most loving way possible, the psychopaths who are really entrenched in our show really love the long episodes.
I've
So
been
we
told that
have
as
kind
well,
of.
and I'm like, I don't get it.
Well, it's like when you listen to content to get you through a shift at work, or you want to zone out and just like go on a long drive, it is nice from the consumer's end to just have something that you can just continually play in the background. But from the
Did you
content
just hear
creator
him say
side,
the word consumers? Did you just hear that
The
too?
bottom line here.
Now you know what I go through in this house.
I was thinking you said that, and I was like,
they consume our content, not
No, like
But-
the
but
market
yeah,
right now is
the listener-
insane.
a lot of room for growth, you know.
guys. There needs to be. I need you guys to focus on the business a
Yeah.
little more than you are. You guys
Yeah.
are not taking this
Jesus
seriously
Christ.
I'm
enough.
so sorry.
Trying to
Tell me about the
balance out
consumers and
the-
what their demand is.
Trying to balance out.
You gotta
you know,
push product on these guys. Jesus
It's
Christ.
just like a bottom line.
Yeah.
Good type of meeting.
Y'all want to hear a capitalist hellscape nightmare that I experienced the other day, which is almost more frightening than getting hunted by an alien? I went through the Taco Bell after practice, and I got greeted by a AI at the drive-thru.
Huh?
Same. Yeah,
was-
that's happened around me.
Dude,
Panda
it
Express.
was the worst
Taco
experience.
Bell.
I literally pulled into the drive-thru and it went, "Hello, what would you like to order from Taco Bell?" And I went, "What the f?" And it just said, "I'm sorry, what was that?"
Oh
And
my
I'm like,
god.
it took me so long to order because I was like, I'm so shook right now. What? And
Yeah.
it got my order up on the screen. It's like, your total will be $10.38. And I'm like, okay. And then a person came on and they're like, did you want 2 cheesy bean and rice burritos or just one? And I'm like, oh my God, a person. Oh my, no, just one. Just one. Thank you. And they're like, okay, yeah, pull up. And I went up front and I'm like, dude, I know you as a drive-thru employee don't have a say. This AI ain't it.
Yeah, that's so
And the
weird.
manager came out from the back and was like, it's a learning bot. It's going to take 45 days to learn how to do it. We don't like it either. I'm like, dude, that is f***ed. It is
That
so
sucks.
stinky gross. I will never go to a drive-thru again at this point.
That's
So,
so weird.
you know.
I've never had that. Do you say thank you to the AI after it was all done? Taking your
No,
order?
no. I am
Like,
when I
thanks.
order
Have a
through
good
an
day.
AI, when I order from the AI drive-through, cold as hell. I'm like, bean burrito. No. just like match the vibe.
We don't have any of those here
It's
that I've
gross.
seen. That's weird.
It was my first
want
experience
that.
with one.
I wanna opt
genuinely
out, like-
I've been cutting
speak for
out
person.
drive-throughs for a long time because for me it's much more intentional to go into a fast food place, right?
Mhm.
Like drive-through is super convenient, but it's so much more of an intentional action to park and get out of the car and go inside and look at the menu and go, oh, like Patrick, and figure out what you want and then wait in the restaurant and get your food. It's sometimes like it's not worth it. I'm just gonna go make food at home. You know,
Yeah.
it saves money. It helps me eat from eating fast food. After this, I might be spooked out of drive-throughs for the long term
It's gonna save you money.
Well,
because
It's just Taco Bell and it's just Panda. So
a terrible
That's really
experience.
weird.
0
like
out of 10.
that.
Don't
you
like
can
it.
order on the mobile app from Taco Bell and literally just roll up and say, I'm picking up a mobile order for blah, blah, blah. And they'll say, thanks, checked in. And you just go.
Okay,
You just
well,
drive
Shark
on.
Tank-
You've already paid. Beautiful.
I know Shark Tank over here loves AI, you know, the venture capitalist over here, but I can't say I'm a big fan of it.
I didn't
in
know
my
we had a
fast food
boomer
period.
on the podcast.
Bro, you knew
thought we had
damn
a
well.
millennial.
Michael, we share a bed. You know damn well you got a boomer on this show. Okay,
I know. This is very boomer.
I know we have more questions to get to, and I
We
know
tangented again.
I
we're
know.
rapidly approaching the it's my
Tangented.
bedtime.
Well, the next question is gonna be like,
conversation.
what do you guys think about AI drive-throughs? So I'll just like skip that one.
Okay, thank you.
Next.
We already answered it.
Yeah. This is from Iron Robin. Last
Shout out, Robin.
last week I went to a concert with my fiance and the audience was about 85% female. What artist do you think would draw an audience with an even amount of males and females? Not RuneScape related.
Ooh. Damn. I was gonna say Julian Surma, but no.
Paramore.
That's a good one. That's a really good one.
I
don't know many artists, so
I would
had to
think
pull
it's
from the backlog here.
I would think it is like a combination of people,
Mhm.
like music festivals. Maybe I would think EDM artists might pull a combination, but
True.
like my first thought is like, oh, Hosier, that's almost all just like horny indie women. Like that's not a lot of dudes go watch him.
No, I think a lot of guys like him too, the horny indie men.
As a horny indie guy, I absolutely get it. I have a Hosier tattoo. I love him, but
There we
like,
go.
you know, I feel like it would have to be like either a festival or like a combination of people who are about the same level of popularity within within like a similar genre. You know,
Sure.
that's kind of. I'm trying to think of like
My mind, I can't process thoughts right now. Huh.
Ooh, cool. I love that for you.
Because I had an artist. Like,
well, like
is-
what if you put like Kendrick Lamar and
love that
Megan
for
Thee
you.
Stallion together? What would that do? That
Kendrick
probably
Lamar
would that
and
be
who?
like a 50 Megan Thee Stallion? Would that
I
pull like a
love her.
50-50 crowd, do we think?
Yes. She's my
If
favorite.
you did
Hmm.
who's like super straight that we could pair with Chapel Roan?
Post
I was
Malone.
thinking Chapel Roan, and I was like, of course, me as a bisexual woman is like, everyone loves Chapel Roan, right?
I
Not
look
everyone
as
loves
as a fellow member of the Alphabet Mafia, but
Mm-hmm.
also a cis man. It is. I've said this before. It's so hard to sing her songs without sounding like a giga incel. Like I want you to like picture the bridge of "Good Luck, Babe." Like you're gonna wake up next to him in the middle of the night, and you're gonna think about me because I was the best you ever had. That is the most incel I have ever heard, and I love her music. She only gets away with it because she's a lesbian. Because if
Yeah.
a dude sung that, oh, and I don't ever like to talk
And
like
that
that
one-
either, because that's just like that's crusty, but it is kind of funny. Of
No,
like,
yeah. It's a
like
different
red wine
meaning.
supernova. It's a totally different meaning.
I feel
when
like with
you
her,
sing
it's
red
like
wine supernova
You're
as
pretending
a dude,
you're
you
not a
know?
lesbian, but you're a lesbian. If it's a man singing it, it's like, you're never gonna do
It's
better than me,
creepy.
bitch.
Yes, it's
Different
so weird.
Vibes.
Yeah, it's so weird. But Iron Robin is one of our clan members, and actually, he and I went on a duo tob in leagues, and I got my scythe in leagues with him.
Oh, sick.
so-
Let's go.
Yeah, shout out to you, Iron Robin. But
Shout out
We've
Iron
been
Robin.
sending chambers together
We love
occasionally.
Cute.
Chambies buddies. Yeah.
Cock
Thanks, Iron Robin.
buddies. Next question. This is from Nasty OSRS. Where'd these guys go? I haven't seen them tweet since the Verf episode. Why aren't you guys on Twitter anymore?
two answers. Number one, I am on Twitter. I use my personal Twitter. It is, I want to say it's just at OxyM. Let me go double check for you real quick though. Let me go to my
Well,
my
they put the
Twitter.
sad face. They put the sad
It's
face
The
in
little
there.
eating
at
face.
it's at OxyM17. So that's my personal Twitter that I use pretty frequently, and
Is
you'll
this a
find that
plug?
I'm.
Can you bleep that out, please?
I mean, yeah, sure, bleep it out. But like, I just tweeted
gonna cost
about getting I just
gonna
tweeted about
cost.
getting 99 Hunter. Right, it's probably the last thing I tweeted. It's like
Actually, why
I
can't
am
you
on
tweet that on
Twitter.
our branded account, please?
Because on
please.
the flip side, right, the other piece is content creation with a full-time career and a life outside of my career and a life outside of content creation. Trying to upkeep social media for me is exhausting.
Yeah, I agree.
I am not the kind of guy who particularly enjoys trying to promote social media, not because I don't like self-promotion, but because the idea of like constantly being plugged into the brand just doesn't even feel right. Like we're trying to do social media at my job right now, and it's exhausting. And I
Yeah.
don't like it because it's like we have to follow a structure, we have to follow a schedule with posting, and they have to meet a certain criteria. Like we can't do memes or anything. It's like not
That's so annoying.
fun. Like kind of like to me, kind of like, I don't want to say it sucks the life out of it, but like it's not my Twitter account. And I had this conversation with Michael when we created the XPO's Twitch account, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't care about the XPO's Twitch account. I don't care about the XPO's Twitter account or the XPO's Instagram account. I have my own personal ones for that, right? I understand the importance of having a brand and having to grow on social media. My flip side to that, nasty, is I think it is way more personable to interact with an actual person and not a brand, right? And in some ways that is we see the antithesis of that in some ways, whereas like you don't stream on the Michelle Twitch channel, you stream on the Bunebape Twitch channel.
Yeah, people just call me Bunebape, and I'm like, oh, actually, that's not how it started.
Yeah, it's been this interesting evolution of like, it's not how it started. It's, you know, you and Rob, and you have the show, and, you know, we've heard about the origins of why you call it Bunebape, but now you're Bunebape.
Yeah,
it's
really
your,
weird.
You're in the profile picture. You're the one people associate with it, and
I'm the one
you know,
tweeting weird
yeah, you also have a show that happens to be called Bunebape too.
Yeah.
Right. But like, you know, Hosier is a person and also is an artist called Hosier. Right? It's that kind of a thing. Whereas I have no interest in being the XPOAs podcast.
Yeah.
I'm Oxie from the XPOAs podcast. And if you find me on Twitter or Instagram, you'll see that my bio has XP Waster and podcaster in it. But like, I never had an interest in being known as a brand. Yeah. And I would rather you know me as the person from the brand. So like the Spotify link is in my bio on Twitter and on Instagram. So I know like we've not been super active. But from my end, that's always just how I've looked at it. Is like I don't, and it drives Michael insane. And I do apologize, but like I am not big into the like, we got to do it on the branded channel. Like I don't give a shit. You know,
I mean, it's
like,
easier once you just kind of make that your personal channel, because we used to the Bunebape Twitter used to be me stealing memes from Reddit and just reposting them once a day on a timer. That's my shameful secret. I stopped doing that. I wasn't trying to steal them, but yeah, I was definitely just stealing them and just reposting.
But like, how did that feel? Not in the sense of stealing, but like, oh, like, honey, it's time to post another meme.
Oh no,
like,
it was annoying. Like I would sit there every night and be like, I'd copy and paste like the fake captions I came up with already to be like, haha, true, lol, and I'm just like, ugh. I mean, I still do that with shorts. I do that like once a day. Sometimes it's annoying, but I like making the shorts, so it's worth it. But now, just tweeting whatever unhinged thing I want and treating like a personal account is better.
But it's also so much different when you're making the short.
Oh, yeah.
When you're like, ugh, okay, it feels like recycled content because I'm using the same sound bites and it's the same camera angles. Mm-hmm. Like, this isn't me critiquing your shorts. This is, as someone who's also made that kind of content, I know that it can feel like, oh, it's so overdone.
No, there's so many sound bites that I'm just like, I'll add it, like, ugh.
Yeah, it's like if I hear that pufferfish make that noise again, I'm gonna scream. Right, that's my intro sound usually. But like I know as a creator it can be exhausting, but as a viewer, it's like, you know, damn, you pumping out shorts like once every other day.
Yeah.
Like it's great content to watch, and you know, you make the drops that are at this point meaningless at least a little funny, right?
Yeah.
Like. Michael gets annoyed at me because I say things like Justy and Prayer Scrolls and Rings and Fangs are all FFA. Like, if it's not my purple chest and it's Justy, you can keep it. And if it's mine, I'm going to keep it.
I want to split.
Yeah. And like,
dude, I have to deal with, Michelle?
That's how people know you.
It's ridiculous.
Is like she'll split rings. That's kind of funny. And like, that's,
yeah.
you know, it's another clip of like,
oh, well. People are shaming me.
Yeah, like womp womp. It's another ring. I still want my split though. Yeah. Like it's consistent and kind of it's entertaining, right? And you're also making it yourself. I think is another piece of it that I would, as a viewer, see. But yeah, social media for me it's tough. I don't know. I've been considering just like deleting Instagram and I don't know, like turning notifications off for TikTok and all that. It's just like. How do you feel, Michael? Because you're not also you're the other piece to this puzzle here.
Yeah.
Huh. I don't know. Like I think from no, you guys are gonna I'm gonna get ragged on, but from a business standpoint,
Stop it. What does the consumer
unironically,
want?
stop. Listen,
Dun 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 dun
I
dun dun. Jesus.
it's not a safe space, guys. Is
Sorry,
it a
you're gonna
safe
make me
space?
feel so unwelcome here.
It's a safe space, and I'm only asking for $400,000 for 20% of my
Shut
company.
up.
Okay, real answer. I
Yeah.
view the podcast like a business. To grow a business, you have to engage with your audience. To
Mhm.
engage with your audience, it's mostly through social media. So I wish I was way more active on our social media, but just like I don't do Twitter. It's not even on my home screen. So like in terms of keeping, like he said, we haven't tweeted since Verf. I don't do the X, the Twitters.
We don't call it X here.
I had never have.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I did that to trigger both of you.
You're the worst.
I don't do the Twitters. If you said, hey, like grow your TikTok platform or like grow on Instagram, I probably could figure it out.
Mhm.
But I don't know. I don't get Twitter. I never
Twitter's
have.
so much easier than the other two.
It's you just
In
tweet
my
whatever you
opinion,
want
Then tweet.
Twitter is so. But I do
on a different account.
my own page.
Hey.
You should just go on his phone whenever you guys meet up again and change his Twitter username to be like XP Waste Podcast. And
Listen,
then everything he tweets is the brand.
From the XP, I am the Oxy from the XP Waste podcast. I'm 50% of this goddamn brand.
Here, this is what I'll
You
do.
know me.
Every
If you know
day-
me on Twitter, it's because we are mutuals. After like, there are people I know on RuneScape Twitter who I have never directly spoken to, ever, and we've just liked tweets for like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, same.
I've got quite a few people like that on my timeline, and you know what? That's fine. I don't know. Man.
My new strategy, my business plan is just gonna be to go on the XP Waste Twitter and retweet everything Oxy posts.
I was just gonna say you could just retweet.
I'm just gonna
That's it.
retweet everything Oxy posts because that'll
Yeah.
make it like he's doing all the work. I'm pressing a button.
You're gonna
it's
get
as simple
tired of
as
doing that, I bet.
Probably.
You're gonna. I wish you just tweeted on this one.
It's so easy to switch an account. Like
He and I had the same argument about Twitch when we started the Twitch channel. About
Yeah.
like we both have existing affiliate Twitch channels that have the infrastructure to automatically start making money.
Honestly,
and
yeah, I would just
when
use
we
those.
like when we
Yeah,
raid
but,
someone,
like-
it's much more comfortable to say like, "Oh, OxyM17, thanks for the raid, dude. How was your stream?" Versus like, "Thank you, the XP Waste podcast for the raid. Who is it?"
Yeah.
That's the overwhelming response every single time.
Oh
we
yeah,
raid
you guys did
someone
raid me, and I was
who
like, "Who is
know
this?"
us, who know us. It's like, who are you? Which one of it?
Which one is
of
it?
you is it? Yeah. Versus
I've
like
done
they
that.
know who it is when they're rated by Bloodhound or Oxy. That was always my logic with Twitch. That's why, much to Michael's chagrin, the few times I have streamed, most of it has been on my personal Twitch.
Mhm.
But I had to do a operating system reset a couple months ago, and it cleared everything out of OBS. So
Ugh,
all my years of scenes and are just gone. So
I'd be so.
I
upset.
haven't gone live at all.
I
But
don't blame you. That's annoying.
social media to me is not like it's not fun, but it's a necessary component of having a podcast, I think. So
you
it just
gotta live tweet your thoughts while
Doesn't
listening
get
to the
done.
base podcast, Michael. That's what we gotta get you into it.
okay.
Live tweet your thoughts on the base podcast.
Yeah.
And you got to stop liking thirst traps on the XP Waste podcast. So like the feed is
Do
just
not
like
third straps on the XP Waste podcast.
I do.
I
People
swear to
can't see
God,
your
I do
likes
not.
anymore. If my friends are posting
Which, like,
thirst traps, I'm gonna
Thank
like
God.
it.
Same. Thank God. Right?
Yeah, no. I
But
didn't
I,
think
you
about
know
it.
how I know I don't do it on the XP Waste podcast channel? Because I never log into that channel. Like I got the notification that Bunebape had messaged us, and I went, like, why did it switch accounts? I went, oh, damn, she messaged, like, the official page.
Like, we have a Twitter? That's crazy. I didn't even know.
It's pretty much the reaction I had when I saw the message.
All right.
How do I work this app?
Next question is from Saint Wraith. How would you keep content relevant years after release?
How would you keep content relevant years after release? We kind of do. We had a whole.
He asked all these
that whole
questions a
episode.
year ago, and I'm slowly going through them. So I'm
Oh,
like,
nice.
if there's anything new. He had listened
I mean,
to,
we're
like,
keeping
60.
this. We're keeping this content
I
relevant.
was gonna say, didn't you pop the tweet out like a couple of days ago? What do you mean?
We have. He sent me a list last year of like 60 questions. I just like go and pick them every once in a while. And be
Oh,
like, well,
nice.
What's this?
Oh, damn, nice. How would I like? I could, because we kind of already answered this question like with the show content, right? But like,
Mhm.
how would you keep content years after release? If we think about the sense of like in-game content, give it a niche item
Mhm.
that is not totally ass to obtain.
That's
Like
what do they call, like,
Mm.
sideways progressions or something, or horizontal? progression?
horizontal
Yeah.
progression is like vertical progression has to happen. Like Torvo is bound to happen. Missouri was bound to happen. There will be something in the next decade that replaces Torva, Missouri, and Ancestral. That's
Yeah.
just how that's just how a game like this works, right? Which then we'll have to revisit the Shadow and the Scythe and all these other things that we've rebalanced over the years. But like, make something that is relevant for people to do. Like,
Mhm.
in addition to being a money printer, the Corrupted Gauntlet has one of, if not the best feasible upgrade you can get for your account. Other than the mega rare weapons, like, can we think of
Kivo.
anything? Like,
No.
if we can think of anything other that does not come from a raid that is as impactful for your account, like the
I mean, it's the
Bofa.
God Wars thing. Like, God Wars is still relevant when it probably shouldn't be, but they've kept it relevant by saying to have Torva, to have Missouri, to have all these like you have to break these pieces down into components. If they didn't do that and they just said Torva was free, Missouri was great, no, like, unfortunately, I think God Wars would be kind of dead.
But
Yeah.
what do you ever think it becomes too much? That they've been doing that so much, where they're like, you have to break down the previous item to do the next item. Is it
I
ever
do
too
hate, like,
much?
they did it
Upgrade
again. They did it again with Rancor. And
Kinda
like,
hate
Upgrade
Upgradescape.
Scape is like, ugh.
No.
It's
It's
a
not that
love-hate
like it's
relationship,
bad.
for
It's
sure.
just like we just need something different. You know,
Yeah.
we need like just a straight up best in slot upgrade that doesn't need to be attached to anything to make it, I think, feel good at this point. But the other
Absolutely.
piece of like of all this is let's add new content that makes existing content relevant again.
Mhm.
Like the Zamorakian spear and the Zami Hasta rose to prominence after years of sitting as like a just okay weapon when TOA came out. Like before everyone had their fangs and were super expensive, right? Like, you know, they've
Yeah.
kept content relevant in a lot of ways. God bless the GE tax, or Arcanes would be 100K.
Last question, also from Saint Wraith. Why does the community at large emphasize efficiency in doing things by the established meta? How has that attitude changed? How do you guys feel about efficiency? Is also what I'm curious, as a little add-on there.
On the show XP waste?
Yeah, I feel like you guys are like obsessed with it. It's like you're so elitist. It's uncomfortable to speak
So
to you.
the
One of us
the
is.
second name that I had pitched to Oxy was, so it was XP waste, and the second name was inefficient or inefficiency or something, like just
Yeah.
straight up inefficient.
That's good.
I don't know. Yeah, I think XP waste is a little bit more RuneScape related, but
Yeah.
I don't know why. Other than, I guess I do. So I kind of fall into this sometimes, but when you are an adult, you don't have like a ton of hours potentially at your disposal like you did maybe when you were in college or in high school or there's people with families. You're not, like the average player probably doesn't get to play more than 2 to 3 hours in a day, let alone a week. So
Mm-hmm.
I think whenever you look at this game, you're like, there is a pretty easy way to do that, and it's more efficient to do it this way. So I'm just going to do that
Just to get over
versus
with.
like to get it over with, or
Yeah.
to make use of your time in such a way that you're not wasting time. You're not wasting
Mhm.
XP. And this game kind of like it it requires a certain amount of efficiency, unfortunately. We're not kids again where we could just like chop use all day and have fun.
Wish.
We have to do this boss who drops this thing to do that to get this so that we can do this finally at the end. And I
Mhm.
think it may be more of like my Iron Man brain coming out where like I feel pulled in so many different directions that if I don't buckle down and like god damn it, I need to do birdhouse runs so that I can have brews for bingo, like it's hard because there's so many different ways to play the game, and I think the easiest one to do is just to be efficient rather than to have fun.
Okay. Do you what was I gonna say? Oh, I lost my train of thought. Ox. Do you have anything to say?
You really threw her for a loop there.
I'm really tired here.
I think, yeah, God, I feel it, dude. I think back to like, did I have more time as a kid? And I think back to like my life in high school where I'd wake up, leave for school at 7:30 in the morning, go to school from 8 to 3, go to football practice from 3:30 to 5:30, come home, probably not shower because I was 17 years old, and then work from 6:30 to 10:30 at McDonald's, come home, probably not do homework because I was 16, 17 years old, and just wake up and do that every single day for months at a time.
Mhm.
I think back to college where I would have an 8 a.m. neuro lecture or an 8 a.m. neuro lab that went for 4 hours at a time. And I didn't have a car. So I had to walk across Michigan State's campus, which is like 5 miles. It's as far as, it's uphill both ways in the freezing cold type deal. Like I think about all like classes and homework that like mattered way more in college than it did in high school. And then I think about like clubs and like I was fencing 4 days a week and I was on the shooting team at Michigan State. Like we did so many things all the time. And I think the difference is not that I like, because technically I have way more free time now. All I do is work.
Yeah.
I have other hobbies here and there, but like mostly that's all by choice. I want to stay home and play video games. I could. I think it's the understanding of the limited time that's a little bit different now as adults. And I think we have a different, in addition to like knowing that like, yeah, I only have 2 hours to play.
Mhm.
I probably want to make the most of that. Versus when you're in college, it's like I'm just going to decompress. Or when you're in high school, it's like I'm looking forward to this all day. Whereas now it's like I need to make the most of this because being productive feels good,
Mhm.
and having a sense of progression feels good. And it feels kind of bad to waste an evening, you know?
Wasted
Like
like
it
not
feels
being
kind of
efficient.
it feels kind of bad to like bank stand and watch YouTube videos when like, oh, I could have gotten combat achievements done, or I could have
True.
sent a quiver attempt or done rune crafting. I could have done something. Like, that just feels bad nowadays as an adult. That's a part of it. I think that is, it's the understanding of being an adult that is kind of stinky, because truly, if I think about it, I probably have more free time now than I did as a kid. And especially like I had one client on my schedule today. You want to know what I did from about 8:10 to about 11 a.m.?
Hmm.
I smithed adamant plate bodies at work on my iPad. So
Yeah.
because like technically now I couldn't do that in high school.
Yeah.
I didn't do
Yeah,
that.
but in high school you had weekends and summers and Like there
I'm
was bigger
I'm a
stretches of
salaried
time.
I'm a salaried therapist at a university. I have weekends and summers now.
You probably have a lot of
But
holidays too. Robert works at a school.
yeah,
He has like
oh my
every
god, I
holiday
wish
possible
it
off.
on a holidays.
Yeah.
Well, it sucks because like the students will be gone, but the university will be open. So
Mhm.
like they're expecting us to come into work on Christmas Eve, and we're like, yeah, we're not doing that
No.
because like the
Jesus.
university's technically open, quote unquote, but like
His work makes
nobody's
them
there.
take
So
it off. They're like, all right, there's nothing to do for a week. You guys can use PTO if you want, but you're not gonna come in. And he's like, oh,
yeah,
okay.
that's beautiful, but I don't know. I don't think a community that emphasizes efficiency is necessarily a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think how you treat other people who don't follow the meta can be a bad thing.
People start
I
getting
think
like, weird and
we've all
backseaty.
fallen victim to like, well, you could do it this way and it would be way easier.
Yeah.
You know, like you're probably right. I also don't care. You know, or
I guess I kind
I
of
don't know
spite
if you're
people when they
right.
say that. I'm like, you make me want to do it worse just to be like annoying now.
Exactly. Yeah, and it's like, you know, like I don't even understand what you're talking about because you know you're trying to be like, you know, like yeah, it's way more efficient to just like one tick alternate in the Inferno and not just like tank. Like, the fuck does that mean?
Like,
You know,
what's a
It's-
tick?
yeah. So it's how you treat people who don't do the established meta.
Mm-hmm.
That like that we're trying to change at least. Michael and I bitch at each other, but we do a great job of not bitching at most other people.
That's
You know,
good.
again, deep love in the marriage, lived together for the last 5 decades. You know, like
some
I
bickering.
think the other day, the other day, it was the stupidest thing I've done in such a long time. I don't know. I really can't explain it. I came into VC. Michael's laughing because he knows. I came into VC after just like hours of doing Hunter or like whatever I was doing and like bone mining on my iron. I had not done the libation pool, the bone shard prayer method.
Mm-hmm.
And I came in to VC. It's like 11:30. And I'm like, does anyone know how to do this like this stupid bone shard method? And he goes, yeah, I could teach you. And I said, shut the up. I don't want you to mansplain this to me.
Gosh.
Just like proceeded to walk around aimlessly. And he's like, oh, Oxy, other house, other house. I think he said other house for the 4th time, and I just hit log out. And I'm like, are you done? He's like, no, other house. It was the stupidest thing I had done in such a long time. But like, I don't know, just treating other people not like that, I guess. You know?
Don't treat them how you treat Michael, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, it goes both ways. You know, it definitely goes both ways.
Treat people better than you treat each other.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. I love that. I'm gonna get a tattoo of that. Love that.
It's probably a psalm already
Yeah.
or a proverb.
That's it for the Q&A. Would you guys like to plug your social medias that you don't post on?
Take it away, Oxy.
No, it's all you now.
I'm just gonna link it if you guys don't know it.
Yeah, you know what? You know we know it, but like it's in the link tree down below. You guys
We're
are
X2A's
adults.
podcast. If you search
Go
X2A's podcast on any platform besides Facebook, probably is there. I do want to mention that. Can I talk about the merch store?
I guess.
No,
No, you can't go
can't.
for it.
It's not your show.
Okay.
Don't talk about the
All right,
fucking
forget
merch
it.
store.
You'll
No,
find
talk
it.
Go
about the
check out the
merch.
Bunebape. Go check out the Bunebape merch store.
No,
What is
and
the
what's
get
Bunebape?
What's the website? It's
and get
Bunebape.com?
the
Yes,
and get the
bunebape.com.
shut the up
Yeah,
about
yeah.
my inventory
I
tags
do love that.
sweater
I'm looking at
and
yours.
wear it to RuneFest because it's gonna be funnier as hell.
xpwaste.shop.
Oh, is
Go
it?
check it
I didn't
out.
even know that.
Well, that's what your link says at least.
Dog, you made the site. What do you mean you don't know?
I'm playing dumb, bro.
Oh, I
Follow
didn't
the
catch it either.
bit.
I'm like, yeah, no, like that's what it says.
Follow the
Oh
bit, bro.
my god, bro.
I
That's
didn't
not
get
no
it.
more bits. No
It's
more
too late.
bits.
It's too late for bits.
Oh.
Well, thank you
Damn it.
guys for joining. Anything else you want to say before I go to bed?
Thank
you for having
Thank you
us.
so much for having us. so much later than you
Certified
initially intended
yappers.
us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
we've been
okay.
here for it's a 4-hour track right now. So Bunebape fans,
We'll see how much I cut.
go at Michelle and tell her thank you for
Yeah.
having
Thank you for
or say
editing.
why did you have these guys on for 4 hours? They never shut the hell up.
It's okay. People love it. The people love it. It's fine. All right. Thank you, and catch you guys next time
All right, and we're back.
with Robert this time.
Special guest.
Yeah. So the thing is, which you guys will all hear and be like, "Huh?" I haven't had a guest on in months. So whenever we had guests on this week, I was like, "This is how I always start guests. We always say the full intro." And then I realized, like, an hour into recording, that's not normal. Usually we put them in the second half. So Robert's like the little guest this week.
Yeah, exactly.
He gets special treatment because it's actually his birthday tomorrow.
Yeah, shout out to me, kind of.
Tell them how old you're turning.
Oh, yeah, I'm turning 29 and 2 halves.
He's, turning 30.
If you think about it, I'm really 20 plus 10.
Yeah. I was thinking of whenever we asked your
20
niece how old
halves.
you're turning, and she said 2.
Yeah, there you go.
He's turning 2.
Yep.
What were you going to say?
Oh, I was going to say shout out to, in case anyone was hoping that I wasn't on the podcast this week. This is a spoiler, unfortunate. I tried not to be, but Michelle wanted me to answer the questions.
Yeah. Whatever. And I want to say it's birthday. Anyway, have you had any updates this week?
No.
Birthday baby?
No updates. Just really busy at work. People are being weird at work, and it's really annoying. But it is what it is.
His coworker's pouting because he didn't get something that he
Yeah.
wanted, and he's making it uncomfortable for everyone.
Some 50-year-old babies at work. So.
I had an accomplishment this week.
Oh, what'd you do?
I got base 90s. All
Oh.
stats. Somehow,
Nice.
over 2,200 total. I did not have base 90s. I finally got my construction up. I've been doing Mahogany Homes all weekend. It's actually very fun.
Yeah,
So,
it
I'm
is
happy
actually
about
really
that.
fun. I like it a lot.
Yeah. And this week, I mean, you already heard like freaking 3 hours to 4 hours with our guest. We're not going to go over updates because Robert's birthday is actually on Wednesday, tomorrow, and we're going to Disneyland on Thursday. So we're just doing a little Q&A, and then next week we'll get back to the updates.
Yeah, so a lot to do this week. Very busy week.
So
So
much
I
to
will
do
just
this
be
week.
here for the questions only. Probably one of my favorite parts. And people
you do.
tend to not like what I have to say about the updates anyways, so we'll be skipping those.
I think people like your answers to the questions.
Yeah, anything that we didn't get to today or this week, as
Next
far as
week.
updates or blogs go, we'll include them in next
There's
week.
like one singular blog on the Winter Top Beta, so it could wait.
There could be stuff from tomorrow, though.
Yeah, true. Before we start the Q&A, we actually had a little comment from Harger on here that I thought was cute. Harger,
Shout out to Harger. I
shout
don't even know
Harger.
what he said, but shout out to Harger.
He's like, Robert sucks.
I mean, he always asks questions, so that alone.
Yeah, true. Shout out. So Harger said, I really like the way Rob always takes crazy ideas and takes a piece of it and stretches it until it's reasonable. Because if you're new to listening, Harger and also Matt, they know each other. They be asking some crazy questions sometimes. I actually do like the idea that quicksand won't kill you, mentioned last week. But maybe if you don't react fast enough, it would, which would help fight against AFKing and bots maybe. Yes, the guard and the POH alone would be cool. The food healing more when it's fresher is cool, but I think it'd make the system too confusing, unfortunately. Unless it's just 1 degree of freshness, like under 24 hours, then everything after that heals the same. The
That'd
second
be
part of
cool.
that was all related to stuff from last week. If
Yeah,
you know,
that
you
would be
know.
cool.
Yeah. Anyway, new question from Harger this week. Do you think it would make the game more interesting if there was a reduction in world servers in order to make each world more populated? I'm just looking at the servers and only 12 are above 1,000 player count.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would
In
make it more
general.
interesting. I mean, it would suck in the wilderness times.
Yeah.
But everywhere else, I think it'd be nice to see other people doing stuff.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because I do think that's one of the biggest, advantages that MMOs have that they often, especially nowadays, don't really take advantage of. And you can see this in a lot of different, pretty much actually every single MMO that's popular does this.
Yeah.
It's a type of, layering of worlds. So essentially, if you have, a bunch of servers, and then you have, one server, in that one server, there's going to be, 100 layers that each contain all of the actual players in the game.
Isn't it kind of like they're talking about sailing? Like you're all in the same place, but you don't really see each other?
Yeah, exactly. That's
Oh.
what it is. So it's like everyone, you could technically have 100 different people on the same exact spot in Lumbridge, but you'll never see each other because you're in technically different planes of the same server.
Of existence.
Yeah, essentially, it's essentially multi-dimensional type. If you understand that, then it's similar to that.
Kind of deep.
Yeah, I guess so. But in World of Warcraft, for example, Michelle loves when I bring this up because in World of Warcraft they call it sharding,
Sharding.
like a shard of a server.
Like they pooped their pants.
Yeah, sure. I don't know if they
We've all
named
been
that
there.
because this is actually kind of funny. It's going to remind you of your book, but
Oh, cool.
the servers for World of Warcraft, and I think this is just generally a type of server, but it's called a blade. And so,
shard blade?
yeah, I always thought it was funny because if you're on a different shard, then you're a shard of the blade.
If you have read or are reading anything by Brandon Sanderson, a lot of his books mention this,
The
right?
Stormlight Archive specifically.
Shut up.
Yeah, very good book series if you're into
I'm
fantasy.
obsessed with them. I read them in between calls. I'm almost on the second book.
Yeah, I'd recommend them. But anyways, yeah, so that's how they do it is they like essentially take 100 people in the same area and you section them off into different things. And what it does is it really breaks up the amount of people you see in the world. It's like, cool, there's 5,000 people on the server or whatever, but I only ever see 10.
Yeah.
So it's like, does it even matter? And also I feel like it takes away from like the world. Like the world doesn't feel lived in.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a world if you can't see people running on. I love whenever I'm in popular worlds and I'll just like go to Lumbridge for something and I just see people over there like doing stuff like early game and I'm like, this is nice.
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah, it's cool seeing people walk around. Like in leagues, that's probably one of the best parts is you
Everyone's
get to see
everywhere.
everyone.
It's so
Yeah.
cool. It's so much fun.
So I guess to your question, I would want to see more people. I don't know if it would be technically possible without like the servers just being, they'd have to be like giga monstro servers, which would cost them a ton of money, so that would never happen.
Yeah.
But I would like to see that.
I think it would just be fun if people were in more worlds, but also then ping would be an issue. But not thinking about the technical side, it sounds really cool.
Yeah, like
Nice.
if they, and I wouldn't want it to be a ton more, probably if it was, if they condensed them so that the average amount of players was like 12 to 1,500 and the maximum was 3,000, I think that would be okay.
Yeah.
Because servers that, honestly, 12 to 1,500 is still kind of a lot, honestly. So I think if the average across all the servers for a specific region was around like 700, I think that'd be okay. I typically look for ones with less than 700.
I just go to wherever the lowest ping is. Unless I'm going to the wilderness, then I look for low count.
Yeah. So, I mean, there would definitely be, obviously, disadvantages to this, especially, like, if you liked farming in different places and, you know, they'd have to change a ton of stuff, so this would never really happen. But
it's nice whenever you run into people.
yeah, this
will
is
say
much more noticeably bad in games like Elder Scrolls or World of Warcraft, where their worlds were made to be immense and house thousands of people.
Oh, and if no one's
now-
online, then it's weird.
Now you only see like a couple dozen people here and there, which just feels worse in those games
Yeah.
because they were so gigantic.
That's lame. Next question.
Next question.
All right. This is from the OSRS podcast. After doing your podcast for so long, how do you keep doing episodes without it feeling stale? I already kind of answered this in the first half, but I'll answer again. Or no, I'll just let you answer. We have the same answer.
Yeah, so I, whenever was coming up with the concept to talk to Michelle about the podcast for what it would be based around, I specifically chose a topic that was perpetual.
Being weekly
So,
updates.
yeah, weekly updates. So we've thought about moving away from weekly updates once upon a time, but it's just so much easier. And this is like a thing that both of us kind of just do for fun. Like we both
Yeah.
have jobs. So if
I have a job.
if I did like content creation as a job, I would probably choose something that took more mental resources.
I feel like
And,
reading this and uses my mental resources.
Yeah, like I would have to like allocate a lot of time resources to do
Dude.
anything else other than this.
You need to listen to them later, like the podcast episode later. They be doing the most for theirs. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
like anything
It's admirable, but I don't have the energy for it.
anything beyond Jagex Weekly giving me things to talk about it would take like so much more effort. And I mean, news alert for anyone that doesn't know, we've never gotten paid in the 3 years we've done this.
Sometimes I get like 2 pennies on YouTube.
Yeah, so literally never.
So
So if anything, it's cost us significantly more to even do this. So I'm not gonna spend more time, not just because it's a money thing, but also it's like I only have like 2 free hours a day to do other stuff.
and I like talking about the updates. I think it's
Yeah.
fun and being a yes man about everything. Also, if we didn't go over the updates, honestly, I don't know if I'd read them.
Yeah,
So
especially the fact that I often take breaks from RuneScape, so
me
it's
too.
like if I'm not playing, would I just have nothing to talk about?
True.
So I don't know. Yeah, this just makes it way easier is to like base it around something that is limitless to an extent.
I think another thing for me is I used to do a different podcast. If you've heard the lore, I used to do like a true crime and ghost stories kind of podcast.
You kind of ran out of stuff, huh?
We did because
Yeah.
we did different themes every week. And I realized eventually like that doesn't work because then we have to do so many duplicates.
Yeah.
And that just like kind of annoyed me. I don't mind when other people do it, but when I did it, it felt different. So I like having something that's like ever changing, even though it does make our podcast probably a lot harder to listen to later.
Yeah, it doesn't have a long tail as far as listeners go
Yeah.
because
Which is extra funny when people are like, I'm starting from the beginning. And I'm like, why?
yeah, I could see that, I guess, if you like skipped around a lot, but like
Yeah.
there's times where we just talk about the update a lot and it's all like, oh, if you're listening to an update about shamanism 2 years ago or something, then it's like this is pretty irrelevant.
I mean, yeah, maybe they just can listen and be like, oh, I wish, because I
Yeah.
wish.
So it's like a real double-edged sword in that way, is it's like not because it's the same thing as news. News is only as good as how new it is.
Yeah.
So it's like as soon as it's old, it's worthless for the majority of people.
We're worthless.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, that's how I picked it. Is I decided that the cons were worth the pros as far as the topics go.
Okay. Next question is from Iron Robin. This was specifically for XP Waste, but I'm very curious about Robert's answer. So, last week I went to a concert with my fiance, and the audience was about 85% female. What artist do you think would draw an audience with an even amount of males and females?
This is interesting.
Yeah.
And I just thought of my answer, which I feel like is actually, as off the top of my head, as close as I could even possibly remotely get.
Okay.
And it's going to be a artist that is more ambiguous. They don't sing about things that
Or gendered.
are gendered or are like unique to them. Like, for instance, if we said someone like, I don't know, a rap artist, take whoever you want, Kanye, Eminem, whoever.
Mm-hmm.
All of them have specifically young male, bad neighborhood experiences. And so it's like hard to relate to that. So the artist has to be relatable. And that just, while it is, good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm thinking about Graduation, one of the greatest, albums that was ever made probably. I don't listen to the new Kanye stuff, but, like that's relatable. But still, even in that vein, still not super relatable for a lot of people, especially like females and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So because of that, super long answer is I'll pick someone that's relatable and not aggressively one side or the other. So it would either be Coldplay
Okay.
or Sam Smith.
Okay.
I think that would be not even. I think it would lean female, but I don't think it would be much.
Yeah. I was thinking Phoenix because whenever we saw Phoenix, I feel like it was about even.
Sure.
I've not been to many concerts, so
Yeah, I
the
think
one concert I went to, it seemed pretty even.
I think you'll find a lot more. It will be more male dominated, but like less so in the alternative music space.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I think, or like Adele. I think, obviously that would be more female, but it would still be, I think, fairly even because there's a thing where it's like some people are so skilled that you appreciate them regardless.
If you relate or not.
But her content does lean a little bit more feminine, so that's probably why it loses some men, if I had to guess.
Mm-hmm.
But Sam Smith, I think, kind of gets both, just because they are fairly ambiguous themselves.
They're non-binary, yeah.
So that's probably why they attract both crowds.
Everyone relates.
And their songs are also
Really good.
they're good, and also they're relatable for swaths of people.
Yeah. That's a good answer.
Yeah.
I like it. Okay. Next question. We have 2 from Wraith this week. I chose 2 questions because I was like, what if I don't have enough to talk about with the XP Waste podcast?
Yeah,
and
what if?
I wish I only chose 1 because that was 4 hours recorded.
I'm glad I
That's
didn't
crazy.
go on the podcast because I was already tired.
He went to sleep 2 hours before we ended.
Yeah.
Before I went to our room.
Yeah,
2.5
I was
before I went to our
long
room.
asleep.
So, first question. How do you keep content relevant years after release? There's also an answer by Wraith. So far, Jagex has made new, and remember, all these are from a year ago. Jagex has made new content that expands on old content, like having a new best in slot items require the old best in slot as a crafting component. I like how they designed TOH to be accessible to newer players, but easily scalable and attractive to endgame players by cranking up the invo level. The mechanics are fundamentally the same, but there's a nice progression system involved. For me, I think the bottom line always comes back to the incentives. If the content is and will always be rewarding, players will keep engaging. If the rewards suck, players have no long-term reason to stay even if it's a lot of fun. For example, the PvP arena was dead on arrival because it was stripped of rewards.
Sure.
So, how do you keep content relevant years after release?
I will answer the question with a question.
Oh gosh. Okay, let's go.
And it's pretty easy. I mean, it's just, why does content always need to be relevant?
I feel like that's just that's the definition of every argument you and Wraith have. You guys just back and forth are like, why
Yeah.
does it need to be? That's
No.
just you and Wraith.
Yeah.
But it's okay. That's how I'm with Wraith as well.
And to be fair, I do think Wraith is just raising the point just to raise the point. I don't really get the feeling that he thinks all content needs to stay always relevant.
He's
But,
freaking out right now. He does.
Yeah, I don't think it needs to.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's like a lot of layers to this question, which is like, the answer for me is just straight up, it doesn't always need to be.
That's fair.
This is definitely, I don't know if this is like a argument that'll like put me in the minority. I think if people thought about it,
Mm-hmm.
they might agree to some extent. Probably not as hard stance as me, but I've always thought, in other games I thought this before I even started playing RuneScape, is that I think there should be content that people cannot do or don't want to do.
I think that, but also I want to be one of the people who could do it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
Grandmaster, I'm like, not everyone needs to do Grandmaster, but I want to be able to do it.
Yeah. And that's not super relevant. It's relevant in the way that because of that, I don't think everything should be forever useful.
Yeah.
Because then it's like you're forced to do stuff that you hate, which is like, oh, why a lot of people quit this game? Because they don't want to do 7,000 laps
Yeah.
at like Relica or something. They just don't want to. Who does? So it's like, I don't know, if Relica laps, for instance, where the bee's knees, for whatever reason, maybe they dropped like 20% more marks and they were actually useful for something other than amylase, then it's like, oh, well, I guess I have to stay here. It's like, no, that would be lame. That would suck.
If it feels like an obligation, it's also annoying.
Yeah,
It has
exactly.
to be a choice.
So, and I guess that's kind of like my stance on like whether things should or shouldn't be relevant. I really think it's important to think about like at what stage of the game you're in, because this will change drastically from player to player. Because for instance, if we do take a look at how irrelevant a low level agility course is,
Yeah.
it's just that it's irrelevant. You play it for a day, you're done grinding it, and you'll literally never see it again.
And you think that's okay?
And that's fine.
Yeah.
Because if you also take a look at Barrows, something that is as old as the game is,
Oh, it's dirt.
I mean, don't quote me on that. I just assume it's been out
I
since
don't know if it
forever.
is.
I know it's been out since a long time.
Yeah.
You know, over a decade for sure. So it's like that, you go there right now on almost any world, I'll bet you'll find someone.
Is it just people always want those drops? I mean, Barrows is an example, like, offers so much. It's money, it's also supplies for an iron, and it's collection logging, so it brings, like, 3 different kinds of people in.
Yeah. So,
You
it's
should not hit one of those boxes, and I think that they'll keep people coming back.
yeah. I mean, it's to your point in the question. You said, as long as things are, needed, or whatever you said, paraphrasing. Then
I just scrolled past it. Sorry, you can't look.
yeah, as long as things are needed or valuable, then people will go there, and it's really just about how valuable they are at the time they're made relevant. So it's like the same thing as like Obor. You know what? Obor's not relevant. He doesn't drop anything relevant.
What about his stick?
I mean, the stick is pretty good.
What's it
but
called?
It's just a hill giant club.
Oh, it's a club. It's not a
Yeah.
stick.
Yeah, so it's like that's why. So I honestly think that they should continue to make endgame stuff, but the way to remedy this is to make things irrelevant when they should be irrelevant. Like you're not gonna find
Don't put too much pressure on it.
yeah, you're not gonna find a max player going to Barrows, and you shouldn't. That shouldn't be your goal. Is to make something so relevant a max player still goes back 100, 2, 3, 500 hours later into the grind or into their account grind.
That'll be me whenever I decide a collection log.
Yeah, so there should be like new endgame stuff that comes out that someone at Barrows wouldn't be able to do or wouldn't want to do, and there should be stuff that comes out for someone that just got done killing cows. It should be all like, all right, sick, I got this new thing that I'm working towards.
And it's kind of nice that we have a lot of stuff that you do at different levels and that you don't go back, but there's always going to be people just starting new accounts and stuff. So
Yeah.
people will always be doing it, even if it's not necessarily you.
Yeah, and it's different because RuneScape is like kind of in a like uniquely advantageous position because, for instance, in World of Warcraft, to give you an example, there's level 15. There's dungeons that go all the way from level 10, I think it is, to the max level.
What's max level?
The max level used to be 120,
Jesus.
and even back then this was true.
Yeah.
Now it's 60 because they just regulated the levels, so now it's always 60 forever. Or it's like 80, whatever. It continues to be smaller. But
Okay.
anyways. And those dungeons, once you were done with them, like let's say they're good up until level, the first one's good from 10 to 15. As soon as you hit 16, you would never see that dungeon again, and this could take you less than an hour.
And that's okay?
And that's not okay because World of Warcraft does that for everything.
Oh, we don't do that for everything,
and
at least.
Not only does it do it for everything, but it expedites that process. You can even buy something that just gets you to max level, immediately nullifying all of the game before max level.
That's lame.
So that's why I mean, like RuneScape's in a like unique position because one, there's content all the way up for most things, and also things you do stay at, you can tend to stay at them for much longer than any other game. Like Barrows, like a Barrows grind could take you as much time as it could finishing a different MMO.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's why I think it's okay that some things become irrelevant in this game specifically. Yeah, because of that. So yeah,
I wasn't expecting such a passionate answer.
well, it's just like it's a super loaded question. That like that'd be the same as like, oh, how do you get good at something? It's like, oh, there's a million different things you could say about
We need
how
to get into it.
how to get good at something. But
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, like one, I think it's a fallacy that things need to stay relevant. I think things need to have a good amount of relativity for when they're unlocked and for them to go away in a manner that feels okay.
Feels natural.
Yeah, it shouldn't be all like, all right, you've done this for 10 levels, goodbye forever. Because even if you had a good time doing it, that just feels weird
Yeah.
and abrupt. So, yeah, I guess that's it.
Okay. Well, last question. This is also from Wraith. Why does the community at large emphasize...
Emphasize.
I said the same thing earlier. Emphasize efficiency in doing things by the established meta. How has that attitude changed? At one point, this is Wraith's answer. At one point in time, the average RuneScape player was a child, and now I think the average is in their mid-20s. Adults care a lot more about making progress than kids who live in the moment. A lot of players have been playing RuneScape for a long time, so they're just better at it. People have full-time jobs, school, and other responsibilities. We also live in the golden age of gaming where there's no shortage of games we could be playing. People simply don't have as much free time to waste doing things in OSRS inefficiently. We also have access to tools that massively improve efficiency, like RuneLite, plus the wiki and player-made guides.
Yeah. So, I mean, you outlined a few of the things
Yeah.
here. So, I mean, number one, like you said, is time efficiency. Like, yeah, maybe you don't have enough time to play.
You only have a few hours every night to play, so you want to play it efficient.
Yeah, I think something that's akin to that point is saying that, like I said earlier, there are grinds you're not going to like.
Yeah.
That is factual. And so you want to get over them sooner. So that's totally reasonable that you want to do it as efficiently as possible. No one wants to, grab sand for 1,000,000 hours, but it is
Eileen does.
fairly efficient. So there's that. But I guess something that you didn't mention, which is something that I think is a really big factor in a lot of things like this that people don't take into account off the bat, which is the progression as a society as a whole. Like when
in
you
game or in real life?
Both.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if you think about it, you're saying you're making the comparison to a RuneScape player that started playing the game in 2004, 2001 really. So if someone was playing this game in 2001, I can just make a really easy comparison for a lot of players because a lot of players have played Minecraft. When Minecraft first came out, it was cool to build a house. Now,
expectations change.
it's not cool unless you're building the most wildest one-to-one replica of the, the
Taj Mahal.
the church in the Notre Dame, these ancient pyramids, like all these crazy things. And it's not because, it's easier to do those things. It's because, it's because of the know-how, really. Like, you didn't know how to tick manipulate whenever you first started playing. If you did, you might have done it.
Yeah.
And so it's the same thing with everything, is as you advance, things that were once, done a certain way for whatever reason are done a different way for the same reason.
So we were just silly kids before, now we're smarter.
Yeah, and that is a really big factor.
We didn't have the know-how. Like, I didn't even know that raids existed when we started this podcast, I don't think.
Yeah.
Stuff changes. You learn more things.
Absolutely. And that's true for any game.
Yeah.
Literally any game. Like, if you, I guarantee you, if you're younger or if you're older...
One of those.
If you're younger, you can look back on this. If you're older, you can currently look back on this and say that things weren't as fun as they used to be or aren't the same as they used to be. And it's because back then you
didn't know what you're doing?
know. It's not that you didn't know what you know now. It's that there was literally no precedent for you to know.
Oh, so everything was just a new discovery.
Everything was completely new.
That's
now,
why I love, BG3, because I'm still finding stuff
Yeah.
in that game.
The thing is, though, that's unfortunate is that magic will never return. BG3 was your first
I think about that.
large MMO or large first-person, RPG playthrough. You will never feel that way again.
I know. I've thought about that before. It makes me
Because
sad.
next time you go into the game, you're going to be thinking about, what kind of build do I want to do? Where am I going? What cool stuff is in this barrel?
Yeah.
Like, you're going to be thinking about stuff from your first playthrough. But just imagine doing that 10,000 times.
Yeah. I try, whenever I do play, new playthroughs, I do take breaks. I haven't played in a few months, so I'm hoping that I'll forget some stuff and be like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So unfortunately, it is a burden placed on us by gaining experience over time. It is the ultimate double-edged sword because nothing will ever be good as it once was.
Because you're experiencing it for the first time.
And unfortunately, you will just continue to be better, which will take that away.
Kind of existential, but I like it.
Yeah.
Right in time for your
unfortunate.
birthday, I guess.
Yeah, so that's about it.
That's it for our Q&A. We still do the outro. Don't stop.
No, I'm stopping it right But yeah, so that's it. Thanks for listening. Shout out to
Thanks.
XP Waste. Thank you for
Yeah.
being on, and hopefully you didn't hate it. I don't know. I didn't watch it, but
I hope
hopefully
not too.
hopefully you didn't hate it. So maybe we can have you on again. And if you all enjoyed it, then make sure to check out any of our socials. You can follow those and get an update next time we do have them or another guest on as well.
Yeah, so our Twitter and TikTok are Bunebapeosrs. Our Twitch, YouTube, and Instagram are all just Bunebape. I stream 4 days a week at twitch.tv/Bunebape, so come hang out.
Yep. So that's it. Thanks again for listening. Hope you all enjoyed it, and we'll see you all.
Very soon. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.